Chapter 30:15. The mantis circled around Lonely Void using battle techniques. Lonely Void couldn't keep up with the mantis' speed, and wounds appeared all over his body. Coupled with the Cyclops King's constant suppression, Lonely Void was at a disadvantage. Lu Yin took advantage of the situation and stepped backwards, taking out his slipper and slamming it down on Lonely Void. Lonely Void clenched his fists and punched out. Suddenly, space distorted and expanded, causing spacetime to sway. The Cyclops King, the Seven-Star Mantis, and Lu Yin all stopped, as if spacetime had been frozen. Was this gravity? Lu Yin was shocked. Lonely Void's sequence laws should have been able to increase the overlapping power of his palms. Combined with the hollow palm, Lonely Void had been pressured to the point of suffocation. Lonely Void had been waiting for Lu Yin to attack, but the Seven-Star Mantis' speed had slowed him down. He couldn't get close to Lu Yin, so his only option was to wait for Lu Yin to approach him. Now his chance had arrived. He turned around and struck out at Lu Yin, but Lu Yin couldn't dodge. He was surrounded by sequence laws, and the entire region was being suppressed by gravity. As the palm approached, Lonely Void could see himself reflected in Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin also saw the look in Lonely Void's eyes, but this palm didn't seem to be that fast. Suddenly, Lonely Void hurriedly moved to the side, seeing himself reflected in Lu Yin's eyes. He also saw another person appear behind him. At the same time, a terrifying feeling appeared, bringing with it an extreme sense of danger. Although Lonely Void had managed to dodge in time, he was still a step too late. Lu Tianyi, who had been formed by Elder Chan's ancestral qi, had struck Lonely Void's right shoulder with a finger, shattering it and causing blood to spill out into space. Lonely Void was heavily injured and his sequence laws were unstable. Lu Yin hurriedly raised his slipper and slammed it down. The slipper slammed into Lonely Void's back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His entire body split apart as he was sent flying into the distance. The Seven-Star Mantis disappeared and then reappeared, dragging Lonely Void's body over to Lu Yin. The Cyclops King and the Seven-Star Mantis disappeared as well. Lonely Void fell to the ground, floating in space as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was on the verge of death. Lu Yin stood in front of Lonely Void and watched his life force weaken. Now, do you think it was worth it to betray humanity? Lonely Void was an absolute powerhouse, and Lu Yin wasn't confident that he could beat him if he hadn't used a sneak attack. Lonely Void's sequence lost, but even if he couldn't win, Lu Yin would still be able to retreat. This was a dishonorable victory. However, Lu Yin knew that he was only a half-martial ancestor, so this was already pretty good. Kong Ji panted heavily as blood continued to flow out of his body. His entire body was dyed red as his body completely collapsed. He looked at Lu Yin, his eyes bloodshot. I have never regretted it. Lu Yin looked at him quietly. To humans I am a traitor. But to myself I pursue what I want the most. Cough cough. I'm standing at a sufficient height. I can see the scenery that I want to see the most. I'm satisfied. Cough. Still Void coughed incessantly as blood spewed out of his mouth. His face gradually turned ashen as he stared at Lu Yin. Although I betrayed the humans, I have never left the fourth region. I have never harmed the fifth mainland. My goal has been achieved. Please make good use of this power. The Lu clan's general appointment platform is finally going to have a home for me. Just take it as atonement for my identity as a human. One last thing I beg of you. When I return to the fifth mainland where I left my palm print, let me come out and take a look. That is my home. With that, Kong Ji collapsed and died. Lu Yin just looked at him. Had he intended to use that palm strike? Elder Chan shook his head. Too stubborn. The general appointment platform appeared and Lu Yin pointed at Kong Ji. No divine power, Lu Yin said. Only then did Elder Chan remember. Right, no divine power. He did not cultivate divine power. After so many years, Kong Ji had not cultivated divine power. Could it be that he could not? Or that he did not want to? If Kong Ji had been a little faster, would that palm strike have hit Lu Yin? Lu Yin saw hesitation in Kong Ji's eyes. Kong Ji might not have wanted to kill Lu Yin, but their positions were different. Although he had betrayed the fifth mainland, he had not done anything to it. Had he remained in the fourth region all this time? He wanted to see the scenery at a higher level. However, if everyone thought the same way, they would never be able to defeat the Eternals. Kong Ji was too stubborn and extreme. When the Hellworm arrived, Jiang Qingyue and the others saw that Kong Ji had died and heaved sighs of relief. The battle just now had been spectacular, and even the dragon tortoise did not dare to approach. "We finally killed someone of value in the outer realm," the ghost monkey praised. "Congratulations, 7th bro, for defeating a sequence law powerhouse head-on." The dragon tortoise scoffed. "Didn't you see that Elder Chan also made a move?" The ghost monkey bared his teeth. "No, your eyes are crooked." "Then look now. Elder Chan looks like a sickly ghost." "It's obvious that he transformed into Lu Tianyi," the dragon tortoise shouted. Elder Chan was speechless. What did he mean by a sickly ghost? Why was his expression so ugly? "You're the sickly ghost. Show me some respect." Elder Chan's expression improved as the ghost monkey could still speak. "That patriarch Lu Tianyi is 7th brother's patriarch." The ghost monkey bared his teeth. Elder Chan's expression turned even uglier and he had no choice but to say, "Be quiet." "Pathmaster, how is the 4th region?" Everyone looked at Lu Yin, curious about the 4th region. Lu Yin briefly explained the situation in the 4th region, and Elder Chan and the rest sighed in relief. Jiang Qingyue was the same. "That means that the 4th region is not as strong as the one we fought." Lu Yin nodded. "The one we fought was the 1st region and its strength was far greater than the 4th. Moreover, Wuxia is one of the 3 pillars and 6 boundless, and he's known as the 7 sky gods in the 1st region. He specializes in dealing with the 6 direction society, especially the primordial space. That's why he's not in the 4th region most of the time. Otherwise, I might not have been able to return if I was discovered." Elder Chan said, "No matter what, it's still too risky. If the 4th region's master is not Wuxia or one of the 7 sky gods, then the Path Master would really be in danger this time." The ghost monkey said, "If that guy chased after us, then there might be other Eternals who can catch up. 7th bro, why don't we head back first?" Lu Yin glanced at Still Void's corpse. "Let's head back first." He brought Elder Chan and the rest back to the Above the Sky sect and told them that he still needed to go to the 4th region. Elder Chan was shocked. "You're still going? It's too dangerous." Lu Yin replied, "Don't worry, it's very safe right now. No one would have thought that I would return to the 4th region so quickly, and they wouldn't believe that Still Void would die so quickly either." With that, Lu Yin took out his astral door and stepped through it, entering the 4th region. He was very interested in the Chosen One battle that Wei Shu had mentioned. Was this a battle against the humans or was it a battle against the various parallel universes or something else? Just as Lu Yin had guessed, when he arrived at the 4th region, he saw Progenitor Realm Corpse Kings standing in midair, waiting for Still Void to return. However, there was nothing out of the ordinary in the 4th region. Since he had used the astral door, since he had returned through the astral door, he had directly appeared in the 5th region, which was why he hadn't attracted much attention. Lu Yin found Wei Shu's tower. The tower should have been destroyed, but it had been repaired in just a short while. The Eternals seemed to have an unusual obsession with towers. Lu Yin easily entered the tower and no one noticed him. At this moment, Wei Shu was standing by the tower's window and looking into the distance. How ruthless. I don't know who actually dared to barge into the 5th region. There really are people who aren't afraid of death. Fortunately, I was vigilant or else I would have been the first to die. It's not too late now. A voice traveled to his ear. Wei Shu was displeased. Who's cursing me? He suddenly reacted and just as he was about to move, a hand pressed down on his head. Do you want to live or die? Wei Shu didn't dare to move and beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Lu Yin had seen it. Just how afraid was this fellow to be sweating so quickly? Senior, no, Grandpa, please spare me. It wasn't easy for me to cultivate to this level. Please spare me, Grandpa, Wei Shu pleaded softly. Lu Yin was stunned as this was the first time in his life that someone had called him Grandpa. This fellow was too afraid of death and he was completely different from Still Void and Dahui. This should be the attitude of the human progenitors of the Eternals. If they were afraid of death, why would they betray the humans? I'm not your grandpa. There's no shameless person like you who would betray your ancestors, Lu Yin said coldly. Wei Shu hurriedly said, Yes, Grandpa. I'm not worthy of being your grandson. Then forefather, please spare me, forefather. Lu Yin raised a brow. Hand over the map. Wei Shu took out a chip from his cosmic ring without hesitation, not even daring to look back. Lu Yin took the chip. It was quite high-tech. That's it. Absolutely. If there's any deceit, I'll die a horrible death. Are you that afraid of death? I'm also afraid of pain. Please spare me, forefather. Lu Yin looked at Wei Shu's back. Let me ask you, what is the Chosen One battle? Wei Shu blurted out. The 6 zones of calamity select the most outstanding elites and send them to a place to take a test. If they pass, they can become one of the 3 pillars and 6 seas and receive guidance from a true god and endless resources from the clan. If the 3 pillars and 6 seas are lacking, they can be replaced immediately. There's also a legend that they can obtain a true god's ultimate technique, and they don't have to search for it in the divine power lake. Since ancient times, there have been many Chosen One battles, but those who passed can be counted on one hand, and they all went to the first zone of calamity. Lu Yin's first thought was of the undying god and the others. They were not the 3 pillars and 6 seas, but they were also existences second only to the true god. Did that mean that they had passed the Chosen One battle and could replace the 3 pillars and 6 seas at any time? However, the undying god did not have any ultimate techniques, nor did the witch spirit god. He Wuxian was also one of the 3 pillars and 6 seas, and he was not a substitute. The 3 pillars and 6 seas were not lacking, which meant that they were not the 3 pillars and 6 seas. Could their positions be comparable to the 3 pillars and 6 seas? Or were they just slightly inferior? Lu Yin did not understand. What are the characteristics of those who passed the Chosen One battle? Lu Yin asked. Wei Shu was taken aback. Characteristics? Like a unique title and so on. I've never heard of that. Do you know who passed the test? Wei Shu bitterly replied, Forefather, this lowly one really does not know. There have been many instances where no one has passed the Chosen One battle. It's just too difficult. Actually, one of the 3 pillars and 6 seas joined the clan through the Chosen One battle. It's said that he's the master of the 3rd zone of calamity, but no one can confirm this. Chapter 30:16. Lu Yin muttered to himself. The most outstanding elites of each zone of calamity? These elites did not refer to the younger generation. They were definitely progenitors or even sequence law powerhouses. Otherwise, how could they have passed the test and become the 3 pillars and 6 limitless? This meant that the Eternals were selecting existences that were second only to the 3 pillars and 6 limitless. This could be considered a competition within the Eternals, but the level was too high. Where's the place you mentioned? Lu Yin asked again. Wei Shu hesitated. Lu Yin tightened his grip and Wei Shu quickly begged, Immemorial City, it's Immemorial City. Immemorial City? Lu Yin was surprised. Wei Shu lowered his voice and said, Actually, we shouldn't know about this secret, but I've interacted with many experts from the other regions of calamity, and we've drawn the map of the Divine Power Lake. It's considered an exchange of information and we can talk about it. There's a person who joined the race a long time ago who said that the examination venue is the Immemorial City. Immemorial City is the place where the Eternals and humans fight the most fiercely. Only those who can pass the test are considered to have passed the test. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Immemorial City. No wonder the elites of the Chosen of Gods found it so difficult to pass the test. Immemorial City was where the top powerhouses of the human race gathered. Chu Yi, Su Wangtian and the others were all in Immemorial City. Only those at the level of the 7 sky gods, 3 pillars and 6 limitless could fight against them. Lu Yin suddenly had an idea to participate in the Chosen of Gods and enter Immemorial City. Oh, it was too dangerous. Even if the one true god was in seclusion, he might still be paying attention to the Chosen of Gods. If he discovered Lu Yin, then it would be over. Furthermore, there would definitely be powerhouses at the level of the 7 sky gods. Even if they did not discover Lu Yin might die at the hands of a human powerhouse after entering Immemorial City. Although this idea was crazy and risky, Lu Yin was increasingly tempted. Immemorial City held the secrets of the humans, and a large number of human powerhouses were gathered there. This was especially true for those from the above heaven era, which also held the secrets of the Eternals. He had heard that the Bone Ark was in Immemorial City, and if not for Immemorial City holding it back, it would have already descended upon the 6 Direction Society. Immemorial City was the highest stage in the universe. Lu Yin wanted to go to Immemorial City, and he also wanted to use the Chosen of Gods to understand the other zones of calamity. However, there was a high chance that he would be exposed. What should he do? Lu Yin hesitated. Wei Shu didn't dare to move. He just stood there, sweat dripping from his forehead, drenching the ground. He looked outside the window. The ancestor realm corpse kings of the fourth calamity region stood in the sky, waiting for the silence. Who's participating in the fourth zone's chosen battle? Lu Yin asked. Wei Shu was confused. This should be Lord Silent Void. Lu Yin was not surprised, as solitary void's strength was more than enough to qualify him to participate in the chosen of deities. Once he received guidance from the sole true god or mastered some sort of ultimate technique, he might even be able to rival the 7 sky gods. The strength of the fourth area of calamity was not high. After all, He Wuxian was not here most of the time and did not have the time to take care of it. Under such circumstances it was still empty. What about the other areas of calamity? There should be similar experts. Lu Yin suddenly felt that it was a pity that he had killed Solitary Void. He should have lured Solitary Void to the Eternal Kingdom and had Solitary Void destroy the Death Chi and rescue Two-Blade Stream and the others. Then Lu Yin would have been able to leave with Solitary Void and return to the Calamity region as Nightshore. This would have been perfect. Empty Silence did not belong to the first Calamity region and did not know what had happened in the primordial space, so he was not too worried. Unfortunately, this was a good idea. However, Kongji was already dead. Other experts of similar caliber could do the job as well. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled. Do you have any stargates that lead to other regions of calamity? Wei Shu hurriedly assured him. No, absolutely not. Although there are occasional exchanges between the regions of calamity, stargates are strictly forbidden. This is a great taboo of the Eternals. Lu Yin frowned and tightened his grip. I don't want to hear any more nonsense. I want stargates to other regions of calamity. Wei Shu begged in fear. Ancestor, I really don't have any. I'm so afraid of death, so how could I disobey the orders of the Eternals? If I leave a stargate behind without permission, I'll complete the mission at best, or be thrown into the divine power lake and become a berserk corpse when I come out. You know what berserk corpses are, right? They have no intelligence and only know how to kill. Even the clan cannot control them. Lu Yin continued to threaten him, but Wei Shu only continued to beg. In the end, Lu Yin had him open his cosmic ring and take out everything. There was indeed a stargate inside, but it was only for the fourth area of calamity. There were no other stargates. Other than that, there was nothing else worth paying attention to. How many berserk corpses are there in the fourth area of calamity? Lu Yin asked. Wei Shu had a bitter expression. Senior, why do you always ask me questions that I can't answer? These berserk corpses are all at the bottom of the divine power lake. How could I know? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. How many berserk corpses have you seen? 3. Where did they go? I don't know. Trash. Yes, I'm trash. Please spare my life, ancestor. Lu Yin left and returned to the Eternal Kingdom. He already knew what he needed to know, but he was still conflicted. Should he use Yi Bo's identity to enter the Chosen One battle? This decision was much more difficult than entering the Eternals. Back then, the only true god and the 7 sky gods had all been in seclusion, and Lu Yin had not known the truth about the Eternals. He had only wanted to know the truth about the Bone Galleon. However, things were different now. Once he entered the Chosen One battle, there was a high chance that he would come into close contact with the only true god, the 3 pillars, and Lu Hao. However, he would not be satisfied if he did not participate. The 3 pillars and Lu Hao might not be able to see through Yi Bo's disguise, but the only true god definitely could. Furthermore, Jiang Qingyue had been able to determine Lu Yin's identity based on his gaze and the way he attacked. There were many strange creatures in the universe, and if the first area of calamity had a creature like Qing Kong, there might be other areas as well. Lu Yin let out a long breath. This was a terrible choice. The 5th mainland, the Innerverse, the Starfall Sea. Ever since the Eternals had been expelled, the people of the Innerverse had gradually returned to this place. Even though it was still isolated by the horizontal black hole, the Eternals' endless corpse kings had no way to enter because of the lack of stargates. However, it was possible that the Eternals would set up another stargate here, so anyone who returned to the Starfall Sea would have to take a certain amount of risk. In the Kangming continent, Mount Zhongshan Dojo opened. For safety reasons, Mount Zhongshan Dojo was still located in the Outerverse. However, every time they accepted a new disciple, they would visit the Kangming continent as a way to commemorate the past. After all, Dao Master Lon had died in battle, and Lon Si had yet to return from Burial Garden. The current leaders of Mount Zhongshan Dojo were Elder Ji and Lon Baobao. Elder Ji had become an enlightener after Elder Tai's death. Back then, Elder Tai had died in the battle with the Heavenly Sin Army, and only Lon Baobao, Tai San and a few other disciples were left in Mount Zhongshan Dojo. Fortunately, Elder Ji had become an enlightener and become an elder, which was why Mount Zhongshan Dojo was able to maintain its operations. Down below, the gravity of the 20 continents continued to increase from bottom to top. On this day, hundreds of disciples from Mount Zhongshan Dojo were brought to the Kangmang continent by Elder Ji. Accompanying them were Tai San and some of the previous disciples from the Kangmang continent. Do you see these continents? Every continent has 100 times the gravity, and the higher you go, the greater the gravity. Try your best to land on the continents as a test for your treatment in Mount Zhongshan Dojo. Tai San shouted. He had repeated these words many times, and every time a new disciple joined the dojo, he would follow along. In the beginning, they had been apprehensive and they would occasionally encounter a few scattered corpse kings. Now, however, they were no longer afraid. Many years had passed and the above heaven sect had become more powerful. With a progenitor overseeing the Starfall Sea, the Eternals no longer dared to come here. It was rumored that the Eternals had been so intimidated by the Tao Master that they did not even dare to enter the endless battlefield. So how could they still come to the Starfall Sea? The hundreds of disciples were eager to give it a try. Following Tai San's orders, the group charged towards the continents excitedly. They knew that even Tao Master Lu had attempted this test. Tai San came to Elder Ji's side. I've seen this scene too many times. The more excited we were at the beginning, the greater the impact later on. Elder Ji clasped his hands behind his back. If we don't impact them, they'll think that it's so easy to obtain the grand occasion of Mount Zhongshan Dojo. Master Lu has experienced countless life and death situations, and the Starfall Sea and even the entire Fifth Mainland have been annihilated. These children are too young and have not experienced that. This impact is far from enough. Tai San sighed. Yes, our Tao Master Lon died in battle and Lon Si went missing. It's not easy for Mount Zhongshan Dojo to hold on. And your father, Elder Tai. Elder Ji's tone was heavy. Tai San's heart ached, but he quickly adjusted himself. Cultivators were like this and death was too common. Elder Ji, am I seeing things? Elder Ji looked in the direction Tai San was pointing at and saw a person slowly walking towards the 20 continents. It was Lu Yin and he had come to bury empty Ji's corpse here. Elder Ji's eyes widened and he hurried forward. Greetings, Master Lu. Tai San was nervous. Greetings, Master Lu. Lu Yin looked at the 20 continents. Are you the new disciples that Mount Zhongshan Dojo is recruiting? Yes, Master Lu. Even in his wildest dreams, Elder Ji would never have imagined that he would see Lu Yin here. Lu Yin was the Tao Master of the Above Heaven sect and the Master of the Genesis space. Even if Elder Ji's cultivation had increased by a few levels, he still would not have been qualified to meet Lu Yin here. The first time he had met Lu Yin was at Mount Zhongshan Dojo, but at that time he had only been a deacon who was second only to the elders. He had been a hunter, but he was neither an elder nor an elite disciple. He had no connection with Lu Yin at all. After arriving in the Outerverse, only Elder Tai and a few others had been qualified to speak to Lu Yin. Now those people were either dead or missing. Elder Ji had never dreamed that he would be able to stand in front of Lu Yin one day. Lu Yin's gaze swept past Elder Ji and Tai San before finally settling on Tai San. Where's Lon Baobao? Tai San hurriedly replied, she stayed in the Outerverse. We took turns bringing the disciples here. Lu Yin did not ask any more questions. Instead he looked at the 20 continents and then at the ground. The 20 continents were divided into 20 layers. The first layer had 10 stacks which could be used to cultivate the empty palm. The 10th layer had 100 stacks, which could be used to cultivate the empty palm. The 10th layer had 100 stacks, which could be used to cultivate the empty palm. Lu Yin had not returned after he had finished cultivating the empty palm. The top layer was where Empty Silence had displayed the third palm technique, which could be used to neutralize an enemy's attack with gentle force. The final palm technique that Empty Silence had displayed was called the Return Palm, and it was located underground. Chapter 30:17. In the past Lu Yin had not been able to see it, but now he could clearly see it. There was a similar fist imprint in the ground which represented the 1,000 stacks. It had to be said that Silent Void's obsession with power allowed him to stand at a certain height. The return air palm was not outdated even among progenitor realm experts. He was able to dissipate the force of an attack and return it at the same time. It could catch people off guard, especially when it was used in conjunction with his own sequence laws. I'm here today to bury someone. Although the Starfall Sea is free of Eternals, it's still not safe. You should return as soon as possible. After saying that, he walked towards the 20 continents. He wanted to bury empty silence at the top level. Since this person missed his home, he would let him see it. This person had betrayed the fifth mainland, but during his battle with Lu Yin, the hesitation in his eyes had convinced Lu Yin that this person had never harmed the fifth mainland. This person missed his home, but because he did not want to harm it, he could not return. This could be considered atonement for his selfishness and betrayal of the fifth mainland. The palm technique that he had left behind had been of great help to Lu Yin. No matter what kind of person he was, Lu Yin was indebted to him for teaching him. Step by step, Lu Yin ascended the 20 continents. He walked past the disciples of Mount Zhongshan Dojo, but they couldn't see him at all. They gritted their teeth and continued to climb upwards. Lu Yin was all too familiar with this scene. Back then he had climbed to the 10th level in front of countless people from Mount Zhongshan Dojo and learned the vacant palm. Back then the 6th and 5th mainlands had been at war, and the innerverse and outerverse had been separated. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. Lu Yin quickly reached the top floor and looked at the fist imprint in front of him. He took out Still Void's corpse and buried it beneath the fist imprint. He then called for Still Void to take a look around. Take a look if you want. Although this hometown has gone through many twists and turns, it hasn't changed much. He turned around and looked into the distance. If Elder Chan had not ambushed you, would you have struck out with that palm? He stared into the distance in a daze, and after a while he retracted his platform and stepped forward, vanishing from sight. Master Lu has left. Elder Ji felt that it was a pity. He really wanted to chat with Lu Yin, but he was not qualified to do so. Tai San clenched his fists. He had clearly been able to catch up to Lan Si back then, but now he couldn't even see Lan Si's back. Even if Lan Si was here, it would still be the same. The 10 arbiters were at the peak of their generation, but they couldn't withstand the appearance of a freak who was above their generation. Lu Yin had originally planned to leave after burying empty silence and find a way to find the Eternals' disaster realm. At the same time, he would also increase the amount of time he could spend in flashback. However, as soon as he returned to the Above Heavens sect, he received news that the Elysian Heavenly Master had undergone his progenitor origin tribulation. Lu Yin hurriedly went to the Neoverse. In the Neoverse, outside the Eternal Sky Island, Wudi Ascension Heizid Shenwei, and the others were anxiously looking into the distance. Big Sister Leon's Armada and many others were there to watch the Heavenly Master's tribulation. Qingping, Lu Bujing and the others were also there. Although the Elysium Heavenly Master's tribulation origin black hole wasn't large, the tribulations it attracted were extraordinary. They were sourcebox arrays. The Elysian Celestial Master was skilled in sourcebox arrays, and the origin tribulation had led to a showdown between sourcebox arrays and the Elysian Celestial Master. Beneath the tribulation origin black hole, the two sourcebox arrays intersected and then disintegrated. Their killing intent erupted and then fused together, leaving many of the onlookers in a daze. Those who weren't origin array heavenly masters couldn't understand what was going on. Xiaoming's eyes widened as he watched. He was confident that his knowledge of sourcebox arrays wasn't inferior to the Elysian Celestial Masters, and he might even be stronger. However, it was impossible for him to understand all of the sourcebox arrays. Although not many origin array heavenly masters had been born over the course of countless years, every single one of them had created more than 5 sourcebox arrays. Furthermore, there were existences like progenitor Hui, so Xiaoming's understanding of sourcebox arrays was far from enough. He's about to lose, Xiaoming muttered. The surrounding lockbreakers watched closely as the Elysian Celestial Master underwent his tribulation. Before the tribulation, they had all received news and hurried over. Regardless of whether they were Celestial Master Xiaoming or the Elysian Celestial Master, they all had a premonition that they would encounter a sourcebox array during the progenitor's origin tribulation, and their guesses had been correct. Jeffrey, Shangyang, Master Bright Moon, Gui Juanheng, and the rest of the qualified lockbreakers had all arrived. Even Shi Qi and Kai Jianqiang had come. It was clear that the Elysian Celestial Master's tribulation hadn't been an impromptu decision, and he had been preparing for it for some time. However, this preparation wasn't enough to face the origin tribulation. The Elysian Celestial Master's sourcebox arrays killing intent constantly, and more people could tell that he couldn't hold on. Master! Heizij Lian shouted. Invincible Ascension and Heizij Xinwei stared fixedly, their eyes bloodshot. Little Black and Xiao Bai had already grown into beautiful women, and they had shed their childishness. At this moment they held each other's hands as they anxiously watched. Serious Sex Elder Jioshan was also present, and he had a complicated look in his eyes. Senior brother had gone, but was the Elysian Celestial Master going as well? The Elysian Celestial Master spat out a mouthful of blood as he couldn't hold on any longer. Heizij Lian gripped his tyrant blade tightly and was about to rush over, but he was stopped by Heizij Wudi. Don't court death. Senior brother, let me go. I can't watch Master die, Heizij Lian growled as he tried to shake off Invincible Ascension. Another hand pressed down on his other shoulder. It was Heizij Xinwei. Heizij Xinwei's eyes were bloodshot. If you go, we'll die together. Possible, do you think that we want to watch Master die? Ascension gripped his tyrant blade tightly and his body trembled. The Elysian Celestial Master spat out another mouthful of blood and his body swayed. Above his head the sourcebox array's killing intent descended. In the end he had failed. He had waited for so long, but he would still fail. If he had known that this would happen, he would have taken a gamble. Spirit Fat Mavis, Elder Gong and him had all failed. Of the 7 half-ancestors, only Elder Chan had succeeded. Old friend, I'm coming too. The Elysian Celestial Master was powerless to resist, and he allowed the killing intent to descend. In the distance, Big Sis suddenly charged towards the tribulation origin. The Elysian Celestial Master was too important to Heizij Lian, and he was also her family. Even if he failed the tribulation, he could not die. However, someone was faster than her. Big Sis had just stepped out, and the Elysian Celestial Master had clearly been below the tribulation origin black hole, but now he was gone. Where had he gone? At the same time, the tribulation origin black hole crazily expanded, and a vast heavenly might caused everyone's hearts to sink. Retreat! A shrill cry rang out and everyone retreated. Big Sis looked in the direction of the tribulation origin black hole. Was it Xiaoqi? The person who had been faster than her was naturally Lu Yin. The Elysian Celestial Master was a half-ancestor. Even if he failed to break through, there was nothing to say. This was a cultivator's struggle against the heavens. Lu Yin had never thought of interfering, but since Big Sis wanted to, he could not just stand by and watch. It was dangerous, but all he needed was an instant to give the Elysian Celestial Master a chance to lower his cultivation. It was not like he was forcefully helping the Elysian Celestial Master become an ancestral master. Elder Gong had died from the tribulation origin precisely because he had not had the time to lower his cultivation, and the Elysian Celestial Master had almost followed in his footsteps. Senior, lower your cultivation, Lu Yin reminded him. The Elysian Celestial Master hurriedly did so. The tribulation origin targeting him had disappeared, but Lu Yin had still interfered. He watched as the tribulation origin black hole slowly disappeared, but before it disappeared, it still struck the Elysian Celestial Master. It was also a sourcebox's killing intent, and even he was afraid of this one. It was far from what the Elysian Celestial Master had faced. Lu Yin used the principle that when things reach an extreme, they would only reach the opposite end. He looked up and the tribulation origin black hole finally disappeared. Greetings, Pathmaster. Greetings, Pathmaster. Big Sis was the first to rush over. Little 7. Lu Yin supported the Elysian Celestial Master and shrugged. I'm fine. The surrounding people were shocked. It was common knowledge that one could not interfere with an origin tribulation, but Lu Yin had actually forcefully interfered. Big Sis did not know what to say. Wudi Ascension and the others hurriedly thanked him. Heizij Lian finally relaxed. Thank you, Little 7. Lu Yin smiled. Captain, you don't have to be so courteous with me. Ah. The Elysian Celestial Master coughed a few times. Although he had not died, his injuries were not light. His cultivation had fallen below that of an emissary, and he could be considered crippled for the rest of his life. Pathmaster, it's not worth risking your life to save an old man like me. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to redeem myself even if I die 10,000 times. Lu Yin smiled. I only acted because I was confident. I wouldn't take any risks. Little Black and Little Bai came over and cried tears of joy. These two girls were still the same, one black and one white. In the distance above Shichi's head, cheap fish slapped its tail. This brat doesn't know what's good for him. He actually interfered with an ancestral master's origin tribulation. No rules, no rules. Shichi hurriedly pressed down on its tail. Stop slapping it. My head hurts. Girl, are you still not used to it? Lord Fish is training your iron head technique. I don't want it. Ha, you dare talk back. Be careful that Lord Fish doesn't dump you. The crowd gradually dispersed. On Eternal Sky Island, the Elysian Celestial Master thanked Lu Yin once more before going into seclusion to recover. Lu Yin chatted with the group for a while before being called away by Big Sister. She sized Lu Yin up with a probing gaze. Lu Yin felt uncomfortable. Big Sister, why are you looking at me like that? Big Sister circled around Lu Yin. How did you surpass me? Saving the Celestial Master. At that time no one present could surpass me. Only I could save the Celestial Master because I was the fastest. But in the blink of an eye, you've already taken him away. How did you do it? Lu Yin was proud. Reverse time. Big Sister's eyes shone. Time skipping? You mastered it? Lu Yin shook his head. It's parallel time. Big Sister was confused. Lu Yin told her about his encounter with Progenitor Qin in Burial Garden and showed her parallel time. Big Sister sighed. This Xiaxia is a genius. He can even do something like that. Lu Yin also sighed. Progenitor Qin was the most talented powerhouse of the Daoist sect, and there were too few who could compare to him. He had 9 clones and each one of them could kill a progenitor. He single-handedly beat the 6th mainland into hiding in the Daoist sect. Even among the Eternals, Progenitor Qin left his name behind. Big Sister replied, Of course I know. I don't just have the memories of the Daoist sect's era. However, I still underestimated Progenitor Qin. You should know that parallel time is not as difficult as time skipping. Wuxing's time skipping was created by him countless years ago, and the reverse time was also created by him. This Xiaxia was able to create an alternative footwork while inheriting his predecessor's battle techniques. His talent is simply terrifying. That's why Progenitor Qin said that he was in Burial Garden to fulfill his promise to the Tomb Keeper and also to create a battle technique that can defeat the one true God, Lu Yin said. He would never believe anyone else, but when Progenitor Qin said it, he somehow felt that it was believable. Chapter 30:18. If Lu Yin had heard Progenitor Qin say this when he was learning about the sequence laws, he definitely would not have believed it. At that time, Progenitor Qin was from the 9 mountains and 8 seas, and he might not have been a powerhouse of the sequence laws, let alone the only true god who had crossed the bitter calamity. However, as time passed, his understanding of Progenitor Qin was overturned. If Progenitor Ku could kill his way into the calamity region without dying, why couldn't Progenitor Qin? The 9 mountains and 8 seas of that era was just a title. It represented that they had inherited the mountain and sea battle techniques, but it could also have been inherited from the above heavens era. In reality, their strength was definitely not limited to this title. At the very least, Progenitor Ku and Forefather Tianyi did not have such a title. In that case, Progenitor Qin definitely did not have such a title, as he was publicly recognized as the strongest powerhouse of that era. Even Progenitor Qin himself said that he was good at fighting. The 9 mountains and 8 seas title did not only limit Progenitor Qin's and the others' titles, but it also limited other people's understanding of them. If the above heavens era's 9 mountains and 8 seas encountered Progenitor Qin and the others, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Big Sis used the sequence laws. Come, little 7, use parallel time again. Lu Yin shook his head. There's no need. It's not easy to use parallel time in this situation. I've tried it before. Big Sis's lips curled up. It's good that you know. This kind of footwork is not invincible. Remember, there is no such thing as an absolutely invincible battle technique in the universe. This is what Gu Yizhi said. Although he's a traitor now, he was still one of the top powerhouses of the above heavens era. Lu Yin knew that Big Sis was reminding him. In one's life, it was very comfortable to have a few family members and friends who truly cared about one's well-being. Not long after, the trip to the Outlands began again. This time Jiang Qingyue and Ghost Monkey did not follow. Ghost Monkey had already gained enough experience, and Jiang Qingyue had benefited greatly from the battle against the progenitor realm mantis as well as the battle against De Hui. Ghost Monkey did not need him to follow, and Lu Yin had him stay in the above heavens to accompany progenitor Wuxiang's corpse. He wanted to break through to the progenitor realm and add more powerhouses to the above heavens. Ghost Monkey was in high spirits and he firmly believed that he could reach the progenitor realm. However, when he was asked to break through, he chickened out. Lu Yin brought along with him Elder Chan and Zhao Ran's trip to the Outlands once again. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. During these 3 years, Lu Yin did not encounter any more Eternals. He did encounter 2 parallel universes with humans, but neither of them were from a cultivation civilization. On the other hand, the flowing light review time had increased to 600 seconds, which was a full 10 minutes. When the time reached 600 seconds, Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and immediately went into seclusion. He found a planet and started rolling his die. As the die slowly rotated, it stopped at 6 points. Lu Yin's consciousness appeared in the dark space and he frowned. This spacetime was not the astral source spacetime, the 3 sovereign spacetime, or the void god spacetime. He had not cultivated the power of this spacetime, so how had he come to the dark space? Looking up, there were no balls of light, not a single one. What was going on? Since it appeared in the dark space, it meant that there was an existence that could merge with it. However, were there any creatures in this spacetime that cultivated astral sources? Lu Yin controlled his consciousness to head into the distance and he soon saw the barrier again. Ever since he absorbed the will of the people in the game of 1,000 faces, after using his consciousness he could see this barrier but he could not pass through it. This was probably because his consciousness was not strong enough, and this barrier might be a parallel spacetime. Once he could pass through this barrier, he guessed that he would not have to cultivate the power of the current spacetime. He would be able to merge with creatures from countless parallel universes, and that would be interesting. However, he could not do it now. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Yin suddenly felt that something was wrong even further away. Was that a ball of light? A ball of light go over. His consciousness arrived in an instant, and if Lu Yin had an expression he would have been shocked. He saw a ball of light with half of it on this side and the other half on the other side of the barrier. What the hell? Without hesitation, Lu Yin rushed over and merged with it. He wanted to see what it was. As for the light, it was very dazzling. The creature that this ball of light represented must be very strong, and such a glaring light meant that it was at least a progenitor. His consciousness crashed into it and merged with it. Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes and countless memories flooded in. At the same time, an indescribable feeling appeared. He could see everything around him, including the scenes behind him. How many pairs of eyes were there? Memories continued to pour in and he was shocked. 9-headed bird? He had merged with a creature called 9-headed bird. It was no wonder why he could see so many scenes with his eyes. It turned out that there were 18 pairs of eyes, which was too many. Gradually, Lu Yin's gaze changed and he focused on a single head. That head's eyes were staring at a gray land with a golden radiance rising from it. It was Celestial Victor. In 9-headed bird's memories, they were currently surrounding and attacking Celestial Victor. 9-headed bird, Violet Emperor, and a pure energy body. These were the 3 extraterrestrial helpers of the Eternals. With the deaths of the hibernation beast and the 7-star mantis, as well as the fact that the reincarnation spacetime had not killed many extraterrestrial powerhouses, the Eternals were now in danger. They did not threaten him verbally like the hibernation beast. Instead, they joined forces and targeted Celestial Victor. At this moment, the Violet Emperor and the pure energy body were attacking Celestial Victor. 9-headed bird was hidden in the void, ready to attack at any moment to deal a fatal blow to Celestial Victor. Celestial Victor did not know that there were not just 2 extraterrestrial powerhouses attacking him, but rather 3. In the 9-headed bird's eyes, Celestial Master Triumphant and the Violet Emperor were engaged in a fierce battle. The Violet Emperor was the strongest of the 3 Outlanders, and he was the one who had suggested joining forces to kill Celestial Master Triumphant. He was second only to the Star Toad among the Outlanders of the Eternals. It was the Violet Emperor who had faced Celestial Victor head-on, using the pure energy body to launch a sneak attack. The 9-headed bird's innate gift ensured that it would succeed. Lu Yin hurriedly withdrew from the fusion and his consciousness returned to his body. He then tore through the void with Elder Chan and the others and headed straight to the reincarnation spacetime. You guys wait here. Lu Yin had no intention of asking them for help. He headed to the endless battlefield while notifying Venerate Lotus. Celestial Victor could not die, as he was the benchmark of the Eternal's frontline. If he died, even if they had killed 2 of the 7 sky gods, it would not be enough to offset the impact. Furthermore, Celestial Victor was a powerhouse that Lu Yin greatly respected, and he could not be killed by these beasts. In the reincarnation spacetime, Venerate Lotus was shocked. Victor is being surrounded? She did not hesitate and hurried to the endless battlefield. The endless battlefield was the main battlefield of the zone of disaster. The Violet Emperor had ordered 9-headed bird to launch a sneak attack so as to prevent Celestial Victor from escaping. If Celestial Victor wanted to escape, they would not be able to stop him. Celestial Victor was proud and arrogant, and he had never planned on leaving the endless battlefield alive. Unless he was absolutely certain that he could not win this battle, he would not flee. This was his belief. On the dusky ground, 2 colors, one purple and one gold, constantly clashed. The world rumbled as the void continuously shattered and collapsed, extending into the distance. Terrifying shockwaves from the collision swept through the area. From time to time, a transparent radiance would spread out and envelop the purple and gold, causing the gold radiance to rapidly weaken while the purple radiance gained the upper hand. The golden staff smashed out. Opposite it was a humanoid creature with antennae. It had no facial features, only a single white vertical eye. It was the Purple Emperor. Facing Celestial Victor's staff, the Violet Emperor brazenly met it head-on. The staff smashed into the Violet Emperor, and the Violet Emperor's body fell a few meters. He grabbed the golden staff with both hands. "Victor, you are finished." As he spoke, he grabbed the golden staff and threw it out. On the other end of the staff, Celestial Victor also grabbed it tightly. Golden blood flowed and bloomed. As the blood burned, it turned into a golden radiance. His strength continued to increase, and just as the staff was about to be thrown out, he let go and hit the top of the staff with his palm. The staff turned into a golden stream of light and hit the Violet Emperor again. The Violet Emperor's body was penetrated by the staff and he fell down. In the distance, the creature that had used the transparent radiance was also humanoid in appearance, but its body flowed with a transparent radiance. It was called a pure energy body. It did not have a name, but even the eternal race called it a pure energy body. It was a strange creature born in the universe, and the transparent radiance was its sequence rule, the absolute energy domain. Once enveloped by the transparent radiance, apart from one's physical strength, all other forms of energy would be suppressed or even countered, becoming a means of attack for this creature. It was because of this move that it was able to suppress Celestial Victor's astral source, causing Celestial Victor's strength to decline. This allowed the Violet Emperor to have the opportunity to fight Celestial Victor. Otherwise, even the Violet Emperor would not have been able to defeat Celestial Victor in a one-on-one battle. The Violet Emperor crashed to the ground, purple blood flowing out of his chest. His white eyes turned and he stood up and stared into the distance. Celestial Victor landed on the ground, his body swaying. The blood in his body flowed continuously, becoming the source of his strength. His astral source was suppressed by the pure energy body, so he could only use his blood to exchange for strength. If not for the Victor's art, he might not have won. "You two trash can't kill me." Celestial Victor bent his legs and charged forward, unleashing a punch at the Violet Emperor that caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. The Violet Emperor raised his leg and kicked out. There was a loud bang and the earth trembled. The sound traveled deep into the zone of disaster. Only the eternal race knew about this battle, but they had no intention of interfering. Celestial Victor relied on the Victor's art. Even though his astral source was suppressed, he fought more valiantly, although he looked miserable. The Violet Emperor was in a miserable state as well. The pure energy body's sequence rule continued, and they had to work together to exhaust Celestial Victor's strength. Celestial Victor believed that if this continued, he would definitely be able to kill these 2 extraterrestrial powerhouses. The Violet Emperor was also waiting for the 9-headed bird to make a move. Physical clashes were the most primitive form of combat. The pure energy body forced Celestial Victor to fight the Violet Emperor with his physical body. Even so, the Violet Emperor gradually lost ground. His body continued to crack and Celestial Victor's blood flow increased. His entire body was enveloped in a golden radiance that was extremely resplendent. Chapter 30:19. The more Purple Emperor fought, the more he retreated. Suddenly, Heavenly Lord Victor waved his hand and the golden staff flew over. This time the Purple Emperor didn't use his body to block it. Instead he rushed forward and punched Heavenly Lord Victor's fingers that were holding the staff, making it difficult for Heavenly Lord Victor to hold on. However, Heavenly Lord Victor's reaction wasn't slow. Although he let go of the staff, he still kicked out, nearly crushing the Purple Emperor's upper body. The Purple Emperor was sent flying by the kick. Heavenly Lord Victor grabbed the golden staff again. It was over. He smashed the staff down. This time the Purple Emperor couldn't escape. The Purple Emperor raised his head, his white eyes staring at Heavenly Lord Victor. He completely ignored the golden staff and continued to stare at Heavenly Lord Victor. Just as the golden staff was about to hit the Purple Emperor, it stopped. Heavenly Lord Victor's body froze. His expression changed drastically as he stared at the Purple Emperor. "This is..." the Purple Emperor shouted. His body was bleeding all over. The nine-headed bird appeared in the void, its enormous body blotting out the sky. It raised its 9 heads high and let out a shrill cry. 3 of the heads had 6 pairs of eyes that stared at Celestial Battleship. Die Battleship. Heavenly Lord Victor felt his hair stand on end. The 9-headed bird had the innate ability to curse. Once it targeted someone, it was as if their life was connected to their heads. If their heads were cut off, they would die. This was the 9-headed bird's most terrifying ability. It was also the reason why the Purple Emperor had ordered the 9-headed bird to launch a sneak attack. Only the 9-headed bird could kill Heavenly Lord Victor in a single strike. At the cost of losing 3 heads, it could curse Heavenly Lord Victor to death. Under normal circumstances, the 9-headed bird wouldn't have dared to cause trouble for Heavenly Lord Victor. However, Heavenly Lord Victor was currently under control. This was a rare opportunity. He was confident that it could kill him. Heavenly Lord Victor was stared at by the 3 heads. He felt as if his vision had changed. This was because his life was connected to the heads of the 9-headed bird. "It's over." The 9-headed bird let out an excited cry. After killing Heavenly Lord Victor, its reputation wouldn't be any lower than the star toads. Humans and other creatures all had vanity. The 9-headed bird was no exception. Heavenly Lord Victor clenched his teeth. Heavenly Lord Victor wanted to kill him? Impossible. The blood in his body boiled. Suddenly, a gray shadow flashed past and crashed into the 9-headed bird with a bang, knocking it away. By knocking the 9-headed bird away, he had removed the 9-headed bird's curse, giving him a chance to kill Heavenly Lord Victor. The sudden change attracted everyone's attention. 7-star mantis? 7-star mantis. 7-star mantis? The Zi Huang and the others were astonished. "Aren't you dead? Something's not right." The pure energy body opened its mouth for the first time, and its tone was like the ripples on the surface of a lake. "It is pure energy." Zi Huang and the others stared at the 7-star praying mantis. They realized that this 7-star praying mantis was different from what they knew. It was as if it had been carved out of a gray mold. 9-headed bird was enraged. 7-star mantis, I don't care what you are. You should die if you try to stop me from cursing victory. As he spoke, one of his heads stared at the 7-star praying mantis while the other 3 heads continued to stare at Heavenly Venerate Victor. He still hadn't given up and wanted to curse him. Heavenly Venerate Victor sneered. "So this is your backup plan, you 3 pieces of trash." He then raised his staff and smashed it down. Zi Huang hurriedly dodged, but this staff was not aimed at him. Instead, it was aimed at the pure energy body. Only by dealing with the pure energy body would he be able to display his full strength. Otherwise, he would have to fight to the death with Zi Huang. The pure energy body immediately disappeared and the transparent light spread out once more. This time, it enveloped the 7-star praying mantis, causing him to instantly disappear. In the distance, Lu Yin was shocked. The 7-star praying mantis had actually disappeared. It had been forcefully erased. That pure energy body's absolute energy domain was actually so ruthless. Lu Yin had learned about pure energy bodies through the 9-headed bird's memories, but because he had only fused with them for a short period of time, he hadn't learned much. At the time, he had wanted to control the 9-headed bird to attack Heavenly Venerate Victor, but because he didn't know how long the bird would wait to attack, he had been forced to withdraw from the fusion. Sometimes a battle could last for days or even years. Even if they wanted to finish this siege quickly, it wouldn't take more than a few years, but a few hours would not be impossible. It had not been easy for him to fuse with the nine-headed bird's body, as the bird was a sequence law powerhouse. This was not a problem of insufficient resources. Back when he had been a hunter, he had also been forced to withdraw from the fusion because he had forcefully fused with an emissary's body. If he had withdrawn before the nine-headed bird attacked, then he could only watch as Heavenly Venerate Victor was ambushed and killed. Even if he had used the nine-headed bird's body to attack Zhi Huang and the others, it did not mean that he would have succeeded. Heavenly Venerate Victor's life had been hanging by a thread, and he could not afford to be careless. To be safe, Lu Yin had immediately withdrawn from the fusion to provide support. At this point there was no need to overthink things. The seven-star praying mantis was erased, and the pure energy body avoided Heavenly Venerate Victor's attack. Zhi Huang's white eyes stared at Heavenly Venerate Victor once more. Heavenly Venerate Victor's body suddenly became unable to move. He had actually been controlled even when they were not looking at each other. This was Zhi Huang's trump card. Using this opportunity, the nine-headed bird tried to connect once more. Heavenly Venerate Victor clenched his fists, and his golden blood melted to form a storm that connected the heavens and the earth. He swept out with his staff. "You underestimate me too much." This staff viciously smashed into Zhi Huang and the pure energy body, forcing them to retreat. This was the first time that the pure energy body had been injured in this battle, and it was clearly not light. Zhi Huang coughed up blood. This monster was already extremely powerful, but even with the three of them working together, they had still been swept aside. Since the nine-headed bird was high up in the sky, he had not been attacked. Heavenly Venerate Victor's staff swept past him, causing him to fall to one knee. The blood in his body was constantly being drained and he could not hold on any longer. Using this opportunity, the nine-headed bird tried to connect once more. Lu Yin attacked. He reversed the flow of time and punched out 100 times. Lu Yin did not manage to land this punch, as the appearance of the seven-star praying mantis had alerted the nine-headed bird. They knew that there was an enemy hiding nearby. 3 of the nine-headed bird's heads stared at Heavenly Venerate Victor while the other 6 kept watch in all directions. No matter who attacked, they would be targeted and they would try to connect. Lu Yin was connected and he was unable to land the 100 punches. His body suddenly appeared not too far away from the nine-headed bird. The nine-headed bird was shocked. Lu Yin. Zhi Huang, the pure energy body, had not expected Lu Yin to appear either. The moment Heavenly Venerate Victor saw the seven-star praying mantis, he knew that no one else besides the Lu family was capable of summoning generals. But how did Lu Yin know that he was being surrounded? "You deserve to die, you bastard bird." Lu Yin waved his hand, causing a general appointment platform to appear. The nine-headed bird shrieked. "The Lu family's general appointment platform. You've chosen the seven-star praying mantis? Alright, if Victor's death isn't enough, then you can die as well." After speaking, a faint connection allowed Lu Yin to see other scenes. Others might not know, but Lu Yin knew that the nine-headed bird's innate gift was called a curse. On the surface it was an innate gift, but in reality it was a sequence law. However, this law could become invisible and prevent sequence particles from being seen, which was why others had mistaken it for an innate gift. The nine-headed bird was actually a sequence law powerhouse. It relied on this sequence law innate gift to disguise itself, which made it as feared by the Eternals, just like the seven-star praying mantis. The Eternals believed that once such a creature reached the sequence law level, it would become even stronger. This was the nine-headed bird's goal. Actually, it couldn't compare to the seven-star praying mantis at all. The seven-star praying mantis truly did not reach the sequence law level, while the nine-headed bird was a fake. Even if it was fake, strength was still strength. Anyone who was connected by the nine-headed bird's sequence law would be in trouble. Unfortunately, since Lu Yin knew this secret, how could he be connected? The simplest method was to release the starry sky from Lu Yin's heart and use the void world to isolate the sequence law. The nine-headed bird was shocked. Before it could think any further, Lu Yin used reverse step and parallel time to approach. The nine-headed bird knew that things were bad the moment it saw Lu Yin disappear, and it frantically released sequence particles. Its sequence particles could not be seen by ordinary people, and Lu Yin's parallel time was not as useful when it included the sequence law, so it was forced out. The nine-headed bird had been able to survive until now, so its vigilance was no less than the seven-star praying mantis or the awakening stingers. It should be said that such creatures were very vigilant. Lu Yin's appearance disrupted the nine-headed bird's attack on Victor for the second time, and the Celestial turned around to attack the Violet Emperor with his staff. At that moment the venerated lotus finally arrived. "I'll leave that pure energy body to you," Lu Yin shouted. The venerated lotus scanned the battlefield and stared at the pure energy body. His lotus bloomed and he attacked. The three of them each had their own powerful enemies. The pure energy body disgusted Lu Yin, as this thing could directly cripple his commander appointing platform and the divine seal catalog. It might even destroy the starry sky in his heart. In comparison, the nine-headed bird was much easier to deal with, and Lu Yin understood it very well. Once he got close, it would be the end of the nine-headed bird since he could control it. However, this creature was too vigilant, and it immediately shrunk its body and stared at Lu Yin with all 9 heads. "You're courting death." Lu Yin sneered. "I'm going to choose another one today." The nine-headed bird's feathers bristled and formless sequence particles shot towards Lu Yin. It wanted to connect to Lu Yin's arms, eyes, ears, mouth and nose. It wanted to connect to everything that this human could connect to. This was one of its methods, and even if it did not directly use the beheading curse, it was still something that ordinary people could not withstand in battle. However, Lu Yin understood it well, and when he saw it staring at him, he knew that things were not good. The nine-headed bird's sequence laws were impossible to defend against, and just in case, Lu Yin could only wither his body. No matter where the nine-headed bird wanted to connect to, that place would receive damage back to itself. When it saw Lu Yin wither, the nine-headed bird was shocked, and all 9 pairs of eyes shrank as it shrieked in fear. "Things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme?" Lu Yin was shocked. "You know that things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme? What's your relationship with that undying person? Withered ancestor?" The nine-headed bird turned around to flee. Ever since it had cultivated the sequence laws, it had been successful in almost every endeavor. However, there was only one person who had remained unscathed no matter how it attacked. In fact, that person even liked its attacks. That person's strength was called, "Things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme." It had met that human in outer space and it had thought that he would be a delicious meal. Who would have thought that he would be so small that it could not bite him? If not for the fact that that human was already on the verge of death, it would not have been able to escape. That human had said something that was deeply engraved in its heart, something that would forever shadow it. "I want to eat roasted chicken." "Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu Brothers reward, I'll give it to you." Originally scheduled to be released on the 30th of August on the public account. Progenitor Chin. However, today's release date was brought forward at 3 p.m. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Public account. Author scattered with the wind. Chapter 30:20. These words scared the nine-headed bird so much that it immediately fled. It had seen the desire and greed in that human's eyes. That human really wanted to eat it, that monster. That human had said that when things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. It was too terrifying, and someone had actually managed to cultivate it. This was the bird's nemesis. Lu Yin suddenly remembered that when things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. No matter how terrifying the nine-headed bird's curse was, it would be fine as long as it did not exceed one's own defenses. Could Lu Yin withstand the nine-headed bird's curse? Not necessarily, but the desolate ancestor definitely could. What had happened between the bird and the desolate ancestor? Why was it so frightened? However, it was impossible for the nine-headed bird to escape. It had not been easy to capture 3 powerful enemies from the outside, and all 3 of them seemed to have supported the Grand Empyreans when they had attacked the Calamity Zone. If they were all killed, it would be a huge blow to the Eternals. Lu Yin summoned the 7-star mantis and Still Void, and he used the mantis speed to chase after them. On the other side, the pure energy bodies also wanted to escape. They had clearly been trying to kill Celestial Champion, but now there were 3 of them. They could not kill them all, so they might as well leave. Venerable Lotus continuously attacked the pure energy bodies, but she was not proficient in physical strength. All she could do was wear them down. The most intense battle was still between Celestial Champion and the Violet Emperor. Celestial Champion wanted to kill the Violet Emperor and did not care about anything else. At this moment he was not just using his physical strength. He was also using his ancestral world. Behind him a gigantic celestial champion appeared. He wore golden armor and wielded a staff that he viciously swung at the Violet Emperor. The Violet Emperor looked up and Celestial Champion paused. Although he tried to break free, the Violet Emperor avoided him. "Champion, if you keep fighting you'll bleed dry." Celestial Champion laughed maniacally. "I've been waiting for death for a long time. Why should I be afraid of a fight?" The Violet Emperor gritted his teeth. He also wanted to retreat, but Celestial Champion's ancestral world covered a huge area, and fleeing would only make things worse. The nine-headed bird wanted to escape, but it was blocked by the seven-star mantis. The pure energy bodies were still fighting Venerable Lotus, and this battle boded ill for them. At that moment 2 more people arrived. They were the Food Saint and the Bao Saint. They had originally been in a parallel spacetime around 3 hells, and Venerable Lotus had informed the 6th direction. When the Bao Saint arrived, he raised his hand and shot an arrow at the Purple Emperor. The Food Saint revealed his true form from far away. He opened his mouth and roared, causing ripples to appear. The Purple Emperor swatted away the arrow with one hand and opened his other hand, aiming at the Food Saint and closing his 5 fingers. These 2 progenitors had yet to reach the sequence rules, so they could not withstand his attack at all. But behind him the golden staff fell. The Purple Emperor's scalp went numb and he hurriedly dodged. However, his body was still struck and he was sent flying. Celestial Lord Victor seized the opportunity to attack. The Purple Emperor crawled to his feet with great difficulty. His elbows pressed against the ground as he raised his head. Golden light enveloped everything, bringing with it an intense sense of danger. He let out a breath. He still had to use it. The staff smashed down, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire space was shaking. Food Saint and Bao Saint looked at where Zi Huang had fallen. Was he dead? There was a muffled groan. The 2 of them looked back and saw Celestial Duke Triumphant, as well as Zi Huang, who had his hand in Celestial Duke Triumphant's body. Sky Sovereign. The 2 of them were shocked. Lu Yin looked over. What was going on? The 9th grade Lotus Venerable's face paled. This Purple Emperor actually had such an ability? The Violet Emperor's white eyes were filled with malevolence. "You forced me to do this, Zhou Xian. Who doesn't want to keep a trump card? This trump card was meant to be used against the Eternals, but I didn't expect to use it on you." Celestial Duke Triumphant looked at the arm that had pierced through his chest. Golden blood flowed down his arm, staining Zi Huang's body. "What did you do just now?" Zi Huang's voice was low. "You'll have plenty of time to think about it after you die. Go die." Zi Huang pulled his hand out and raised it again. No one saw him move and no one knew what he had done. When they could see clearly, his arm had pierced through Celestial Duke Triumphant's body once more. Celestial Duke Triumphant spat out a mouthful of blood onto Zi Huang's face. Zi Huang quickly pulled his hand out and attacked again. Celestial Duke Triumphant's body was riddled with holes, but he still smiled. His mouth was filled with golden blood. "Fold. Your sequence law is fold. You've folded time." Zi Huang's pupils shrank as danger descended. He tried to attack again but he found that he could not pull his arm back. "Trash, your attacks are no different from tickling me." Celestial Duke Triumphant growled and punched out, shattering half of Zi Huang's body. Even the arm that was in his body was shattered. Zi Huang spat out a mouthful of blood, overwhelmed with shock. This monster had clearly been so severely injured but he was still alive. How was this possible? Even if a Grand Empyrean had been so severely injured he should still have died. Celestial Duke Triumphant's body swayed and his vision blurred. No matter how he looked at it, he seemed to be on the verge of death, but he was still alive. He could not die no matter what. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. When he had merged with the 9-headed bird's body, Celestial Duke Triumphant had already been in a desperate fight with Zi Huang. Then when Lu Yin had arrived at this battlefield, Celestial Duke Triumphant had been in an even more miserable state. He had looked as if he would collapse at any moment, but he had not. He had withstood multiple attacks from Zi Huang that would have killed him, but he was still alive. How much longer could this guy endure? Celestial Duke Triumphant's blood seemed to have never stopped flowing. Even if he was a giant, his blood should have dried up by now. Everyone stared at Celestial Duke Triumphant in shock. He was not a giant, but he was even more so. He stood before everyone's eyes, incomparably tall and dazzling with golden light. This was especially so with Lu Yin's heaven's eye, which allowed him to see the sequence particles that filled the sky. He could sense an unstoppable, terrifying might. Zi Huang gritted his teeth. He could not attack. He did not know how much longer this monster would last, and he did not want to fight to the death. As he thought about this, he hurriedly fled, his body suddenly vanishing as he folded time. Celestial Duke Triumphant was right. Zi Huang's sequence law was folding, and it was precisely because of this law that he could fight Celestial Duke Triumphant to the death with his physical body. Every time he folded his physical body, he would fold it over and over again. Even a piece of paper would become tough after being folded many times, let alone Zi Huang's physical body. Besides folding his physical body, he could also fold time. This was his trump card against the Eternals, and he had actually used it. No matter what, he had to leave first. Zi Huang wanted to leave, but Celestial Duke Triumphant could not stop him. He could not find Zi Huang, and he had relied on his physical body to forcefully grab Zi Huang's arm and severely injure him. However, even if Celestial Duke Triumphant could not find him, others could. Lu Yin flew over as a stream of light, and he clearly saw the direction Zi Huang had fled in after folding time. He punched out and intercepted Zi Huang in the void. Zi Huang was astonished. This human could actually see him? Lu Yin sighed as he considered himself unlucky. Folding time was essentially the same as skipping time, and the nemesis of time was looking back. Even if Zi Huang folded time, the original time that he had existed in would not disappear. All he had to do was look back. Zi Huang folded time again to escape, but Lu Yin continued to attack. Each punch landed in the direction Zi Huang was fleeing, and Zi Huang was forced to retreat. After a few more punches, Zi Huang gritted his teeth and ignored everything else. He endured Lu Yin's punches and fled, but this time, Lu Yin was not the only one attacking. Bao Saint and Culinary Saint attacked as well, and they followed Lu Yin's lead. Wherever Lu Yin attacked, they would attack. Zi Huang endured Lu Yin's punch, Bao Saint's arrow and Culinary Saint's attacks. These attacks would not have been a threat to him in the past, but now he was heavily injured. Half of his body had been destroyed, and his sequence law was constantly folding time. He could not escape from the attacks of 3 progenitors. It was all because of this person. Zi Huang's rage skyrocketed, and he forcefully ignored his heavy injuries to throw a punch at Lu Yin. This punch traversed the void, and just as Lu Yin was about to dodge, the fist wind was already upon him. Folding time not only allowed one to escape, but it could also be used to attack. Celestial Battlemaster had been heavily injured by Zi Huang's attack, and now Lu Yin was facing the same attack. Lu Yin subconsciously punched out. When things reached an extreme, they could only move in the opposite direction. With the addition of his limitless inner world strength, there was a thump, and an indescribable sense of power forced Lu Yin back step by step. Every step he took shattered the void, and his withered arm immediately recovered. Lu Yin felt a lingering fear as he looked at his numb arm. Zi Huang was heavily injured and on the verge of death, but he was still able to unleash such destructive power. This was a powerhouse who could fight against Celestial Battlemaster. Even without the 9-headed bird and the pure energy body's interference, Zi Huang would not have been powerless against Celestial Battlemaster. Lu Yin knew that he could rely on various methods to enter the battlefield of sequence laws, and he could even defeat some of the powerhouses of sequence laws. However, there was still a huge gap between him and Zi Huang. At the very least, he could not see Celestial Battlemaster's true strength. He could only enter the battlefield, but he was powerless to determine the outcome. A golden staff suddenly descended from the sky and smashed into Zi Huang. There was a boom, and Zi Huang was smashed into the ground, his fate unknown. On the other side, the 9-headed bird was having a hard time dealing with the 7-star mantis and silent void. These two had been summoned, and no matter how the 9-headed bird attacked, even if their bodies were destroyed, they could still attack. The 9-headed bird had paid the price of losing one of its heads to erase silent void, but it could not connect to the 7-star mantis. The mantis was too fast, and not only could the 9-headed bird not connect to him, but it was also unable to escape. It even used its arm blades to cut off 2 of the 9-headed bird's heads, causing it to shriek miserably. If this continued, the 9-headed bird would definitely be ground to death by the mantis. Left with no other choice, it would rather take the brunt of the mantis arm blades to escape. It was fleeing in the direction of the depths of the zone of calamity. They no longer hoped to escape to a parallel spacetime, they only hoped to escape to the everlasting realm. Underground, Zi Huang was also fleeing towards the depths of the zone of calamity. Zi Huang's pure energy body also headed towards the depths of the zone of calamity. Lu Yin raised his arm and punched out 100 times, aiming at Zi Huang. Suddenly his body froze. Zi Huang's white eyes stared at him from underground, causing him to be unable to unleash his 100 punches once more. At the entrance of the zone of calamity, the 7-star mantis arm blades slashed out, cutting off another of the 9-headed bird's heads. Just as it was about to attack again, a white figure appeared and slammed into the 7-star mantis, knocking it back. Tengu? Lu Yin was not surprised. The everlasting realm had still made a move. The moment Tengu appeared, the everlasting realm had basically intervened in this war. They had no choice but to intervene. If they allowed Zi Huang and the other two to be killed, it would be the same as cutting off their reinforcements. It would also serve as a great deterrent to the powerhouses from the Outlands who were helping the everlasting realm. This was not something the everlasting realm could accept. Chapter 30-21. The appearance of the Eternals was within Lu Yin's expectations, and he had long since prepared himself. As soon as the Eternals attacked, he would summon all the progenitors and leave one of them alive. However, someone was even faster than him. Golden light illuminated the world and enveloped the land of disaster, dazzling Lu Yin and the rest. Lu Yin subconsciously turned around and saw the giant celestial surpassing dew smashing down with his golden staff. The staff was aimed at Tiango, the 7-star mantis, and the 9-headed bird, charging forward with an unstoppable momentum. At the entrance of the land of disaster, divine power surged out in an attempt to block the staff, but it did not succeed. The golden staff crashed to the ground, causing the entire land of disaster to tremble. Celestial surpassing dew had been waiting for this attack for a long time. He had been brooding over the fact that he had failed to kill Tiango several times, and this attack had been brewing for a long time. Everyone looked at the entrance of the land of disaster. Even divine power had been forcefully pushed back by this staff. Would anything still be alive under this staff? Lu Yin did not know if Tiango would die, but he knew that if the 9-headed bird died, it would definitely die. Celestial surpassing dew's staff would have suffocated the 9-headed bird to death even if it had been at its peak, let alone an injured 9-headed bird. As for the 7-star mantis that had been summoned, it was even more impossible to leave it alive. In the distance, celestial surpassing dew panted heavily. Behind him, a figure that was 100 times larger slowly disappeared. He had used all of his strength in this attack, and he had not only targeted the 9-headed bird and Tiango, but also the Violet Emperor who was trying to escape to the land of disaster. However, he did not know if he would be able to hit its target, as the Violet Emperor could manipulate time. Rubble flew everywhere as divine power wreaked havoc. Golden light and dark red divine power interweaved as they fought for supremacy. After a while, the dust settled, revealing the 9-headed bird that had been beaten to a pulp. The staff had suffocated it to death, and besides the 9-headed bird, Tiango was also there. Woof! Lu Yin's heart sank. It was useless. In the distance, celestial surpassing dew gripped his golden staff tightly. It was still useless. That beast. Lotus Sovereign looked on in shock. Celestial surpassing dew had used the last of his strength to strike with his staff, but it still could not kill Tiango. What was this guy made of? Bao Saint and Saint looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Lu Yin's heaven's eye stared at Tengu. It didn't have any sequence particles, but how had it been able to block a strike from Supremacy Trumpeter? 9-headed bird was a sequence law powerhouse, yet he had been smashed to death with a single strike. Just what was the structure of this true God Guard captain? He rather regretted the death of the 9-headed bird. If he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to deal with this mixed-haired bird. At that time, he would be able to choose another sequence law powerhouse. However, even if he chose the 9-headed bird, the significance would not be great. The 9-headed bird's most powerful ability was to rely on the formless sequence particles to curse and kill. If it was chosen by him, the sequence law would disappear and this ability would be useless. Then, if he summoned it, it would be useless other than being beaten up. Thinking about it, it was not a pity. Woof! The heavenly hound barked again as if it was mocking everyone. Behind them, figures walked out one after another, their bodies surging with godly power. They were Zhong Pan, Wu Ho and Wang Ho, the three captains of the True God Guards. They stood together with Tiango facing Lu Yin and the rest. His gaze was especially focused on Celestial Master Doubt Victory. At this moment, Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle was at his limit. He felt like he would die if he touched him. This state was not easy to come by and it was very tempting to them. At this time, Elder Chan also arrived and stared at the entrance of the zone of disaster with vigilance. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle panted heavily and grinned. Come, if you have the ability, then come here. If you kill me and lose this opportunity, you won't have another chance in the future. Zhong Pan clenched his fists while Tiango wagged its tail and stared at Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle, Wu Ho and Wang Ho. Lu Yin looked at Wang Ho, who was also Wang Xiaoyu. Had she betrayed the fifth mainland? With a whoosh, a figure rushed out from the entrance of the zone of disaster and landed in front of Wu Ho and the rest. Victorious Battle, since you want to die, then die. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle looked at the newcomer and widened his eyes. His gaze was extremely cold and murderous. Xiaoyin, Divine Lord Xiaoyin. The 9th grade Lotus Sage, Bao Sage and Food Sage were all shocked. Divine Lord Xiaoyin? Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Divine Lord Xiaoyin? Wasn't he thrown into the godly power lake because of a mistake? How did he come out? Moreover, this feeling. Divine Lord Xiaoyin's lips curled up, and he was in high spirits and full of arrogance. Long time no see, everyone. Especially you, Lord Lu. Lu Yin met Divine Lord Xiaoyin's gaze, his gaze cold. You're still alive. Divine Lord Xiaoyin stared at Lu Yin with hatred, murderous intent and confusion. Back in the Rotting God universe, he had clearly been captured by this brat. Not only had he knelt down to apologize, but he had also been about to be killed at any time. Why had he not died in the end? He could not understand this matter. This brat clearly hated him, and it could be said that he had single-handedly caused the Lu family's exile. If that was the case, why had he not killed him? He could have done it. Dao Lord Lu, long time no see. Divine Lord Xiaoyin gritted his teeth. No matter why this brat had not killed him, he had to take revenge for being tricked in the reincarnation universe and for being forced to kneel in the Rotting God universe. Lu Yin's expression was fearful. Divine Lord Xiaoyin was completely different from before. Had he succeeded in fusing the Tao of Yin and Yang? If that was the case, things would be troublesome. In the past, Divine Lord Xiaoyin could only be considered an ordinary sequence law powerhouse, comparable to eccentric Mo. After the Grand Empyrean had stripped him of his sequence law power, he had fallen even further. However, he did not just cultivate the power of Yin, he also cultivated the power of Yang, which was even more deeply hidden. The fusion of Yin and Yang was his Tao. This person had not been able to fuse before being thrown into the divine power lake, so how had he succeeded now? It had only been a little over a decade. What had happened? Xiaoyin, you were lucky not to have died back then. You won't be so lucky this time, Lu Yin threatened. The Violet Emperor walked out from underground. It had not been smashed to death by triumphant Celestial's staff. In another direction, the pure energy body was still being watched by Venerable Lotus, unable to escape. Upon hearing Lu Yin's words, Divine Lord Xiaoyin laughed. Who needs luck? This time you're all going to die. He then raised a finger. At his fingertip, a dark green and a blazing sun intersected. The two types of sequence law particles entangled with each other, combining in a unique way. This gave Lu Yin an indescribable sense of horror. This was the same feeling that Divine Lord Xiaoyin had given him when he had first appeared. Now this feeling continued to grow. Divine Lord Xiaoyin looked up and pointed. Lu Yin's expression changed and he was about to dodge when he realized that the finger was not aimed at him, but rather at Venerable Lotus. Venerable Lotus was still blooming. The lotus and pure energy bodies were consuming each other, and the area was already very small, so it did not attract much attention. She had not expected Divine Lord Xiaoyin's attack to target her. She was caught off guard and could only block the attack with the lotus blooming beneath her feet. Even sequence law powerhouses would find it difficult to break through Venerable Lotus. Venerable Lotus was one of the three sovereigns of the reincarnation spacetime. In terms of strength, she was second only to Triumphant Celestial, and she was even stronger than Divine Lord Xiaoyin. Her disciples were spread throughout the Six Direction Society, and she relied on Venerable Lotus. Heavenly might. A ray of light shot out from Divine Lord Xiaoyin's fingertip, sweeping past Lu Yin and the others as it shot towards Venerable Lotus. It collided with Venerable Lotus and a cracking sound rang out. Venerable Lotus's expression changed. How was this possible? Boom. Her lotus shattered, and the ray of light that intertwined with the color of dark green and blazing yang struck Venerable Lotus. It pierced through her shoulder, leaving behind a trail of blood as it pierced through the void. Venerable Lotus's body was sent flying by this force, and she almost fell to the ground. She used this opportunity to escape towards the entrance of the Calamity Zone. The ray of light slowly dissipated. No one had expected Divine Lord Xiaoyin to be able to injure Venerable Lotus in one move. Lu Yin had expected that the Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign's current strength would not be weak, but he had not expected the Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign to be so ruthless. That ray of light had been formed by the fusion of the power of extreme yin and extreme yang. With one strike, it had broken through the 9th grade Lotus Sovereign and injured the 9th grade Lotus Sovereign. Only triumphant Celestial could fight against him. After injuring Venerable Lotus, Divine Lord Xiaoyin's lips curled up. This is my true strength. In the Six Paths Society I am one of the 3 sovereigns, and in the Eternals I am one of the 7 sky gods. From today onwards I will slaughter the entire Six Paths Society. Especially you, Tao Lord Lu. I will have everyone from the Above Heaven sect die in front of you one by one. Let's see if any of you can stop me. He then pointed at Lu Yin, the target of his attack this time. The ray of light swept over and Lu Yin felt his scalp go numb. If he had known that Divine Lord Xiaoyin would have such strength, he would not have let him leave in consideration of the bigger picture. He did not know what the Grand Empyrean had left behind for Divine Lord Xiaoyin or what it could bring to the one true God. He only knew that he was unlucky. Step backward parallel to time escape. The ray of light swept past, and the terrifying particles caused reverse time to lose its effect. Lu Yin had not escaped far when Divine Lord Xiaoyin waved his hand, and the ray of light swept out, covering a large area as it chased after Lu Yin. Not only Lu Yin but Bao Saint, Culinary Saint, and the others were also covered by this ray of light, and they quickly fled. With their strength they would definitely die if they were touched by this ray. Elder Chan transformed into the ancestral chi of the 3 sons, and Lu Tianyi walked out and pointed. Lu Tianyi's finger broke Divine Lord Xiaoyin's ray of light, but Elder Chan spat out a mouthful of blood. Divine Lord Xiaoyin attacked again, and the power of extreme yin and extreme yang fused together to form a power that was not complicated at all. However, it was extremely destructive, and it gave off a feeling of returning to simplicity. Elder Chan had been able to block it once, but he could not block it a second time. The ray of light appeared again, and just as Lu Yin was about to dodge, a golden staff came crashing down from above his head, blocking his right side. This was precisely where the ray of light had swept over. Divine Lord Xiaoyin's ray of light swept over the staff, wanting to destroy it. Celestial Champion Star dragged his heavily injured body and gripped the golden staff as he stared at Divine Lord Xiaoyin. The staff was covered in sequence particles, and this was a competition between Celestial Champion Star and Divine Lord Xiaoyin's sequence laws. Celestial Champion Star was definitely not weaker than Divine Lord Xiaoyin, but Celestial Champion Star could not hold on. His injuries were too severe and it was already very difficult for him to remain standing. Golden blood continuously flowed and evaporated, forming the victorious battle technique that furiously resisted Divine Lord Xiaoyin's attacks. Lu Yin took out his slipper and slapped it against the ray of light, breaking it apart. Divine Lord Xiaoyin sneered. Let's see how many times you can last. He then attacked again, pointing out with a finger as another ray of light shot towards Lu Yin and Celestial Champion Star. Get out of the way. Celestial Champion Star grabbed Lu Yin and tried to push him away. Chapter 30-22. Lu Yin hurriedly took out Bai Rong's corpse to block the attack, but suddenly, a tortoise shell appeared in front of him. He stared at it in shock. This was a tortoise shell. His first thought was that it was a dragon tortoise, but a dragon tortoise could not block the attack. That would be suicide. The beam of light hit the tortoise shell, but the shell blocked it. Then an incomparably familiar power descended, covering the sky and spreading across the entire zone. This was the power of a void god. A figure walked out in front of Lu Yin. You've been in seclusion for so long. Leave the rest to me. Lu Yin's eyes widened. A void god. Battlemaster Celestial's body swayed as all his strength left his body. He had been holding on for so long, and now an expert had finally appeared. The Void God was the master of space-time, and he was qualified to join forces with the Grand Empyrean to fight the sole true God and the 7 sky gods. He was an absolute expert. Even though Battlemaster Celestial had said that the Void God would God and the others did not know the truth about the Eternals, that did not stop them from being powerful. The Void God's appearance made everyone relax, as the Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign had given them too much pressure. On the other side, the Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign lowered his hand and said solemnly, "Void shell." The Void God had his hands behind his back and a tortoise shell in front of him. It seemed out of place, but it felt as steady as Mount Tai. "Xiaoyin, I didn't expect you to reach such heights. You've hidden yourself well." The Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign arrogantly replied, "So what if you're here? You want to protect them? Save yourself first." He then shot out a beam of light at the Void God. The Void God's eyes widened. What a powerful sequence law. This person had merged 2 laws, and his strength might not be below that of the 7 sky gods. This battle would not be easy. Boundless Void God's power frantically spread out, lifting the tortoise shell and slamming it against the beam of light. There was a boom as the beam of light and the tortoise shell collided, creating ripples that tore through space-time and caused the zone of disaster to tremble. Only then did Lu Yin see how terrifying the Void God's power was. Void God's power had been born from him, and at this moment he gave Lu Yin the feeling of an ocean watering a river. The Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign's own strength was not as terrifying as the Void God's, but his sequence law constantly suppressed the tortoise shell, preventing it from advancing. The Void God's eyes were filled with murderous intent. This was the entrance to the zone of disaster. The Eternals could send out more elites at any time. He had to get rid of Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin as soon as possible. Otherwise he would not have another chance in the future. At the thought of this, his eyes widened. He raised his hand and Faux God energy flowed in reverse. It was as if he wanted to fill up the entire land of tragedy and replace everything. At that moment, divine power whizzed out from the entrance of the zone of disaster, pushing away the empty God's power. Faux God's gaze was gloomy, gritting his teeth as he tore space apart, connecting the Faux God's space-time to the land of calamity, drawing in all the Faux God's energy. At the same time, inside the Faux God's space-time, Su Wei, Su Wuji, Su Heng, Su Lung and the other Ancestor Realm experts moved simultaneously, pushing the Faux God's energy in their bodies towards the land of calamity, joining hands with the Faux God. The Void God raised his hand and pressed down. Xiaoyin Divine Lord could not understand. No matter how much virtual God power there was, it was impossible to suppress him. The virtual God spacetime had a natural advantage by using virtual God power to fight against external forces. However, in a battle of this level, it did not matter how much virtual God power there was. "Su Jia, you've grown old." Xiaoyin Divine Lord took a step forward. Dark green light and blazing sunlight intertwined around him as he shot towards the sky, piercing through the Faux God's energy that covered the sky. A hole was opened and the Faux God's energy continued to spread outwards. Lu Yin was shocked. Xiaoyin Divine Lord's sequence laws were definitely not below the Undying God and Wu Ling God. No wonder he was so confident that he could fight against the Void Master, and even threatened to slaughter the Six Directions sect. He was the new Divine Realm expert. The Faux God frowned. "Old, I'll kill you all the same." As soon as he finished speaking, the virtual God power that filled heaven and earth suddenly shrunk and moved toward Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin could not react to the sudden change. Not only was there virtual God power around him, but there were also virtual God sequence rules. They combined with the virtual God power to form a strange shape. Lu Yin was puzzled. A thermometer? Everyone looked on in surprise. The Faux God had formed something like a thermometer around Xiaoyin Divine Lord, and Lu Yin could clearly see that the thermometer was covered with Faux God sequence particles. In fact, in terms of sequence laws, the Faux God was not as powerful as Xiaoyin Divine Lord. Xiaoyin Divine Lord had fused the laws of extreme yin and extreme yang, which allowed him to fight against the victorious Celestial. Although the Faux God was slightly weaker, the Faux God's attack was not something that Xiaoyin Divine Lord could have done. It could be said that the Faux God had perfectly combined sequence laws and Faux God's energy to form this thermometer. However, what was the use of this thermometer? Lu Yin heard the victorious Celestial's voice. "If no one intervenes, Xiaoyin will definitely die." Lu Yin raised a brow and stared into the distance. In the Six Directions sect, the masters of various parallel spacetime rarely made a move. When they did, their enemies would always be the seven sky gods. It was the same for the foe god, as his opponents had always been the seven sky gods. However, due to the balance of power, the two sides had never fought to the death. As a result, Xiaoyin Divine Lord did not understand the foe god's power at all. Even Lotus Sovereign did not understand it. Only the victorious Celestial had seen it. The victorious Celestial had joined hands with the masters of various parallel spacetime to fight the only true god and the seven sky gods. The victorious Celestial had seen that battle. He had also seen the foe god's true life-bound foe god, which was this thermometer. Its full name was Life's Body Thermometer. In that battle, the foe god had used Life's thermometer to injure an ancient god, which had shocked the victorious Celestial. At present, Xiaoyin Divine Lord definitely did not have the strength of an ancient god, so he could not escape by himself. Zhong Pan and the other true god guard captains had not made a move all this time. It was as if their role was just to provide foe god power. Xiaoyin Divine Lord was covered by Life's thermometer, but he did not care at all. He attacked with sequence laws and tried to forcefully break it, but he realized that he could not do so. The foe god's energy was too great and there were also sequence laws involved. Everyone looked at the thermometer in surprise. There were 5 scales on Life's thermometer, which corresponded to 40 degrees, 41 degrees, 42 degrees, 43 degrees, 44 degrees and 45 degrees. Such a small number was meaningless to cultivators. The foe god's gaze turned cold. He raised his hand and the corresponding scale on the thermometer reached 40 degrees. Xiaoyin Divine Lord's body trembled and he clutched his head. He felt nauseous and extremely uncomfortable. How could this be? What was this feeling? Why was it so painful? Lu Yin was puzzled. What's this? In front of him, the foe god said calmly, for an ordinary person 40 degrees is a very high temperature. Lu Yin was puzzled. Sick. The foe god did not answer, which was equivalent to a tacit agreement. Life's thermometer turned Xiaoyin Divine Lord into an ordinary person, who had to endure the torture of high temperatures. For an ordinary person 40 degrees was a high fever that could make one unconscious, extremely uncomfortable and even faint. The next moment the scale rose again. Xiaoyin Divine Lord knelt on one knee and opened his mouth to vomit, but he could not spit out anything. His vision was blurry. He attacked with all his might, and his sequence particles constantly fought against the foe god's sequence particles on the thermometer. However, the foe god's energy in the thermometer was too great. Even if he was given time, he would not be able to destroy it in a short period of time. Several true god guard captains in the middle hurriedly attacked, trying to break the thermometer from the outside. The tortoise shell whistled and swept towards the true god guard captains. Woof! Tiango was pushed away by the tortoise shell. Wu Ho and Wang Ho attacked, but they were pushed away as well. Wu Ho used the red eyes transformation and punched the tortoise shell with a terrifying force. The tortoise shell flashed and the force turned into a strong wind that swept in all directions. Lu Yin looked up. Was that a flow diversion diagram? No, it was similar, but it was not a flow diversion diagram. It was more like a spatial teleportation and there was a source box array on the tortoiseshell. At that moment, everyone looked at the thermometer and saw that the scale had reached 43 degrees. A normal person would be burned to death at such high temperatures, and even if they did not die, they would easily become retarded. Xiaoyin Divine Lord howled in anguish as he clutched his head and slammed it repeatedly. His body trembled as he endured unimaginable pain. He had experienced the torture of a normal person under such high temperatures, and this torture was unbearable. Celestial Victor sighed. Even an ancient god would be injured, let alone Xiaoyin. In the distance, Venerable Lotus gritted her teeth and wanted the foe god to stop. Xiaoyin Divine Lord was related to the Grand Emperor's plan, and they could not let it go to waste. Lu Yin also thought of this and he looked at Venerable Lotus, who happened to be looking at him as well. The two looked at each other, knowing what the other was thinking. But how could they stop it? If they stopped it, it would be too obvious, as it would make it clear that the Six Direction Society did not want to kill Xiaoyin Divine Lord. Lu Yin did not want to stop it either, as Xiaoyin Divine Lord was already a threat to the Six Direction Society. Regardless of what Xiaoyin Divine Lord would do to the only true god, what Lu Yin was worried about was the destruction that Xiaoyin Divine Lord would bring to the Above Heaven sect. Perhaps it would be better for Xiaoyin Divine Lord to die. Ancestor! Xiaoyin Divine Lord shouted with all his might. A white light appeared from afar, crossing through the void and slashing at the foe god. A tortoise shell appeared in front of the foe god, and with a bang the foe god's body trembled as he took a step back. This was something that not even Xiaoyin Divine Lord could do. Look at the sky! Bao Sage shouted. Everyone looked up, and at some point, a white mountain and a white river had appeared in the sky. It was like a reflection of the world that pressed down on everyone's heads. Lu Yin's expression changed. Bai Wuxian, Celestial Victor, Venerable Lotus, and the others all looked solemn. Was Bai Wuxian about to make a move? Of the 7 sky gods, the most mysterious was Bai Wuxian. It was rumored that she held the list of traitors to humanity and had not made a move. However, she had caused more damage to humanity than any of the 7 sky gods, and she had even surpassed Qin Kong. If the 6-way society was given a choice, they would rather kill one Bai Wuxian than 3 of the 7 sky gods. This was the price that Bai Wuxian had to pay. Although Bai Wuxian had not made a move, that did not mean that she was weak. On the contrary, the more mysterious the 7 sky gods were, the more fearful they were. Seeing Bai Wuxian's appearance and the sword slash from the zone of E, the foe god knew that it was impossible to kill Xiaoyin Divine Lord. Forcefully making a move would only lead to a huge battle between the 2 sides. The ancestor walked out of the zone of E, raised his hand and slashed again. The thermometer disappeared and Xiaoyin Divine Lord was freed. He gasped for breath and knelt on the ground on one knee. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead and his eyes were unfocused. The foe god lamented, "I was just 1 step away. You can't make a move. Hurry up." Celestial Victor could not hold back. The foe god was speechless. "I still have to do it step by step. Do you think it's that easy to raise the temperature?" "Thank you. Book friend 592953332. Brother, I'll give you a reward." "Thank you." Chapter 30:23. Speaking of which, this woman is really strong. Is she Bai Wuxian? Lu Yin replied, "Her name is Ancestor Shi, not Bai Wuxian." The void god was apprehensive. The Eternals really do have a deep foundation. Just one of them is so powerful. Lu Yin was also apprehensive as he did not know who the ancestor of the past was. Even though E realm had been attacked several times, the ancestor of the past had not done much. However, Lu Yin clearly remembered that the Star Toad had taken the initiative to greet her, and she had addressed the Grand Empyrean as Tai Hong. This was not a simple matter. To be acquainted with the Star Toad and the Grand Empyrean, this woman's bottom line was unfathomable. At the entrance of the zone of disaster, the Purple Emperor heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the ancestor of the past walk out. Now that she had appeared, the Eternals would not let them die. Ancestor She walked towards God Sovereign Xiaoyin slowly as if he didn't notice that this was a battlefield. Reverend God Xiaoyin looked at the ground, his sweat drenching the ground as he panted heavily. "How is it?" Ancestor Shi's voice sounded extremely gentle. Reverend God Xiaoyin clenched his fists and stood up. He looked at the void god from afar, his eyes filled with fear. "I didn't expect the void god to have such a trump card." Ancestor Shi glanced at the other side. "Don't underestimate anyone. Those who can become the Lord of Parallel Spacetime of the 6 Directions Association aren't simple at all, including that Tao Lord Lu." Reverend God Xiaoyin stared deeply at the empty god, then looked at the ancestor of the past and bowed slowly. "Thank you for saving me, ancestor of the past." Under the Divine Power Lake, he had used the Divine Power to fuse the 2 sequence rules of Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang, forcibly leaving the Divine Power Lake. This had shocked the entire Calamity Zone. At that moment he had hated the ancestor of the past for punishing him. It was also because of the arrogance that came from the transformation of his strength that he did not put the ancestor of the past in his eyes. The ancestor of the past did not make a fuss about it. The eternal race did indeed need experts to keep watch. She had tacitly agreed that the Xiaoyin divinity had left the Divine Power Lake and that he would be the new 7 sky gods. However, the battle just now had destroyed Xiaoyin Divine Master's arrogance. He had also seen the strength of his ancestor. At the very least, he was not confident that he could defeat a virtual god. Above them was Bai Wuxian, in front of them was the former ancestor as well as Sovereign Xiaoyin and the captain of the True God Guards. It was impossible for Lu Yin and the others to deal with the Violet Emperor and the pure energy body in this battle. Seeing Reverend Xiao Yin's respectful attitude, Ancestor Shi no longer looked at him and turned his gaze to the other side. Su Jia, have you recovered? Thanks to you no one disturbed me. Do you know me? The ancestor of the ancient era had never left the disaster zone. Even the virtual gods did not know her, but she knew the virtual gods. Ancestor Shi's gaze was calm. Void God Spacetime Master, of course I know. But I don't know you, said the Void God. Lu Yin's eyes moved. He only knew that this woman was called Ancestor Shi, but he didn't know her exact origins. The ancestor of the past didn't reply. He looked at Heavenly Venerable Doshing and said, "You were injured quite badly in this battle." Heavenly Lord Victor panted heavily. "Those 3 pieces of trash wanted to surround and kill me. If you hadn't come, I would have left them without a complete corpse." The Purple Emperor raised his eyebrows. "If it weren't for the reinforcements, you would already be dead." Ancestor, she said calmly. "He is right. If we didn't come, all of you would have died without a complete corpse." The Purple Emperor was astonished. He didn't understand what the ancestor meant. Lu Yin and the others were equally confused, including the virtual god. Celestial Lord Victorious Battle had clearly appeared to be on the verge of death, so how did he still have the strength to kill the Purple Emperor and the pure energy body? Among the 3 masters of reincarnation, time and space, Master Victorious Celestial was the absolute strongest. He had the title of Celestial Master, but no matter how strong he was, there was a limit. The Purple Emperor and the other 2 masters from outside the domain should be able to deal with him through a sneak attack. Could it be that he still had some tricks up his sleeve? Heavenly Venerate Victor looked deeply at the ancestor of the past. This woman was not simple. Ancestor Shi's gaze finally landed on Lu Yin. His eyes were filled with amazement and shock. "Dao Master Lu, it's been a long time." Lu Yin looked at Ancestor Shi. "Who are you?" Ancestor Shi replied, "Manager of the Calamity Zone." A mere manager was able to change the situation of this battle? To be able to manage the Calamity Zone on behalf of the one true God, it's not an exaggeration to say that he has the strength to change the situation. On the other hand, Dao Master Lu, you are not even a progenitor, let alone comprehending the sequence laws. Yet you have the ability to change the situation. This ability is admirable. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. Ancestor Shi's words had struck a chord in their hearts. Ordinary progenitors did not even have the qualifications to approach this battlefield. Even Bao saints and gastronomic saints would tremble in fear upon entering this battlefield. Lu Yin, who was a half-progenitor, had attracted a lot of attention, but it was precisely this half-progenitor who had suppressed a sequence law's powerhouse and made it difficult for the Violet Emperor to escape. He had even forced the Eternals to appear. The Purple Emperor and the pure energy body also stared at Lu Yin. This human was terrifying. If a half-ancestor was already like this, what would happen if he reached the progenitor realm and comprehended the sequence laws? They didn't dare to imagine. Awakening stings and the 7-star mantis had died at his hands. The 9-headed bird's death was also related to him. This human was a huge threat. Zhong Pan stared at Lu Yin. If not for the tortoise in White Cloud City, he would have been able to kill this human. Wu Ho and Wang Ho stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin had shocked the Eternals too much. Woof. Tiango stared at Lu Yin as well. It sniffed and tilted its head with a strange gaze. Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Since you admire me, do you have any thoughts of eliminating me for the Eternals?" Ancestor Shi and Lu Yin exchanged glances. Of course. The moment this was said, the atmosphere on the battlefield turned somber once more. In fact, when the foe god retreated and the ancestor of the ancient era spoke to everyone, they all knew that this battle had ended and no one could do anything to the other. But at this moment, regardless of whether it was Lu Yin or the ancient era's ancestor, their voices were filled with sharpness. "Don't you want to try? Maybe you can succeed." Lu Yin smiled faintly, provoking Ancestor Shi. Ancestor Shi did not mind. "It's impossible, but that day won't be long. I'm very curious. What do you think after seeing the truth about the Eternals?" Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. "Kill them all." Ancestor Shi was stunned and then laughed. Divine Xiaoying's gaze turned cold. "Shameless boasting." Lu Yin glared at him. "Including you." Divine Xiaoying was furious. If not for the fact that Lu Yin had more people on his side, he would have attacked already. Woof. Tiango barked. Lu Yin looked at Tiango and frowned. "What's wrong with this dog's eyes?" It couldn't have recognized him, right? Wait, Lu Yin suddenly remembered that this dog had peed on his leg. Could it be the smell? Thinking of this, his heart sank. Tiango looked at Lu Yin with a strange gaze. Its nose twitched as if trying to discern something. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was troublesome. He could not be recognized. Yi Bo's identity was very useful. His eyes flickered and he suddenly took something out from his cosmic ring. Showing in our eyes, you're as disgusting as this thing. As soon as he spoke, the Void God and Celestial Champion backed away and stared at the item in Lu Yin's hand in disbelief. What could be so smelly? Everyone stared at it in a daze. Smelled so bad. Across from them, Ancestor She frowned. The stench was unbearable and she hurriedly waved her hand to disperse it. However, she found that she could not do so. What was that? Divine Xiaoyin smelled it as well and he stared at the item in Lu Yin's hand. Woof. Tiango's reaction was the most intense and it immediately vomited. Lu Yin took out the item from his cosmic ring that he had obtained from lock breaking. It looked like a fruit but it emitted an unbearable stench. When the Sixth Mainland had invaded, Lu Yin had used this item to disgust many people. Now he had taken it out again to confuse Tiango's sense of smell. If this dog wanted to smell it, then he would let it smell its fill. An intense stench filled the entire disaster zone. Regardless of whether it was Lu Yin's group or the Eternals, everyone retreated in shock. Where did this stench come from? This was a stench that even cultivators could not block out, but it was only effective against cultivators below the emissary realm. At most it could only disgust emissaries. Lu Yin had only used it to disgust cultivators who had suppressed their cultivation to the emissary realm. He had also used it on Zi and Spaceless as they could not block out the stench with their secret techniques. However, those cultivators were too weak and he had not expected it to be able to disgust progenitors. But at this moment he realized that he had been wrong. He was surrounded by progenitors but they could not block out the stench. How could this be? Lu Yin himself was stunned. Even progenitors could not block it? Cough cough. Celestial Champion coughed violently. Lu Yin blinked. The Void God could not help but say, "Put it away. Be careful not to be disgusted to death by your enemies before they kill you." Lu Yin was speechless. You can't block it? Nonsense. Use the sequence laws. We can't block it. Lu Yin's expression changed. This was not right. The sequence laws could not block out this stench. How was this possible? It was not just the Void God. In the distance, Venerate Lotus, Progenitor Shi, Sovereign Xiaoyin, and the Violet Emperor were all enduring the stench. They could not block it out. Everyone stared at the stench. Where had this thing come from? Even the sequence laws could not block out its smell. Lu Yin himself was also enduring it. To be honest, he could not hold on any longer. He could understand why Bukong Zi and the others had gone crazy, but there was no other way. He had to rely on this thing to disgust the Heavenly Hound. A creature like this had a very sensitive sense of smell. Woof. The Heavenly Hound ran back to the zone of E with its tail between its legs, vomiting as it ran. Progenitor Shi's expression was solemn. No matter what kind of enemy it faced, the Heavenly Hound was the type that could not be killed. It had never run away with its tail between its legs before. This was the first time something like this had happened. Celestial Victor's eyes widened. That damned dog had actually run away. When he had killed his way into the zone of E, he had not been able to kill this damned dog no matter what he did. It had finally met its nemesis. This was an unexpected gain. He suddenly felt that this stench was very familiar. Why aren't you putting it away? The Void God urged. When Lu Yin saw that the Heavenly Hound had run away, he hurriedly put away the stench. He could not take it anymore. Once the stench disappeared, everyone finally calmed down. The Void God sighed. Kid, what was that thing? Even the sequence laws could not block out the stench. That's heaven-defying. Lu Yin pursed his lips. I got it from lock breaking. The Void God sighed. So that's how it is. Anything that can become a source box is not simple in the universe. If it weren't for the fact that most source boxes have nothing after lock breaking, source box arrays would not be able to develop. If you have the time, lend me that thing. Lu Yin agreed. He was actually very curious about what that thing was. If even the sequence laws could not block out the stench, what would happen if he used his Dai's Enhance to upgrade it? This was a heavy weapon. Chapter 30-24. After this interlude, they were no longer interested in talking. The ancestor of the past scanned the crowd. Everyone will meet again if we have the chance. He then turned and walked back to the zone. Bai Shan and Bai Shui disappeared, and so did Bai Wuxian. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin glanced at Lu Yin coldly. This bastard had actually compared him to that disgusting thing. He had to pay the price. He watched as the Eternals returned to the zone, and peace returned to the battlefield. The Void God exhaled. All right, it's over. Heavenly Lord Doubter coughed again. The Void God looked at him. Go back to the reincarnation spacetime. Heavenly Lord Doubter put away his golden staff. Understood. Although he was willing to die here, he did not want to die with his injured body. Otherwise, even a true God Guard captain could threaten him. At the very least, he could threaten the Eternals after he recovered. Lotus Venerable was also injured by Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin, and his face was pale. Elder Chan was also injured because he had transformed into Lu Tianyi. The war had come to an end. However, Lu Yin did not think so. Senior Void God, can you stop the Star Toad? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Void God was just about to return when he heard Lu Yin's question. He was stunned. Why do you ask? Lu Yin looked at him and smiled. Let's kill our way into the zone. Void God was stunned. Heavenly Lord Doubter's eyes widened and he grinned. In the distance, Lotus Venerable heard this and was shocked. Master Lu, are we going to kill our way into the zone now? Bao Saint and Gastronomy Saint looked at each other. Lu Yin looked at the entrance of the zone. Awakening Sting 7-star Mantis and 9-headed bird are all dead. The Violet Emperor is heavily injured, and his pure energy form has been exposed. How many reinforcements can the Eternals ask for? Star Toad? Star Devourer? How many experts do we have? If we don't take this opportunity to kill our way into the zone, when will we? You've fought the Eternals too many times. The war just stopped as a tacit agreement. You should be familiar with it. Then let me break this rule. Lotus Venerable Xiaoyin immediately refused. No Doubter and I are both injured. How can we kill our way into the zone? Void God muttered, this is indeed a chance, but... Lu Yin smiled, it's different from how you guys usually fight, right? The virtual god nodded. The rhythm of war? That was indeed the case. I'm not used to stopping when it's time to fight. My style is to take people by surprise. We've lost 3 powerful extraterrestrial reinforcements and severely injured one. The 7 heavenly gods are hiding and refusing to come out. On our side, we've severely injured Heavenly Lord Victor and the 9th grade Lotus Venerable. They all think that we've stopped fighting. If we don't act now, when will we? After he finished speaking, Lu Yin raised his head with a stern gaze. Pass down my orders. I, as the master of the primordial space, am conscripting troops to attack the Calamity Zone. Those who refuse to accept the conscription will be treated as traitors to the human race and will be killed without mercy. Master Lu. The 9th grade venerated Lotus wanted to say something. Celestial Battlemaster laughed loudly. All right, Dao Lord Lu. I, Battlemaster, will obey your orders. Lu Yin smiled. Senior, you should rest. You won't be able to participate in this battle. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle felt helpless. He really couldn't fight with this heavily injured body of his. He would easily become a burden. Conscription Lu Tianyi Nether Ancestor Lu Yun Lung Qing Chen Lu Qing Ping. Conscription, Bao Saint Food Saint, First Meeting by Wang Yuan Wang Fan. Conscription Wood Carving Wood Peach Gone. Conscription Void 5 Flavors Void Heng Void Lung. Conscription Dan Jing Dan Yen Dan Pu. When Senior Void God is on the same level as me. We will attack the Calamity Zone and suppress evil. We will fight on behalf of the human race. At the same time, we will ask the 5 astral tribes for help. Everyone, I hope that we can destroy the Calamity Zone in this battle. The Everlasting Race had 6 Calamity Zones. If they didn't destroy one, how could they lure out the experts from the other Calamity Zones? What 3 pillars and 6 boundless races? What absolute elites participating in the chosen of gods? As long as these powerhouses didn't appear, they wouldn't be able to see the Everlasting Race's bottom line. No matter how many powerhouses the Everlasting Race had, since they hadn't attacked the 6 Direction Society in full force, it meant that they had their own concerns. Lu Yin walked around the Calamity Zone and saw the divine kingdom that Di Qiong wanted to deal with. He also saw the civilizations that were entangled with the 4th Calamity Zone. Regardless of whether they won or lost, The everlasting race had their own opponents in the other calamity zones. The everlasting race and the human race had reached a balance, and the everlasting race's 6 calamity zones also maintained a balance. Then he would break this balance. Only by breaking the balance could he see some things clearly. Lu Yin was afraid of the everlasting race's full strength, but the day of war with the entire everlasting race would eventually come. He would rather have the initiative in his own hands. The Lightning Lord had killed his way into the calamity zone, and so had the great heavenly venerables. Now it was his turn. Within the calamity zone, the ancestor of the past and the others had returned and dispersed. The Xiaoyin divinity and the ancestor of the past stood alone beside the divine power lake. The ancestor of the past stared blankly at the divine power lake. "Thank you for saving us, ancestor of the past." The Xiaoyin divinity bowed solemnly. The ancestor of the past was indifferent. "What do you think of Lu Yin?" The Xiaoyin divinity's eyes were cold. "This brat is despicable and shameless. He is extremely shrewd, but his methods are ruthless and his talent is peerless. If we don't get rid of him now, he will be a great threat to our race." The ancestor of the past looked into the distance. "But he has already become a force to be reckoned with." The Xiaoyin divinity said, "I will find a chance to get rid of him. This brat cares about too many people. The primordial space is his arm, but it is also his weakness." The ancestor of the past looked at the Xiaoyin divinity. "If you were given a chance to fight him alone, would you be confident?" The Xiaoyin divinity sneered. "Definitely." The ancestor of the past looked deeply at the Xiaoyin divinity. "Go." The Xiaoyin divinity still wanted to say something, but the ancestor of the past had no intention of talking to him, as he could only leave. After the Xiaoyin divinity left, a voice sounded out. "He is too arrogant. In terms of strength, Lu Yin cannot compare to him. But in terms of the result, he will definitely die." The ancestor of the past said, "I know. This Lu Yin has the domineering aura of the Lightning Lord, the arrogance of a grand heavenly venerate, the mindset of a primogenitor and unparalleled talent. Among all the living beings I have seen, he has the most potential and is the most difficult to deal with. It is a pity that we couldn't get rid of him when he was weak. No matter how powerful he is just a chess piece of a true god. Humans will never be able to break out of the cage." That voice sounded out. The ancestor of the past frowned. "It is not a cage. Your thinking is too narrow." "Maybe." The voice sounded further and further away. The ancestor of the past muttered, "Be careful. Keep an eye on this Lu Yin. I have a feeling that he will not give up so easily." 3 days later, the originally dark land of the Calamity Zone shone with a golden radiance that transformed into a crescent that swept across the depths of the Calamity Zone. The ancestor of the past suddenly looked back and his expression changed. "Celestial Dou Xing's strength? Eternals, this battle is not over yet." Celestial Dou Xing's maniacal laughter rang out from outside the Calamity Zone. He held a golden staff in his hand as figures flitted past beside him, heading towards the Calamity Zone and killing their way into the Calamity Zone. Lu Yin walked out. "Tina, are you satisfied?" Celestial Dou Xing coughed. "I am. Thank you." This battle had started because of him, and now, killing his way into the Calamity Zone had opened the door for him. The battles that followed had nothing to do with him, as he had been severely injured. However, this was enough. Lu Yin smiled as he stepped forward and charged into the Calamity Zone. In the Calamity Zone, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin walked out of his tower. He was currently at the Seven Gods Sky Tower, which meant that he had been recognized as the new Seven Gods Sky. Celestial Dou Xing's strength swept towards the Calamity Zone, and Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin was shocked. What was going on? Marquises, kings and midlands all walked out together. Within a tower, Muji opened his eyes. What was going on? Had another ruthless person come? In the past, very few powerhouses had dared to charge into the Calamity Zone. Why had they appeared so frequently recently? Who was it? More than 20 progenitors had charged into the Calamity Zone, causing the ground to shatter. Ancestor Shi wielded his sword and slashed out. Wherever his sword passed, all of the cultivators who had charged into the Calamity Zone were swept away. Lu Tianyi was the first to step out, and he tapped the sword with a finger. With a bang, the sword shattered. Ancestor Shi looked at the many cultivators who had charged into the Calamity Zone, and his gaze landed on Lu Yin. "Pathmaster Lu, I've underestimated you." Lu Yin looked at Ancestor Shi. Then let's reconsider. Behind Ancestor Shi, a lake of divine power surged and swept towards Lu Yin and the others. The Void God raised a hand and attacked with Void God's power. The other cultivators also used their own strength. In the Calamity Zone they had been rejected and their strength had greatly decreased. However, there were too many of them. How many capable experts were there in the first Calamity Zone? In the distance, the Violet Emperor wanted to leave, but Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin stared at him. This battle started because of you. It's not good to leave now. The Violet Emperor's white eyes stared at Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin. There are too many human experts. The Eternals are not bad either. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin stopped the Violet Emperor. The starry sky around the entire domain of calamity started to distort as the domain of calamity array was activated. When the Violet Emperor saw this, he could not leave even if he wanted to. The Eternals had accepted human traitors, and now that they were at a disadvantage, the traitors' first reaction was to flee. The Calamity Zone array was to prevent such a situation. Under the lake of divine power, corpses were dragged out one by one. There had been 5 of them, but only 5 remained. Beams of light connected the sky and the earth. The Eternals were looking for reinforcements. Lu Tianyi went to find Ancestor Shi, Mu Feng targeted Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin, and Lu Yin dealt with the corpses. An unprecedentedly intense battle had unfolded in the Calamity Zone. Even when White Cloud City had invaded the Calamity Zone, the battle had not been this intense. The leaders of the 5 spirit tribes had all arrived, and there were a total of 5 sequence law powerhouses. Even the lake of divine power in the Calamity Zone could not suppress them. The Violet Emperor could distort time and was targeted by Big Sis. Big Sis had once lost her power in the River of Time and was very sensitive to time. Carnivorous Saint, on the other hand, had his eyes on the pure energy body. In terms of strength, he was far from being a match for the pure energy body, but he was the pure energy body's nemesis. His physical strength was extremely powerful, and with Bao Saint's assistance he might be able to deal with the pure energy body. Star Devourer appeared in the beam of light that connected the sky and the earth. In the face of such a battle, he opened all 4 of his eyes, and a terrifying power shook the void. Fire Lord and Wood Lord of the 5 spirit tribes joined forces to face him. Lu Yin had never felt that he could crush the Eternals so easily, and this was even in the Calamity Zone. Towers shattered one after another. There were still 3 progenitors who had betrayed the humans and joined the Eternals. Many of the original progenitors had died in White Cloud City's invasion, and the remaining 3 felt as if the world was collapsing. They had thought that the Calamity Zone was safe, but now they were faced with despair. Thunder rumbled as a thunderclap struck a progenitor to death. The other 2 progenitors hurriedly fled. Chapter 30-25. Tiango appeared and charged at Lei Tian. Lei Tian gave up on pursuing the 2 progenitors and focused on Tiango instead. Tiango did not dare to approach Lu Yin. The stench had left a shadow in its heart. Corpses flew everywhere, destroying everything in their path. The Eternals could not control them, but Lu Yin still had to deal with them to prevent them from running to the 6 Direction Society. Ancestor Shi fought against Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi's sword swept out, and the law of destruction struck fear into Ancestor Shi's heart. The land of Calamity Zone shattered, and corpse kings descended from the stars in the sky, charging at the 6 Direction Society cultivators with no regard for their own lives. Mu Carving raised his blade and slashed upwards, splitting the void and separating the sky from the land of Calamity Zone. Qin Lu fired arrow after arrow at the progenitor corpse kings. Currently there were no less than 40 progenitor realm corpse kings, and their opponents were Bao Saint, Culinary Saint, Gon Su Heng and the others. In this battle, Lu Yin wanted to make the first zone of disaster completely lose the ability to wage war. Something happened in the light beam that connected heaven and earth. First, a lotus leaf appeared. Then a round golden belly appeared. The star toad appeared. Oh, a rare battle. We'll have to discuss the price. Eternals, double it. The star toad took advantage of the situation. Lu Yin's expression sank. Senior Void Master, I'll leave it to you. The Void Master was unprecedentedly solemn. The star toad was a powerhouse that had transcended bitter adversity. In theory it was on the same level as a Grand Empyrean and the only true god, but in truth the Void Master had not reached that level yet. Remember, if I can't hold on, find someone to support me. I might not be a match for this star toad. I know, Lu Yin replied. The star toad had appeared several times, but it had never made a move before. Each time it appeared, it would resolve the Eternals' crisis. The star toad was the powerhouse that Lu Yin wanted to eliminate the most, and now he could finally see it in action. Great. Looks like you still have a lot in stock. You can give it to me in the future. Humans seem to be getting more powerful, huh? The star toad laughed and pressed a claw against its straw hat. Boundless void god power whizzed past it as it raised its lotus leaf. Go. With a whoosh, a gale blew the void god power away. The star toad's claw swiped at the turtle shell in front of it, sending it flying with a bang. The virtual god power surrounded the star toad in an attempt to form a thermometer. The star toad roared, Su Jia, don't play this game. Zhou Xian raised his leg and kicked, forcibly creating a gap in the closing faux god energy. The Void Master took a deep breath. In the sky, the faux god energy formed a tide and attacked the star toad. The star toad struck again and again, but it did not manage to form the life form's thermometer. Even with the help of the star toad, the Eternals were unable to turn the tide. The 5 berserk corpses were all dealt with by Lu Yin, and the progenitor corpse kings were killed one by one. The 3 human traders were all dead and Wu Ho coughed up blood. Mu Ji was forced out, but he did not dare to reveal himself. The Eternals were completely suppressed. A mid-plate appeared behind Lu Yin, and his pupils continuously changed until they reached the ghostly eye transformation. His physical body was strengthened to its limits and he punched out at Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned around. Good timing. He stepped backwards, paralleling time, and avoided the punch in the middle plate. He raised his hand and the infinite inner world fused together. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. He visualized the immovable heavenly king elephant, and imprisoned 100 punches. Bang! There was a loud bang as the middle plate was sent flying. His punch was extremely powerful and could resist Lu Yin's imprisonment, but he could not hit Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not give him a chance to fight back. The middle plate smashed into the river of divine power, shattering the ground. Lu Yin took a step forward, stepping backwards and paralleling time. Everything was still. Suddenly, danger appeared. Junior brother, be careful. Lu Yin narrowly avoided his original position, but his paralleling time had been broken. A ray of light swept past. It was the Shaoyin divinity. The Shaoyin divinity had attacked Lu Yin from afar. Lu Yin looked over and was met with the Shaoyin divinity's cold gaze. Lu Yin had almost been hit. Mu Feng's expression sank. He had been careless and had not been able to stop the Shaoyin divinity from attacking Lu Yin. He had underestimated the Shaoyin divinity, and this person's strength had actually increased dramatically. Senior brother, the Shaoyin divinity has fused the laws of the extreme yin and extreme yang, and his strength is close to that of the 7 sky gods, Lu Yin reminded him. Mu Feng took a deep breath. Leave it to me. In front of Lu Yin, the middle plate charged out of the ground and attacked Lu Yin again. Although he had taken a punch from Lu Yin, he had not been injured. His physical strength was terrifying. Back in the mid-game, he had been able to suppress Lu Yin with his physical strength alone. Now Lu Yin was confident that he wouldn't lose to him in terms of physical strength. In this battlefield, there was no need to waste time competing in physical strength. Facing the middle plate's attack, Lu Yin easily dodged it and used the 100 confinement again. If 1 punch was not enough, he would use 2. If 2 were not enough, he would use 20. No matter how strong his physical strength was, there was a limit. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the collision shook the void. The middle plate's chest had been punched 5 times by Lu Yin, and it finally cracked open. There were even fist imprints on his back. However, he was a corpse king and he did not fear death or pain. He attacked again. Lu Yin clenched his fists, and while being careful of the other enemies, he prepared to give the middle plate one last punch. This punch was enough to crush him. The middle plate leapt towards Lu Yin, and suddenly, divine power surged out of his body and enveloped him. Lu Yin had forgotten that the captain of the True God Guard had cultivated divine power. With the support of divine power, it would not be so easy to kill the middle plate. Lu Yin could only take out the slippers and finish him off as soon as possible. The surface of the middle plate's body surged with divine power, and he had no intention of holding back. At first glance, he looked no different from a berserk corpse. The pupils of the ghostly eye transformation suddenly disappeared, and he transformed into the final stage of the Corpse King transformation, the eyeless transformation. With a crack, the surrounding void cracked open, unable to withstand the pressure of the middle plate. Just a breath was enough to suppress the void. He raised his hand, leaving afterimages in the void as he pressed down layer by layer. Lu Yin's expression changed. At this moment, if he was hit by a punch from the middle plate, it would not be a joke. The middle plate exhaled and his breath was like a dragon, causing the void to collapse. He rushed out and crashed through the spatial crack, punching at Lu Yin. The attack was simple, but Lu Yin felt that this punch could not be avoided. This punch was not just aimed at Lu Yin, but at the entire direction he was coming from. The middle plate wanted to destroy everything in front of him. Regardless of whether it was Lu Yin or the other powerhouses of the sequence laws, they could not ignore the middle plate's punch. Every time Lu Yin avoided the middle plate, he would not be too far away, and this distance was also within range of the middle plate's punch. The middle plate's punch was extremely terrifying. However, he was still a Corpse King, and he had not expected that Lu Yin would be able to avoid his attack in parallel time. Lu Yin could also do other things in parallel time. There was a thump as the middle plate's punch shocked everyone in one direction. Lu Yin had already arrived beside the middle plate, and the slippers slammed into the middle plate's arm. Not only did Lu Yin stop the punch before it could finish, but his arm was also broken. Because the middle plate's punch had been stopped, he could not control his body's strength and was sent crashing forward. The slippers slammed into the middle plate's back, knocking him to the ground. The slippers had been upgraded many times, and the last upgrade had cost him 6 trillion star essence, which was about the same as the Book of Destinies. Although this did not mean that the slippers had reached the Book of Destinies level, Lu Yin felt that they were not too far off. In other words, the Book of Destiny represented destiny, and the upgraded slippers had the power of destiny. That was the power of the 3 realms and 6 Daos, which was not something that the middle plate could withstand. Although his godly power had supported him, it was still not his own strength. If he had faced the only true god, Lu Yin would not have used the slippers at all, as that would have been suicide. The ground shattered and the middle plate lay sprawled on the ground, unable to move. His body had been split apart by the slippers and he could not even stand up. He was completely crippled. Lu Yin sighed. "We fought several times. At first I was suppressed by you the entire time, but now, even though I've used external items, you are still not my match in terms of your own strength. It's over." He then waved his hand and struck the middle plate's head, obliterating him. Lu Yin had dealt with another true God Guard captain. Even with the Eternal's foundation, they had not been able to replenish the number of true God Guard captains after the heavy ghosts had been captured. Now there were even fewer of them. He looked up and saw that the Void Master had blocked the Star Toad. He wanted to kill the toad with the life thermometer, but he could not. The battle between Forefather Tianyi and Ancestor Shi, Senior Brother Woodcut and Sovereign Shaoyin, and the Fire Lords and Wood Lords had joined forces to deal with the Star Eater. The situation in the entire zone of tragedy was tilting in the humans' favor. It would not be long before the zone of tragedy was broken. Lu Yin looked at the Black Mother Tree. Could the only true God sit still? The progenitor Corpse Kings continued to die, and the first zone of tragedy would suffer great losses in this battle. Lu Yin suddenly looked in a certain direction, where the towers of the true God Guard captains had been. Those towers had been destroyed, but one captain had not appeared. It was Muji. The Eternals had activated the Zone of Tragedy's array, and one could only enter and not leave. Muji should be here as well. Lu Yin scanned the distance with his heaven's eye and found him. Lu Yin looked in the direction of the tower's ruins. Muji felt a wave of panic as if something was staring at him. He looked through the tower and met Lu Yin's gaze, and his expression changed. Not good. Lu Yin took a step forward and was about to chase after Muji. This person had actually escaped from Senior Brother Woodcut, and his innate gift was strange. He had to be killed. Suddenly, the air in the entire battlefield became heavy, and everyone felt their hearts sink. Was the sky collapsing? Many people looked up and saw a figure walk out of the void and appear in the sky above the zone of tragedy. The newcomer stood quietly in the sky, and the atmosphere on the battlefield changed. Everyone who met his gaze felt their hearts tremble uncontrollably. "An ancient god?" someone exclaimed. Gu Yizhi. The person who had appeared was the leader of the 7 sky gods. the ancient god, and the former Dao Lord of the above heaven's third mainland, Guizhi. He was one of the true 6 Daoists of the 3 realms. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Guizhi had actually come. Even though Lu Yin wanted to lure out the 7 sky gods and kill them as much as possible, he did not want it to be Guizhi. Guizhi was on the same level as forefather Lu Yuan, and regardless of whether he had been injured before, his appearance was not something that could be taken down in this battle. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu Brothers tip. I'll give it to you, thank you. I drink tea at night to clear my mind and write. I'm tired during the day but I'm happy at the same time. Thank you for your support, thank you. Chapter 30:26. The ancestor retracted his gaze and looked at Lu Tianyi. Do you still want to continue this battle? Lu Tianyi's expression turned solemn. Guizhi was the undisputed top powerhouse of the above heaven era. Lu Tianyi had not expected this person to suddenly appear. This battle was going to be difficult. In the sky above Tragedy Zone, the ancient god looked down at the entire battlefield and then looked up into the distance. The Star Toad's huge body trembled continuously, and then it suddenly disappeared. Lu Yin's expression changed. Be careful. Before he could finish, 3 heads flew up. They were Gon, Qin Lu and Dan Pu, who were closest to the ancient god. 3 ancestor realm powerhouses were killed before they could even see who did it. Blood splattered everywhere and the 3 pairs of eyes were still vigilant even in death. They were on guard against the sudden appearance of the ancient god, but they had not expected to die the next moment. White snow covered the ground as the ice matriarch attacked, trying to freeze the ancient god with the ice sequence law. The ancient god raised a hand and a blackish-purple substance spread out. He pushed the snow away with a single palm, and under Lu Yin's shocked gaze, the ice sequence law shattered. At the same time he clenched his fist and punched the ice matriarch from afar. There was a bang and the ice sequence law's body was sent flying. Even the ice sequence law could not protect her. The difference was too great. They were not even on the same level. The ancient god had attacked twice, killing 3 progenitors and injuring the ice matriarch. Whether they were ordinary progenitors or sequence law powerhouses, it made no difference to him. The ground distorted as the earth spirit patriarch attacked. Sequence law spread out from below, trying to drag the ancient god underground. At the same time, Lei Tian took the opportunity to attack as well. He ignored Tiango's attack and bombarded the ancient god with lightning. 2 sequence laws, one from below and the other from above, submerged the ancient god. The ancient god looked up, and his entire body was covered in a blackish-purple substance. He allowed the 2 sequence laws to submerge him. His legs bent and the 2 sequence laws shattered. This scene stunned Lei Tian and the ice matriarch. How could their sequence laws be broken so easily? The ancient god ignored Lei Tian and the ice matriarch and suddenly charged in a certain direction. There another figure was rushing over. It was Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi, who was originally supposed to fight the ancient ancestor, had no choice but to give up and face the ancient god. If the ancient god was allowed to dominate the battlefield, how many times could these people kill him? An ancestor, Shi's opponent changed to Big Sister, while Su Wuwei found Purple Emperor. The ancient god and Lu Tianyi had determined that they were each other's opponents even though they were far apart. On the battlefield there were too few who could truly be the ancient god's opponent, and the only one who could spare time was Lu Tianyi. The 2 figures were not fast but they were getting closer and closer. The ancient god raised his hand and punched out. He had created battle force at the mastery realm and had nurtured the giant bloodline. He was the first person in human history who truly wanted to become invincible. He was perhaps the strongest existence among the Eternals in terms of physical strength. Lu Tianyi pointed out one by one. The rule of destruction combined with the path of Tianyi had once seriously injured the undying deity. At this moment they were fighting against the ancient deity. As the 2 of them collided there was no sound, but it also seemed that the sound was so loud that it covered everyone's hearing. With the 2 people as the center, terrifying aftershocks swept out in all directions. Even ancestor realm experts could not withstand it and were sent flying out. From high up in the sky, one could see that the land of disaster had spread out in all directions. The earth, the river of divine power, and the sky were all pushed aside, forming a void that devoured everything in its path. Lu Yin continuously retreated and waved his hand to push aside the rubble. Using his celestial eye, there was nothing in that space except an invisible void. Even Ancestor Realm experts would find it difficult to safely travel through it. How was the forefather? Forefather Tianyi was fighting against the ancient god like he was fighting against forefather Lu Yuan. The ancient god and forefather Lu Yuan were on the same level. Although the ancient god had been to the fifth mainland before, he had been rejected by the fifth mainland. Forefather Tianyi had relied on his own strength to block the seven sky gods. Now the situation was reversed. Forefather Tianyi's strength was limited, and he was facing an ancient god. This made Lu Yin nervous. There was a whoosh as a gale swept past. Everyone looked over, and even the star toad who was fighting Void Master looked down. Golden light broke through the darkness and turned into beams of light that pierced through the sky. The Divine Seal Catalog had appeared. Lu Yin relaxed. As long as the Divine Seal Catalog appeared, Forefather Tianyi would be fine. Suddenly, a transparent barrier swept over him, and the Divine Seal Catalog disappeared. Lu Yin was furious. Another pure energy body. He scanned his surroundings with his heaven's eye, trying to find a pure energy body. On the other side, Lu Tianyi's Divine Seal Catalog had been erased by the Absolute Energy Domain. His body had suffered a heavy blow from the ancient god, and he had been sent flying. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth as the ancient god leaped out and appeared above Lu Tianyi, pressing down with a single palm. Lu Tianyi hurriedly dodged. With the Tao of Tianyi, even if he was at a disadvantage, he could still counterattack. However, he had still underestimated the ancient god. No matter where Lu Tianyi fled, the ancient god followed him like a shadow. Not only was the ancient god fast, but it also seemed like the ancient god had predicted his movements. Chasing time. Lu Tianyi was stunned. The ancient god had created two types of power. One was the realm of battle force, which used a human's physical body to become invincible. The other was the realm of void, which was a domain that chased after time. Lu Yin had always received information that the ancient god had yet to reach this realm, which meant that he could not use his domain to chase after time. This was why he had been proud for a while that he could chase after time with his spatial domain. However, the ancient god had long since reached the realm of void. Using one's domain to chase after time was the same as using space to chase after time. Lu Yin's domain was flowing light, while the ancient god's domain was invisible. His invisible power could chase after time, and even Lu Tianyi could not escape. The ancient god pressed down with a single palm, and a blackish-purple substance formed a large seal beneath his palm that pressed down on Lu Tianyi. Hell-suppressing arena. Lu Tianyi was pressed into the ground by the seal, but he raised his hands up high to support the seal. The seal formed by the realm of void battle force was known as the hell-suppressing arena. Even Lu Tianyi would find it difficult to push it away, and even the laws of destruction could not shake it. This isn't the fifth mainland, or else you might have been able to break through the hell-suppressing arena. Lu Tianyi, you are one of the most talented people I've ever met. The ancient god then looked into the distance and took a step forward. When he reappeared, he had already passed by Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian's opponents were 3 progenitor corpse kings, and he had already killed one. Zhou Xian was just about to kill the second when the ancient god passed by, and his body paused and slowly collapsed. The ancient god's gaze did not waver as he stared into the distance where Big Sis and Shizu were. On the other side, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he reversed his steps and chased after the ancient god. The ancient god was fast and could use his realm of void domain to chase after time. Lu Yin was not slow either as he reversed time, and at this moment, only the ancient god was moving in his line of sight. The ancient god suddenly turned around and looked at Lu Yin in surprise. You've improved very quickly. Lu Yin stared at the ancient god, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The ancient god then turned around and pressed down on Lu Yin. For a moment, a terrifying pressure filled the area. Lu Yin's expression changed and he could not breathe. The air was heavy and he felt as if his organs were being burned. His surroundings were like iron walls and he could not move. All he could see was that hand and that palm. The ancient god pressed down. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. Move, move, move. He did not know what the ancient god was doing, but he could not move. As the palm approached, a small knife suddenly flew out from his heart and slashed at the ancient god. This was something that wood carving had given him before the battle, saying that it was just in case. Lu Yin had thought that he would not have to use it since he had reversed time, but he had not expected to actually use it. The 81 knives slashed at the ancient god's palm, but they were all crushed. There was a huge gap between wood carving and the ancient god, and there was no way to make up for it. It was even difficult to force the ancient god to withdraw his palm. However, it was enough. The 81 knives had bought Lu Yin enough time to release the starry sky in his heart and isolate spacetime. The ancient god's palm stepped in and he was astonished. Had it been cut apart by the void domain? Still, it was not enough. The ancient god's palm was still aimed at Lu Yin. The moment the starry sky appeared in his heart, Lu Yin could move again and he stepped backwards. Many things had happened in Lu Yin's eyes, but to others, it had only been an instant. When Lu Yin stopped, his surroundings returned to normal. The ancient god's attack had failed and he attacked again. At this time, Chu Jian, who had been lying on the ground, slowly crawled up and looked at the ancient god chasing after Lu Yin. He gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. He then used the victorious battle technique and raised his hand to summon the Nirvana Heavenly Phoenix. The Nirvana Heavenly Phoenix charged at the ancient god. The ancient god ignored it and allowed the phoenix to strike him, but it did not even leave a scratch. Chu Jian felt bitter. The difference between them was too great. The pressure Lu Yin was facing exceeded everyone's expectations. The ancient god was serious about attacking him, and even if he had escaped once, it would not be easy to escape a second time. Gu Yizhi. With a roar, the gigantic Nether King appeared. He raised his hand and a gigantic red spider lily appeared in the sky. The red spider lily bloomed and transcended to the other side. The ancient god turned around. Netherworld, I originally wanted to kill you, but this brat interfered. Now that I want to kill him and you want to stop me, I'll let you die together. Guizhi, I should have killed you back then. Big Sis' eyes were bloodshot. The ancient god had violated her taboo by trying to kill Lu Yin. The ancient god coldly replied, "You don't have a chance. That spider lily is long gone." He then raised his other hand and pointed at Big Sis. At the same time, the ancestor's sword descended and slashed at her. Lu Yin was shocked. Big Sis. Big Sis's netherworld ancestral world was cut in half by the ancestor's sword, and she herself had suffered an unknown attack from Gu Yizhi. The ancestor raised his sword and slashed down again, wanting to kill Big Sis. Lu Yin's pupils shrank and his heart thumped wildly. A bloody color slowly filled his eyes and he could not hear anything. All he could see was Big Sis on the verge of death. An incomparably crazy and uncontrollable killing intent spread throughout his body. At this time, a white fog appeared on the ground and wrapped around the ancestor while dragging Big Sis out. The ancestor's sword missed and he frowned as he looked in a direction, where the fog ancestor was standing. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu Brothers reward, I'll give it to you. I won't go out this weekend, I'll stay at home and write, I can't take it anymore. Thank you. Thank you brothers for your support, thank you. Chapter 3027. The Mist Ancestor's sudden appearance had saved Big Sis' life, and it had also suppressed Lu Yin's killing intent. Xiao Wei. The ancestor was surprised. The Mist Ancestor stared at him blankly. Master? On the other side, Lu Yin's crisis had yet to be resolved, and Big Sis was already heavily injured. The ancestor was more than enough to deal with her. The ancient god looked at Lu Yin again. Your Lu family has indeed produced talents. Lu Yuan, Lu Tianyi, Lu Feng, Lu Qi, and now you. Unfortunately, your Lu family is destined to disappear in the river of time. Lu Yin stared at the ancient god. The Grim Reaper is called Chuhiai and Wu Tian is called Wu Da. What is your name? This question stunned the ancient god. Dude. These familiar names immediately pulled him back to an ancient era where they could play with each other and naively beat Tai Hong. His gaze became complicated. Behind him, Lu Tianyi had broken through the purgatory arena and was pointing at the ancient god. The ancient god stood still as the purplish-black substance spread across his body, forming a black beam that connected heaven and earth. His hair grew crazily and fell to the ground. His forehead and face were covered by the purplish-black substance, and an even darker purplish-black substance formed an inexplicable pattern on his back. Lu Yin was familiar with this scene. His Grim Reaper transformation had a similar effect, and the ancient god's strength had also undergone a transformation. He had not used his full strength just now and he had not even used his sequence laws. Lu Tianyi's finger struck the ancient god's back, and with a crack the purplish-black substance on the ancient god's back cracked, but it did not hurt him. The ancient god turned his head and looked at Lu Tianyi. I did not expect you to break through the purgatory arena. Seems that I underestimated you. You can still display such strength even when you are rejected by the Calamity Realm. You are not far from us. Lu Tianyi retreated and stared at the ancient god, as expected of an existence on the same level as the ancestor. Guizhi, no one here can beat you. The ancient god turned around and faced Lu Tianyi. If Lu Yuan does not come out today, your Lu family bloodline will end here. Lu Tianyi raised his head and the god sealing catalogue appeared. The above heaven era was glorious and the 3 realms and 6 Daoists were unrivaled. However, geniuses were also born in later eras cannot bury talents. You cannot suppress an era. As soon as he finished speaking, silhouettes walked out from the god sealing catalogue. Ancestor Qin, Ancestor Ku and Lu Tianyi formed 3 silhouettes. In the distance by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan, who were fighting fiercely with the Ancestor Realm Corpse King, exchanged glances. They hadn't even shown their strength yet, was Lu Tianyi looking down on them. The 3 figures surrounded the ancient god in the middle. Lu Yin took a deep breath. No one could underestimate the 9 mountains and 8 seas of the Daoist sex era. Perhaps Bai Wang Yuan and the others had not reached such heights, but Progenitor Qin and Progenitor Ku possessed unimaginable strength, and the ancient gods should be aware of this. The war between the Eternals and the 5th mainland had never stopped. Little 7, do your thing. Lu Tianyi reminded. Lu Yin nodded, glanced at the ancient god and then slowly retreated. He needed to find a body of pure energy. Otherwise, the god sealing catalogue would vanish once it came into contact with an absolute energy domain. He had always been the nemesis of others, but he didn't expect to meet his nemesis one day. And Big Sister, how is Big Sister? Lu Yin looked into the distance and heaved a sigh of relief. Hozhu had dragged Big Sis away, and the ancestor of the past and the fog ancestor had yet to make a move. They seemed to be chatting about something. Lu Yin had long since sensed that the ancestor of the past and the fog ancestor's names were similar, and it seemed that the 2 were indeed acquainted. Bang! The void exploded and another shockwave swept through the surroundings. Lu Yin looked back and saw that the void had been annihilated by a series of explosions. Progenitor Qin, Ancestor Ku and Forefather Tianyi were enough to give the ancient god a hard time. He used his heaven's eye to look around for a body of pure energy and he found it. Far away, the food saint had returned to his Taotai form and was constantly approaching the body of pure energy. Beside him, the Bao saint was assisting him. From the start of the battle until now, they should have suppressed the body of pure energy, but at every critical moment the body of pure energy could take action. It was the same now. The body of pure energy released an absolute energy domain that was completely unhindered by the food saint and the Bao saint. When Lu Yin saw this, he summoned the 7-star mantis, which spread its 6 wings and took flight. Lu Yin rode the 7-star praying mantis and arrived beside the body of pure energy in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to attack, the body of pure energy retreated at a speed no slower than the 7-star praying mantis. How could this be? Lu Yin was shocked. How could this body of pure energy possess a speed comparable to that of time? Although the body of pure energy had avoided Lu Yin's attack, the absolute energy domain had been forced to disappear. Lu Yin stared at the body of pure energy. This shouldn't be the case. If it truly possessed a speed comparable to that of time, then it wouldn't have failed to attack celestial combatant. If not for the Eternals, then it wouldn't have even been able to escape. Why was this happening? The Taotai suddenly jumped up and viciously smashed into the body of pure energy. In the distance, an arrow was shot over as the Bao Saint attacked. The pure energy body did not move from its original position. As the arrow flew past, it waved its hand, and its strength transformed into an arrow that shot towards the Bao Sage. Just as the Taotai was about to hit it, it raised its hand. With a bang, the Taotai was blocked. It had both speed and strength, and it was basically a replica of Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at the body of pure energy. Impossible, it shouldn't have such strength. There had to be a problem. Master Lu, we've been fighting with it for a long time and we've discovered that it's always a beat slower. The only thing it can actively attack is that transparent barrier, the Bao Saint said. Lu Yin's mind flashed and he finally understood why it was always a beat slower. Bodies of pure energy did not use their own strength, but rather their use of energy. This so-called use of energy did not only refer to the energy within a cultivator's body, but also to any external energy such as wind, landslides, or tsunamis. A single movement of a person's body could affect the outside world, and this effect was also a type of energy that a body of pure energy could use to attack. Thus, when the Bao Saint shot an arrow, it would use the power of the arrow to turn around and shoot again. The power was the same, but it did not have the same effect as the Bao Saint's attack. The seven-star mantis's speed was comparable to that of time, and since it could move, it could influence space with its speed. This influence was also a type of energy that could be used by a body of pure energy, allowing it to move at a similar speed. So that was how it was. It had always been passively using energy and it seemed to be omnipotent. Actually, as long as one could see through it, there was nothing to worry about. Bodies of pure energy could use external energy to affect objects, and Lu Yin also had a similar method: rune lines. When he thought of this, his eyes turned into runes, and a miniature candle god appeared on his shoulder to spread out his rune lines. True scripture of Aeon evolution, limitless realm. The Taotai madly charged towards the body of pure energy, but the body of pure energy blocked it with almost the same amount of strength. Lu Yin rode on the seven-star mantis and charged forward. The seven-star mantis instantly closed in on the body of pure energy, and everything around them froze. Lu Yin struck the body's back with a palm and it felt warm to the touch. What kind of strong defense was this? Lu Yin could easily feel the weakness of the body being torn apart, and with a single palm strike the body of pure energy was sent flying. The Taotai had been pressing down on the body of pure energy, and when it was sent flying, it almost lost control and fell towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin rode on the seven-star mantis's back and looked into the distance. He had guessed correctly. This body of pure energy had used external energy to attack, and he had first used rune lines to move the seven-star mantis. This was the same type of energy, and once he had transferred it, the body of pure energy would naturally not be able to use it. It would be normal for it to not be able to keep up with the seven-star mantis's speed. In the distance, the body of pure energy slowly stood up without any expression, but Lu Yin could clearly see its confusion and fear. It was afraid. Continue. Lu Yin rode on the seven-star mantis and instantly arrived in front of the body of pure energy. He slammed a palm down on its forehead, killing it instantly before choosing the next opponent. This body of pure energy was still very useful. Although it had lost its absolute energy domain, as long as its usage of energy was not seen through, it could still fight against anyone. Suddenly, sword light swept past as Lu Yin's palm landed on the body of pure energy's forehead. However, this palm strike did not kill the body of pure energy, as it had already died before the palm could land. Lu Yin turned to look into the distance as the ancestor put down his sword and looked at Lu Yin. The Lu family's summon general is a headache. That's why you killed it first. Lu Yin's tone was low. The ancestor faced Lu Yin while the mistress Shi Wei stood behind him. Shi Wei was at a loss as she could not stop the ancestor from attacking. She had not expected the ancestor to suddenly attack. The eternal race will not lose this battle in the land of calamity. Let's see what price you have to pay to leave. Gu Yizhi is one of the 3 pillars of the eternal race, and he has yet to display his true power. It's still not too late to retreat, the ancestor threatened. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Why don't you call out all of the 3 pillars and 6 pillars? Let's see if they can stop me from destroying your land of calamity. The ancestor did not say anything else, and the mistress attacked from behind him. Lu Yin did not plan on attacking the ancestor as he could not see through this woman. The ancient god's attack had already made him apprehensive. In his opinion, the ancestor, who was acquainted with the Star Toad and the Grand Empyrean, was the most well-hidden. Just like Bai Wuxian of the 7 sky gods, Lu Yin had yet to reach the level where he could fight against them. He could only remind the mistress to be careful. Speaking of which, Bai Wuxian was not in the first zone of calamity. It was a pity that the ancestor had already begun to guard against the pure energy body. It would not be easy for the ancestor to recruit experts in the future. She was ruthless enough to kill the pure energy body when she saw that it was not her opponent. Lu Yin was an accomplice, and if not for his rune lines isolating the pure energy body from the surrounding energy, the ancestor's sword might not have been able to do much to it. A strong shockwave swept over. Lu Yin looked up and saw the ancient god fighting forefather Tianyi, progenitor Qin, and the withered ancestor in the distance. Even Lu Yin could not see the battle clearly under normal circumstances. He could only see it with his heaven's eye. Progenitor Qin was powerful and had an innate gift for battle. The withered ancestor was almost unkillable, and he could even use the law of destruction to absorb his opponent's strength to counterattack. Forefather Tiany's law of destruction and Tiany's Tao were both feared by the ancient god, and he had the power to injure the ancient god. The ancient god himself was invincible, and he had used battle force in the Palm realm to resist the attacks of the three. Thank you. Book friend 4689933. Only the wind moves freely. Brothers reward, I will give it to you. Thank you brothers for your support. Chapter 30:28. Bang. Lu Tiany was pushed back by the ancient god. At the same time the ancient god was also pushed back by Progenitor Qin and Progenitor Ku. Lu Tiany landed on the ground and clutched his shoulder. The ancient god's attack had not been light, and he could not move his left arm for a while. He even squatted down and coughed up blood. Behind him was the battlefield between Wang Fan and the Progenitor Corpse King. Progenitor Qin and Progenitor Ku caught up to the ancient god and attacked him. The ancient god used Void Realm to attack Lu Tiany. Progenitor Qin used Reverse Step to distort space and time. In an instant the sky and earth of the domain of Yi distorted. Lu Yin was shocked. He could only use Reverse Step to distort space and time, but Progenitor Qin could actually distort the entire domain of Yi and even affect the distant shrine. The ancient god's rhythm was disrupted by Reverse Step, and he had no choice but to appear. However, he still raised his palm and pressed down on Lu Tiany. Lu Tiany looked up and the general appointing platform appeared in front of him. It whizzed up and crashed into the arena. With a bang, the ground shattered and the terrifying shockwaves from the collision swept out in all directions. Lu Tiany's injuries were not light, and the general appointing platform was constantly being pressed down by the arena. At this time, a piece of land suddenly formed and crashed into the arena, pushing it away. It was the meditative ruins. Wang Fan had made his move. Lu Tiany looked back at Wang Fan. Wang Fan and Lu Tiany looked at each other. If I die in this battle, will the Lu family not pursue the Wang family's crime? Lu Tiany's tone was low. The Wang family's crime is on you alone. Whether you die or not, as long as you do your best in this battle, the Lu family will not pursue the matter. Wang Fan leaped up. The Kuei bear of the 4 unique techniques struck the hell-suppressing arena with both of his palms. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body crashed down. The hell-suppressing arena was also forcefully pushed away by him. At the same time, the meditative ruins shattered and fell from the sky, as if the earth had been turned upside down. Lu Tiany's general appointing platform exerted force and pushed the arena away. The ancient god shouted, "The Wang family could have contributed to our family because of Wang Miao Miao and Wang Xiaoyu. Wang Fan, your actions have set the stage for your Wang family's death." Wang Fan crashed to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang family's against the Lu family is not because of the everlasting. Courting death. The ancient god stared at Wang Fan. It was unknown what he did, but Wang Fan suddenly wailed. Lu Tiany raised his hand and threw out the needle of Xidagarba at the ancient god. Behind the ancient god, stars rotated. Progenitor Chen's serious technique exploded continuously, stirring up the starry sky. The desolate ancestor fiercely charged forward, staring at the explosive power of the serious technique. The moment he got close to the ancient god, his body had completely recovered due to the absorption of the power of the serious technique. He punched the ancient god. The ancient god raised his hand and punched out. Bang! The void exploded again. The desolate ancestor's punch was equivalent to the combined power of Ancestor Qin and his own body. The ancient god's punch was also the first human's terrifying power. When the two fists collided, not only was there power, but there was also an unparalleled destructive power that cut the entire land of tragedy apart. Everyone stopped at this moment for the sake of self-preservation. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. This punch far surpassed his 100 confinement punches, and it was on a completely different level. Progenitor Qin and Ancestor Ku had clearly not used any of their sequence laws, and neither had the ancient gods, but they had still been able to display such power. The earth-shattering punch attracted everyone's attention. No one noticed that Wang Fan, who had been howling in pain, had suddenly attacked. His target was Lu Tiany. Lu Tiany was standing on a fragment of the forgotten ruins. The moment Wang Fan attacked, Lu Tiany's eyes went blank and he forgot everything. This was the moment that Wang Fan had been waiting for. This was the chance to kill Lu Tianyi. Die Lu Tianyi. Wang Fan was excited. Sky Blade represented speed and power, and he wanted to cut off Lu Tianyi's head. He had waited for this day for far too long, and it had finally come. Everyone from the Lu family deserved to die. Skyblade slashed past, but Wang Fan remained still. His arm landed on Lu Tianyi's neck and he could not move. He slowly turned his head and Lu Tianyi did the same. The two stared at each other. Wang Fan's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Lu Tianyi's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. I've been waiting for this day for too long. After saying that, he pointed a finger at Wang Fan's forehead, piercing through Wang Fan's arm. Wang Fan's pupils shrank and he retreated step by step. The finger kept getting closer and closer. At the critical moment, Black Death Chi appeared in front of him and turned into trees made of Death Chi to block Lu Tianyi's finger. Lu Tianyi's finger pierced through the trees and the entire black forest, but he failed to hit Wang Fan. Wang Fan gasped for breath. Your injury? Lu Tianyi stood there calmly and he did not look injured at all. If I didn't do this, how could I lure you out? Wang Fan, you're the biggest redback in the Fifth Mainland. What happened here finally attracted the attention of the others. Wang Fan, you're a traitor. They had taken in by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan in the reincarnation spacetime. Now that they found out that Wang Fan was a traitor, they were even angrier than Lu Tianyi. Big Sister, Qing Ping and the others' faces darkened. Even Void Master, who was fighting the Star Toad, looked gloomy. They hated traitors more than the Eternals. Wang Yuan was dumbfounded. Wang Fan was a traitor. He and Wang Fan had joined the reincarnation spacetime together. It was because they worked together that they were not oppressed in the reincarnation spacetime. Now that Wang Fan was a traitor, it did not matter what he would do in the reincarnation spacetime in the future. He might be treated as a traitor too. After all, the Bai clan was the biggest beneficiary of the Lu clan's exile. The Wang clan was always behind the Bai clan. The most obvious was that Su Heng and Su Lung were staring at him warily. Even further away, Bao Sage's arrow was aimed at him. Wang Fan took a deep breath and looked at Lu Tianyi unwillingly. You were vigilant. Lu Tian waved his hand, and the deathly aura forest in front of him dissipated. The black deathly aura turned into specks that danced in the air. Wang Si was the one who tried to sow discord between us. You were the one who made her remember the past. You were the one who tried to sow discord between the four-way balance and the Lu clan. You were also the one who conspired with the Shaoyin. Back then I should have listened to Huiwen and killed you. Wang Fan's face darkened. Huiwen? What's the use of him? So what if he saw through me? He couldn't kill me even if I gave him a chance. In the end he died without knowing why. Lu Tianyi had no intention of telling him the truth about Huiwen. Since you've been exposed, from this moment on, you're a must-kill enemy of the Six Direction Association. Wang Fan, even if you hide in the Eternals, you won't survive. With that, he pointed a finger and attacked Wang Fan. Wang Fan's eyes darkened. You really think you know me? So what if I've been exposed? I've waited for this day for too long. Let me send your Lu clan to the afterlife openly. As soon as he finished speaking, Death Chi surged. Beneath his feet, the meditative ruins rose into the air and merged with the Death Chi, spreading out. Lu Tianyi pointed a finger and stepped into the meditative ruins. The meditative ruins cracked open instantly. However, the Death Chi flowed upward like ghosts, constantly restraining Lu Tianyi's finger. Even sequence law powerhouses would find it difficult to resist Lu Tianyi's finger, but Wang Fan did not. Instead, he relied on the Death Chi to delay Lu Tianyi within the meditative ruins. Lu Tianyi approached step by step, each step shattering the meditative ruins. However, each step was delayed by the Death Chi. Wang Fan did not have the strength of a sequence law, but by combining the power of the Death God and the Wang family, he was able to obstruct Lu Tianyi. He took the opportunity to flee into the distance, but this power could only delay Lu Tianyi. Once Lu Tianyi used the law of destruction, Wang Fan would definitely die. Lu Tianyi pointed a finger and shattered the meditative ruins. An ancient god's attack descended. Lu Tianyi's opponent was still an ancient god. Wang Fan heaved a sigh of relief. He could not participate in this battle. If he did, he would be attacked by everyone from the Six Direction Association. Suddenly, danger appeared. A figure appeared in front of Wang Fan's eyes and struck out with a palm. Lu Xian and Wang Fan did not even have time to react. They could only endure this palm that was as fast as time itself. Lu Yin's palm landed on Wang Fan's chest, and the death qi exploded and swept out in all directions. Lu Yin was shocked as the death qi within Wang Fan's body was extremely abundant. The Ghost Abyss ancestor had cultivated the death qi that had been born from the mountain sea's life's shadow. After the Ghost Abyss ancestor had been killed, Wang Fan had been able to cultivate death qi as well. With the death qi blocking him, Lu Yin's palm could not kill Wang Fan. However, it had still heavily injured Wang Fan. Wang Fan's body was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze was cold, but it did not matter. If one palm could not kill Wang Fan, then two. Ya. A shrill, childish voice suddenly resounded throughout the battlefield and everyone looked up. At some point in time, Void Master had trapped the star toad within his life's thermometer. The thermometer's temperature continued to rise. For a human, 45 degrees Celsius was enough to burn them to death. But for a species like the star toad, even if it was trapped within the thermometer and turned into an ordinary creature, would 45 degrees Celsius be of any use? Everyone watched this scene unfold. Lu Yin could not help but look over as well. If Void Master could kill the star toad, then it would be the greatest harvest for the Eternals. He suddenly glanced at the ancestor of the past. If this woman interfered, then they would definitely fail. This was how the Shaoyin divinity had escaped. However, the ancestor of the past had no intention of interfering. She was trapped within the mist ancestor's mist and did not move. In the sky, the star toad's shrill cries grew louder and louder, and its body began to emit heat. The lotus leaves rapidly withered and the copper coin on its neck shook violently. "You've angered me, human. You've angered me." With a shrill cry, the originally golden star toad began to shed its skin. Its body became a multicolored color, and the straw hat on its head turned a deep red. The lotus leaves in its hands turned into steel tridents, and the copper coins on its neck turned into skulls of various sizes. There were all sorts of creatures, and there were also some that belonged to humans. When the star toad finished its transformation, a hair-raising feeling descended upon everyone. The entire world turned from a dull gray to a deep red that resembled blood. The star toad's eyes turned crimson as it raised its trident and viciously stabbed forward. Void Master was shocked and used his turtle shell to block the attack. The trident pierced through life's thermometer and headed straight for Void Master. Along the way, it was blocked by the turtle shell and there was a loud bang. Ripples spread out, turning into red waves that spread out and distorted the entire calamity zone. Most of the stargates shattered, and a world of nothingness appeared above everyone's heads, covered in a layer of deep red. Chapter 30-29. The tortoise shell shattered. The Void Master's expression changed drastically and he quickly descended. The steel fork pierced through the tortoise shell and pierced through space, and it brought along a wisp of indescribable darkness that stretched endlessly into the distance. Everyone was shocked. This was the star toad's strength. A steel fork had almost pierced through a Void Master, and even the Void God Master of time and space was powerless. Lu Tiany's expression was solemn. Woodcutter, Big Sister, and all the other sequence law experts were solemn like never before. The arrival of the ancient gods brought a heavy pressure. At this moment, the star toad's transformation brought a pressure that was no less than the ancient gods. It was an indescribable crisis between two species. It was a crisis that could lead to the extinction of another species. Even the ancient gods' gaze turned grave. The star toad was one of the rare existences that could converse with the one true God. Although it didn't look like much normally, once it got angry there would be an extra skull on its chest. Yeah. Human, you are courting death, you are courting death. The star toad stared at the Void Master with its bloodshot eyes. The Void Master felt his scalp go numb. This was the strength of the star toad. This beast had existed for a long time and no one knew how long it had lived. In fact, he was also nervous about fighting the star toad. At first he just wanted to delay it, but who would have thought that as the battle went on he became a little crazy. At one point he thought that the star toad's strength was only at this level. He couldn't help but form a thermometer to see if he could kill it. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. The Void Master had actually angered this beast, and he had asked the Void Master to hold it back. Although he didn't know how powerful the star toad was, Mr. Daheng had used a single copper coin to force Luo Shan to retreat. From this he could see how fearful Luo Shan was of the star toad. Luo Shan wasn't weak at all. If he could avoid a single copper coin, one could imagine how powerful the Star Toad was. The Void Master was so unreliable. Of course, he had hoped that the Void Master would be able to deal with the Star Toad. However, it seemed like his hopes were a little too high. The ancestor of the ancient era quietly stared at the sky. The Star Toad was truly angered. This fellow wasn't easy to deal with. The Star Toad raised its pitchfork. Found it. Human die. The Void Master felt his blood run cold. As the pitchfork fell, a figure appeared at the entrance of the Calamity Zone. He waved his hand and said, "Wood." Under the steel fork, a piece of wood appeared out of thin air. The steel fork pierced through the wood, and then another piece of wood appeared, one after another. The steel fork kept piercing through the wood, but its speed became slower and slower. In the end, the steel fork was stuck in the void by the wood, unable to descend. The Star Toad turned to look in a certain direction. Tumu. It was none other than the Wood God, the Wood Spacetime Sovereign. Lu Yin sighed as the Wood Deity had still appeared. The Wood Deity was also one of the candidates to attack the Calamity Zone, but he was only there to act as a backup. The moment a region fell into a disadvantageous position, the Wood Deity would take action. Lu Yin had originally thought that Void Master would be able to delay the Star Toad until the first domain of disaster was destroyed. This would then draw out the other experts from Domain of Disaster and allow the Wood Deity to take action. However, something unexpected had happened. The ancient god's appearance had been unexpected, but Forefather Tianyi had been able to stop him. Similarly, Lu Yin had not expected the Mist Ancestor's sudden arrival. Lu Yin had not expected the Mist Ancestor to be able to stall the Ancestor of the past, which was even more out of his expectations. However, the Star Toad's arrival might cause problems in the invasion of Calamity Zone. No one knew if the Wood God could block the Star Toad. The Star Toad was a bitter disaster realm expert. However, was Tumu the name of the Wood God? Star Toad, we meet again. The Wood God spoke calmly and without fear, which gave Lu Yin and the others confidence. The Star Toad's eyes turned red as he raised his pitchfork. Are you looking for trouble? You're the one who's always causing trouble for us humans. I'm just doing business. We can also do business with you. Please kill the only true God. We can afford the price. You can calculate it. There's no need to calculate. What's the point of having a life to earn but no life to spend it? The Wood God's tone was heavy. Then you'll earn from the Eternals. Do you think you'll be able to spend it by attacking us humans? The Star Toad spun his pitchfork. None of you humans can kill me. This business can be done. Awakening Hibernation, 9-headed bird and 7-star mantis are pure energy bodies. They had the same idea as you from the start. The Wood God threatened. The Star Toad opened his mouth and screeched, "Cut the crap. That human angered me. I'm going to hang his head around my neck. Tumu, if you dare to interfere, I'll turn you into a second pitchfork. Oh, a wooden one." Looks like the business deal has fallen through. The Wood God's gaze turned serious. The Star Toad suddenly stabbed the Wood God with his pitchfork. It was fast and ruthless, catching the Wood God off guard. The Wood God frowned as if he had expected this. He raised his hand and wooden planks appeared in front of him and collided with the pitchfork. This attack was comparable to when Forefather Tianyi and the others ganged up on the ancient god. Don't worry for now. The Wood God might not be a match for the Star Toad, but he can hold on for a while, the Void Master said. Lu Yin looked at him and wanted to say something, but the Void Master interrupted him. I know. It's my fault. I'll help you kill an Eternal. After saying that, empty God Force surged out towards Zi Huang. Originally, Zi Huang's opponent was Big Sister. However, Big Sister had attacked Ancestor Shi and Su Wei had replaced Big Sister to fight Zi Huang. Until now, he had not defeated Zi Huang. The Void Master's sudden attack shocked the Violet Emperor. 2 of the 3 extraterrestrials who had attacked Dominator Battlemaster had already died. The Violet Emperor didn't want to die, so he immediately fled towards the Black Mother Tree. The Void Master's tortoise shell had been broken, and the Violet Emperor had disrupted the rhythm of the battle. He urgently needed to kill someone, so he didn't show any mercy to the Violet Emperor. Void God's power constantly surrounded the Violet Emperor, forming a thermometer. Lu Yin also wanted to find Wang Fan and deal with him, but the Star Toad's sudden attack had given Wang Fan a chance to escape. Since he couldn't find Wang Fan, Lu Yin set his sights on another person, Mu Ji. He had wanted to kill Muji before, but his plan had been disrupted. Now was the perfect time. The seven-star mantis spread its 6 wings, and Lu Yin stared at Muji, who had been hiding behind the ruins of the tower. Muji was shocked. Lu Yin was about to attack him and he was in danger. Just as the seven-star mantis was about to attack Muji, Lu Yin saw a flash of white light from the corner of his eye. It came from the direction of the black mother tree and it sent a chill down his spine. Be careful. The void split open and an arrow suddenly appeared. Lu Yin used the reverse step to parallel time. In an instant the seven-star mantis was pierced through and disappeared. However, the arrow did not disperse, and it continued to fly towards the battlefield. It instantly pierced through Lei Tian, and under Lu Yin's celestial eye, the Lei Tian sequence particles were all shattered. However, the arrow's power did not dissipate. First Xianxia was right in front of him. First Xianxia did not even have time to react before the arrow pierced through his body. Ahead of him was the vast land of the Calamity Zone. The arrow swept past the land before finally disappearing. Everything happened in an instant, and Lu Yin had used the parallel time technique to avoid it. He did not even have time to make the seven-star mantis fly away. First Xianxia and Lei Tian had been pierced through in an instant, and there was no way for them to dodge. Lu Yin was shocked. Who was this? The Void Master was also shocked. He and Lu Yin were closer to the Black Mother Tree. One was chasing after the Violet Emperor while the other was attacking Muji. Thus he was the first to clearly see where the arrow had come from. The two of them looked into the distance and they could faintly see a figure slowly walking over. Above the ruins of the Calamity Zone, dust swirled about and divine power whistled through the air, leaving behind a trail of crimson. The two of them stared into the distance, and as the figure slowly walked over, her face becoming clearer. Their expressions changed. What a beautiful woman. What appeared before them was a woman with long crimson hair. Her features were so exquisite that they did not seem to belong to this world. Her eyes were like limpid autumn waters, and her every move was filled with a soul-stirring charm. At the same time, there was a valiant aura that did not match her face. As she walked over, the world seemed to close in on her and each step seemed to be measured. She was clearly walking very slowly, but she was getting closer and closer to the two of them. The distortion in the air caused their vision to become blurry, and a gust of wind blew past, causing her long crimson hair to dance about. The Violet Emperor stood between the Void Master and the crimson-haired woman. It did not seem to recognize this woman, and it did not recklessly approach her. Even further away, Muji was also looking at this woman in confusion. Coming from the direction of the Black Mother Tree and the arrow that had just shot out, she was definitely an everlasting expert. "Who are you?" the Void Master asked. The woman suddenly raised her hand and shot an arrow at the Void Master. There was no flashy archery technique, but the arrow was shot out without hesitation. Lu Yin looked up and saw that there was only a single particle that landed on the tip of the arrow. What could a single particle do? The Void Master waved his hand, and the turtle shell fragment that had been shattered by the star toad blocked the arrow. There was a thump as the arrow struck the turtle shell and pushed it towards the Void Master. The Void Master used another turtle shell fragment to block the arrow, and 2 turtle shell fragments blocked the arrow. The woman's arrow was extremely powerful, but it was unable to break through the Void Master's defenses. After all, the Void Master was an existence that could block the Star Toad and almost kill the Shaoyin divinity. Even if the woman's arrow could instantly kill a progenitor and pierce through the sky of thunder, it would not be able to do anything to the Void Master if he was prepared. The woman shot out a second arrow, and it pierced through the first arrow and struck the turtle shell fragment. It did not seem to have any intention of changing directions, as if its target was the turtle shell itself. The turtle shell fragment rumbled once more as it was pushed towards the Void Master. The Void Master frowned, but there was no change. This woman's strength was definitely not weak and she could even threaten him. She was definitely an expert on the level of the 7 sky gods, but why was there no difference between her second arrow and the first? Lu Yin could also see that there was no difference. They had the same power and there was only a single particle on the tip of the arrow. What was she doing? The woman raised her hand and shot out a third arrow. The third arrow pierced through the second arrow, but it still hit the turtle shell fragment. The turtle shell fragment was pushed back once more, but it still did not break through. Lu Yin's celestial eye stared at the woman. Something was not right. Even an ordinary cultivator would know that the same attack was useless. If someone could block it once, they could block it a second time. This woman was an absolute expert, so how could she make such a mistake? What was she trying to do? The Void Master also felt that something was amiss. Being able to cultivate to such a realm, he was similarly cautious. If he could not understand what was going on, then he had to act. The sooner he acted, the better. As he thought about it, boundless Void God's power surged out and covered the sky as it pressed down on the woman. The woman's expression did not change, and she shot out a fourth arrow. This arrow pierced through the third arrow and hit the turtle shell fragment. Aside from being pushed back by a tremendous force and being pushed closer to the Void Master, there was no other effect. Chapter 30:30. Void Master was on high alert and retreated a great deal. No matter what this woman wanted to do, her arrows had a purpose, so it was best to keep his distance. Boundless Void God's power had already surrounded her, almost forming a thermometer for life. The woman fired her fifth arrow, but Lu Yin saw no change in the arrow's power at all. However, this arrow pierced through Void Master's body, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Blood splattered onto the ground. Void Master stared blankly at his shoulder as fresh blood flowed out, dyeing his clothes red. How was this possible? Lu Yin's expression changed. How did she do it? Her arrow had pierced through Void Master, causing life's thermometer to fail to form. The woman raised her bow and fired her sixth arrow. Void Master's eyes narrowed. Such a powerful arrow should not have hit him, but at this moment he did not know how to deal with the sixth arrow. Lu Yin used reverse step, which allowed him to move parallel to time. He then dragged Void Master away, and the arrow followed its original trajectory towards the battlefield. The ground suddenly froze and an extremely cold aura swept past, freezing the arrow in the void and causing it to fall to the ground. The Ice Matriarch had taken action against the arrow. If the arrow had been allowed to enter the battlefield, who knew who would have been injured? This woman's arrow seemed ordinary, but it was extremely powerful. It had to be blocked by a master of the laws of sequence. Lei Tian had been ambushed because he had not been paying attention and had been heavily injured. The woman raised her bow and aimed at Void Master, who had been dragged away by Lu Yin, and fired. Something's wrong with her. Don't take it, Void Master warned. Lu Yin did not need his warning, as he would not have taken the arrow. Ignoring the fact that the arrow itself was not strong enough to be blocked, there was definitely something strange about it that had caused Void Master to be heavily injured despite being able to block it. It was too strange, and Lu Yin did not want to take it head-on before he could see it clearly. Lu Yin used the speed of parallel time to bring Void Master away again. The second arrow missed and shot towards an empty space. The woman then fired a third arrow, this one aimed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression changed and he used counterstep to evade. Another arrow missed and then a fourth. Lu Yin continued to use the reverse step to avoid it, but somehow the reverse step didn't allow him to do so. The arrow flew straight for his neck. He wasn't unfamiliar with this scene. Back when he was captured by a Grand Empyrean and brought to the Dark Mother Tree, he had seen the other zones of calamity. He had also faced this arrow, and that arrow was much stronger than this one. If he wasn't a Grand Empyrean, he wouldn't have been able to dodge it. It should be this woman who shot it. She didn't use her full strength. The arrow shot by the Grand Empyrean was not like this. There was a thump as the arrow brushed past Lu Yin's neck. Although reverse step had failed, it wasn't as if Lu Yin didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve. However, this arrow had been pushed away by Void Master. Something's not right. She could have dodged or blocked it, but she just couldn't. This woman is very strange. Master Su's face darkened. Fifth arrow. The fifth arrow hit you. Warn the others. Lu Yin hurriedly said, and then he retreated back into the battlefield with Void Master. The two of them were being suppressed by the crimson-haired woman's arrows. She had strange but powerful archery techniques. The crimson-haired woman faced the battlefield and raised her hand to fire an arrow at Mu Carving. Mu Carving was in the middle of a battle with the Shaoyin deity when Lu Yin's voice suddenly reached his ears. He swung his blade in a certain direction and the arrow was cut in half. Then a second arrow was shot. Divine Shaoyin goddess, she looked into the distance in shock. It was her. If 5 arrows could injure Void Master, then woodcarving was no exception. Lu Yin's warning had been timely, and woodcarving had retreated without hesitation after cutting down the third arrow. The crimson-haired woman continued to shoot arrows, this time targeting Void Wei. Next she targeted the Fire Empress, Wood Empress, Ice Empress and other sequence low realm powerhouses. The Fire Empress had a bad temper and refused to give up. She was stunned by the 5th arrow which pierced through her body. She was heavily injured and had no choice but to retreat. Although this woman's arrows were unparalleled, she stopped shooting as long as she couldn't see her opponent. One person and one arrow suppressed the entire battle in the shortest amount of time possible. Finally, the woman aimed her arrow at Lu Tianyi and fired. The arrow flew past the ancient god's side and headed straight for Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi casually brushed it aside and looked over. "Who's that woman?" The ancient god's voice was deep. "She's one of the 3 masters and 6 boundless masters, the arrow god. Be careful, her arrows aren't easy to block." Lu Tianyi was very clear about the situation. The entire battlefield had been suppressed by that woman and it was very troublesome. Although the power of the arrows could injure sequence low realm powerhouses, it was not enough to suppress the battle. What truly suppressed the battle was the arrow that was sure to hit. No one was willing to test the arrow with their own body. This was not a question of whether or not they could block the arrow, but whether or not the arrow could hit the body. Void Master was an example. In terms of strength he might not be weaker than that woman, but if he was hit by 1 or 2 arrows he would not be far from death. Even Lu Tianyi himself would not have a good ending if he tried to test the arrow with his own body. The arrow god fired a second arrow. Lu Ying clenched his fists. If no one could stop this woman, then this battle would be over. Several progenitors had died, and if they still could not destroy the first zone of disaster, then he would not be satisfied. Actually, the true goal of this battle had already been achieved. The Eternals had suffered great losses, and more than half of their 40 progenitor corpse kings had died. The first zone of disaster only had the Forefather, the 7 sky gods and the Shaoyin divinity left. One of the true god guard captains had also died, and Wang Fan had been forced to reveal himself. He had dealt with the pure energy body and attracted the 3 masters and 6 boundless masters, allowing them to see through the first zone of disaster's full strength. The results of this battle were not bad, but it still felt like it was not enough. He wanted to kill Wang Fan, the Violet Emperor and the Star Devourer. It would be best if he could kill the ancient god. That would be the greatest result of this battle. However, everyone had reached their limits. Forefather Tianyi, Void Master, Big Sis, Fire Lord and Backmaster were all heavily injured, and it was unknown whether Lei Tian was dead or alive. Food Saint and the other progenitors were also unable to continue fighting. If the 7 sky gods or the 3 masters and 6 boundless masters were drawn out, then they would be the ones to suffer losses. Although he still had a backup plan, it was to deal with the only true god. As he thought about it, Lu Yin's heart sank. It was time to end this. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light appeared from the entrance of the zone of disaster. The golden light that connected the heavens and the earth transformed into a long staff that smashed down towards the arrow god. The arrow god looked over and fired an arrow. The arrow collided with the golden staff, causing the void to shatter. Lu Yin's jaw dropped. Celestial surpassing star? The others were stunned as well. The celestial surpassing star had actually attacked again? How severely injured was he? He was about to die, but he still dared to attack? The Violet Emperor was stunned as well. He had personally injured the celestial surpassing star, so he should not be able to attack again. Had he gone mad? Did he really want to die? With a maniacal laugh, the celestial surpassing star retracted his golden staff and leaped up. He viciously slammed into the ground and appeared closest to the arrow god. Void Master could not hold back any longer. Surpassing star, you're about to die. What are you doing here? The celestial surpassing star carried his golden staff. Do I look like I'm about to die? Everyone looked at the celestial surpassing star. That was right, as the celestial surpassing star was completely different from when he had been on the verge of death. It was as if he had recovered. But how was that possible? How could he recover so quickly? Even if the flow of time in a parallel universe was different, it should not have been possible for him to recover so quickly. Some injuries could be easily healed in a few days, a few years, or even a dozen years at most. However, some injuries could take hundreds or even thousands of years to recover. The 7 sky gods, the Grand Empyrean, and the sole true god were all in seclusion because their injuries could not be recovered in a short period of time. The celestial surpassing star should have been the same, so what was going on? The The celestial surpassing star slammed his golden staff into the ground. I originally wanted to wait for the sole true God to act before I acted, but this woman is suppressing the battlefield, so I had no choice but to act. What's wrong with you? Void Master did not understand. The celestial surpassing star gripped his golden staff tightly, but he had no intention of explaining. He charged at the arrow god and swung his staff down. A gale blew past, causing her long crimson hair to flutter. Her exquisite face was calm as she watched the celestial surpassing star smash down. She raised her arrow and instantly shot out 3 arrows, one after the other. The first arrow stopped the celestial surpassing star's powerful charge. The second arrow caused him to stop, and the third arrow forced him back. The celestial surpassing star turned around and swung his golden staff once more. A fourth arrow appeared. With a bang, this arrow struck the tip of the golden staff and forced it back once more. The celestial surpassing star raised his hand and struck the arrow god with a palm. The arrow god moved for the first time. At that moment, everyone realized that she had not moved at all since she had fired her first arrow. She dodged the celestial surpassing star's palm and fired her 5th arrow. Careful! Lu Yin shouted. The celestial surpassing star charged towards the 5th arrow and raised his staff, not even thinking of blocking it. The 5th arrow pierced the celestial surpassing star's chest. Lu Yin and the others were shocked. Void Master's face changed. Is this person really here to die? The celestial surpassing star shouted and swung his staff downwards. There was a loud boom as the ground cracked and the void shattered. The arrow god lifted her leg and the staff smashed down on her leg. She had actually used her leg to block the celestial surpassing star's staff. At the same time she fired an arrow. This arrow was very close to the celestial surpassing star, and it was the 6th arrow that had been aimed at him. There was no way to dodge it. The arrow struck the celestial surpassing star's shoulder once more, and the celestial surpassing star laughed maniacally. Bring it on. The golden staff pressed down forcefully and the arrow god frowned. She fired her 7th arrow, which was aimed at the celestial surpassing star's neck. The celestial surpassing star did not dodge either. He fired an arrow that pierced the arrow god's neck, causing streaks of golden blood to flow out. The arrow god was also pressed into the ground by the celestial surpassing star's staff. At that moment the celestial surpassing star had 3 arrows stuck in his body. He raised his hand and pulled them out, causing streaks of blood to trickle down his neck. His lips curled up. No big deal. Everyone was stunned. Is this guy unkillable? Even Lu Tianyi was shocked. The celestial surpassing star was very strong, but he had been heavily injured after being surrounded. Now he had withstood an arrow that could injure Void Master with just 1 arrow and 3 arrows at that. And yet he was completely unimpeded. Lu Yin stared at the celestial surpassing star and watched as the golden light flowed around his body. The victorious battle technique was becoming increasingly resplendent, and there was a hidden principle behind the victorious battle technique. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. That's right, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. Lu Yin gulped. The celestial surpassing star actually knew how to move in the opposite direction. Chapter 30-31. It was no wonder why the celestial lord of triumphant was fine despite being heavily injured. He had been faking it from start to finish. He knew that when things reached an extreme they would move in the opposite direction. Unless he was killed with absolute power he would not die. The desolate ancestor had killed his way into the zone of calamity and survived even when facing the only true God. The celestial lord of triumphant could do the same, but he had been faking it all along. Lu Yin felt bitter as he felt that he was unnecessary. Even if Lu Yin had not come to save him, the celestial lord of calamity would have been able to deal with the Violet Emperor and the other 2. The celestial lord of calamity had hidden his strength too deeply. It was no wonder that he had told the ancestor that he could deal with the Violet Emperor and the other 2. But how did he know that when things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction? From underground, the arrow god walked out and sized up the celestial lord of triumphant in shock. She had come from the 5th zone, so she did not understand the enemies of the 1st zone. It was no wonder why the 1st zone was the strongest of the 6 zones. Almost half of the 3 heavyweights and 6 Cs had come, but they still could not win and needed reinforcements. It would not be surprising if all the enemies were like this. She had relied on her archery to dominate the 5th zone, and there were few who could match her in the universe. In the first zone, although she had suppressed the battlefield with her archery, these people could still retreat if they wanted to. Was this the strongest enemy of the clan? With the celestial lord of triumphant dealing with the arrow god, Lu Yin relaxed. Senior Void Master, you don't have to worry about the arrow god. No matter how strong she is, she won't be able to kill the celestial lord of triumphant. You and I should take care of our own enemies. He then stepped backwards. Between Mu Ji and Wang Fan he had to deal with one. The Void Master stared at the celestial lord of triumphant. This fellow had hidden his strength well. With the strength that he had displayed so far, there were not many in the Six Direction Society who could match him. He was ruthless, and it was no wonder that he dared to guard the entrance to the zone of calamity all by himself. Up in the sky the wood god sighed. The pressure from the star toad was already giving him a headache. It was good that someone else could share the pressure from the arrow god. The star toad's trident continued to stab at the wood god. Die, 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 die. Below, behind the tower fragment, the wood god of calamity. This is the third time. Lu Yin ordered the 7-star mantis to chase after Mu Ji, but he soon felt a wave of dizziness. He had overexerted himself and he was also exhausted from this battle. However, he had to deal with Mu Ji. Mu Ji did not hesitate to flee, but against the mantis' speed he could not escape. Lu Yin quickly caught up to him. Luck, luck, I need luck. Mu Ji muttered to himself. He had already taken out the compass of life and death. He did not hesitate to move the needle and watch it move. Given the strength of the 7-star mantis, he had no way of knowing when his opponent would make a move. All he could do was keep moving the needle. How come no one from the Eternals had shown up? The 7-star mantis raised its arm blade and slashed down. Mu Ji could not even see the saber, let alone block it. However, he was extremely lucky. The moment the arm blade chopped down, the needle stopped. Live and die together. In an instant, the 7-star praying mantis disappeared. The arm blade almost brushed past Mu Ji's head, almost chopping it off. When Lu Yin saw where the compass's needle had stopped, he was shocked to cancel the summon. Could it be referring to him? Because of the dice and compass, Lu Yin was very wary of such things. Others might not have cared as they did not believe that a life and death compass could determine life and death, but Lu Yin was different. His sudden appearance gave Mu Ji a fright. As expected, this person's speed was almost enough to stop time. A strand of hair floated down, blown by the wind, swaying in front of Mu Ji's eyes. His head was almost gone. Mu Ji's expression changed greatly as he stared at Lu Yin. Asked, "You attacked?" Lu Yin stared at the life and death compass. "Live and die together?" Mu Ji was scared. He looked at the compass and then at Lu Yin. "Fortunately you didn't kill me. Otherwise you would have died too." Lu Yin looked at Mu Ji suspiciously. He was very wary of such things, but could a life and death compass really be connected to his life? If Mu Ji's life and death compass was connected to the one true gods, would the one true god die too? Obviously not. There must be a limit. However, Lu Yin was not even a progenitor, so he obviously could not reach this limit. "I will die too?" Lu Yin's eyes were filled with killing intent. He suddenly grabbed Mu Ji by the neck and lifted him up. Mu Ji did not resist at all and allowed Lu Yin to grab him. His face was red. "You can't kill me. If I die you will die too." "What? With your innate gift of wood?" "Yes, if you don't believe me you can ask the wood god." Lu Yin's grip tightened and Mu Ji could not fight back at all. "Even if your innate gift of wood allows us to live and die together, there is a time limit. If worst comes to worst I won't kill you and let someone else kill you." Mu Ji struggled to speak. I will use my secret to exchange for my life." Lu Yin frowned. "Secret? I'm not interested in your secret." "Yes, it's your secret." Lu Yin did not understand. "My secret?" Mu Ji said with difficulty. You are Yi Bo." Lu Yin's eyes went wide. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Mu Ji stared at Lu Yin, his eyes bloodshot. "Your evil is the same as Yi Bo's. You are." At this point, Lu Yin suddenly let go of Mu Ji uncontrollably as if some force was controlling him. Just as he was about to continue attacking, a flash of sword light swept past him, bringing with it an intense sense of danger. Lu Yin hurriedly reversed his steps and dodged. When he turned around he saw that it was the Shi ancestor who had saved Mu Ji. However, Shizu was far away, so it was not impossible for Lu Yin to attack. Mu Ji threatened in a low voice, "Lu Yin, if you attack me again, I'll tell you. I don't know what you're talking about. I swear. I don't know what I'm saying either. If I violate this oath, I will die a horrible death and the heavens will destroy me." Lu Yin sized up Mu Ji in shock. What was this guy trying to do? He had actually made such a vicious oath. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more they could not make such an oath. The so-called oath was a restriction on oneself, but some people believed it while others did not. Yi Bo's identity was too important, and Lu Yin did not want anything to go wrong. Mu Ji had to die. He immediately reversed his steps and attacked Mu Ji again. Rather than being threatened by this person, he did not care if his identity was exposed. At worst, he would just change his identity. With divine power, any identity was fine. He had just taken a step when a light green blade suddenly appeared in front of him. He did not know when it had appeared, nor did he know where it extended to. Lu Yin looked up and saw the entire battlefield in the distance. The light green blade then swept past him. He hurriedly blocked it, but the blade brushed past his body without causing any damage. The entire battlefield froze at that moment. Everyone, regardless of whether they were humans or Eternals, had to bear the brunt of the light green blade's power. This blade had come from the ancestor of the past. The ancestor's blade fell and his expression was as calm as ever. However, this calmness was suppressing a terrifying chill. Everyone on the battlefield, including the star-toad wood god Lu Tianyi, the ancient god Celestial Victor, the arrow god, and the others, looked at the ancestor of the past. "Everyone, give me some face and let this war come to an end." This was the ancestor of the past's voice. It was so calm that it did not seem like he was talking about a war but rather a farce. Lu Yin looked at the ancestor from afar, and the ancestor's gaze met Lu Yin's. "Dao Lord Lu, may I?" The fog around the ancestor of the past dispersed to reveal the fog ancestor on the ground. Lu Yin looked at the ancestor of the past. "Fog ancestor, what's wrong?" The ancestor of the past replied, "She just fainted. She's my cute disciple after all. I won't do anything to her." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Was the fog ancestor the past's disciple? "You want the war to stop? Based on what?" The ancestor of the past raised his sword and looked at the sword edge. "Based on the Qing Luo sword intent." Lu Yin was confused. The next moment the world spun and he could not help but take a step forward to support his body. He almost fell as an uncontrollable dizziness overwhelmed him. Was this the power of spiritual force? He had been reciting the primogenitor's scripture for many years, and if this was the case, then what about the others? Soft sounds came from the people who had fallen to the ground. Food Saint, Bao Saint, Lu Yun, Leng Qing, Mu Tao, Su Heng, and the others. Even Su Wuwei and Big Sister, who were sequence law powerhouses, were half kneeling on the ground as they almost could not hold on. Everyone's spiritual force had been torn apart by the light green sword edge and were heavily injured. Celestial Victor gripped his golden staff tightly and supported his body. Lu Tianyi exhaled. He was the only one who was not affected. The Lu family cultivated the primogenitor's scripture, which made up for the lack of spiritual force. It even made it the hardest point for others to attack. Even so, his expression was not good. "Qing Luo. Gentian, so it's you." Lu Tianyi looked at the ancestor of the past and slowly spoke. The others had never heard of this name before and neither had Lu Yin. Wood God slowly descended and clutched his head, feeling dizzy. "Qing Luo Gentian? The legendary person who forced your Lu family to seek guidance from the primogenitor's scripture and use it to make up for the lack of spiritual force?" Big Sister was covered in sweat as she looked up at the ancestor of the past. There really was such a person? Only those from the above heaven era had heard of this name. In that distant era, the above heaven era had been glorious. The Lu family had controlled the fifth mainland, and Lu Yuan had been one of the 6 Daoists of the 3 realms. No one dared to provoke the Lu family, and only one person had fought the Lu family and used his spiritual force to render the Lu family helpless. That person was Qing Luo Gentian. Why did the Lu family recite the primogenitor's scripture to make up for the lack of spiritual force? It was because of this person that Lu Yuan had seen the Lu family's spiritual force deficiency. This person had changed the Lu family. The ancestor of the past looked at Lu Tianyi. "I haven't used this name in a long time." Lu Tianyi sighed. "I didn't expect to meet you in this era. So you're from the eternal race." The ancestor of the past's gaze was calm, but he did not explain. Can this battle end? Lu Tianyi looked at Lu Yin. Whether it was him, Void Master, or Wood God, they were all stronger than Lu Yin and had a much higher seniority. However, they still had to listen to Lu Yin in this battle. This was the authority that Lu Yin had obtained through numerous battles and countless methods. To a certain extent, this sort of authority could even challenge a Grand Empyrean. The ancestor of the past also knew this, which was why the first person he asked was Lu Yin. Chapter 30-32. Lu Yin remained silent. The ancestor had always been a key figure that he had been wary of. After all, someone who could make the Star Toad greet and call the Grand Empyrean Tai Hong could not be weak. In the battle against Victorious Celestial, she had forced the Void God back with a single strike. Lu Yin knew that she was strong, but he had still underestimated her. One person and one sword had forced the Lu family to cultivate the primogenitor's scripture to make up for their lack of spiritual force. It was easy to imagine how much the ancestor feared her. She must be at the same level as the ancestor, or perhaps a powerhouse who had survived the bitter adversity. That was why the Star Toad was wary of her. The Wood Deity was the trump card prepared for this battle, and Victorious Celestial was an accident. Even with the addition of these two powerhouses, they still could not suppress the Eternals. The Star Toad, Arrow God, and Ancient God were all extremely powerful, and now the Qing Luo Jiantian had appeared as well. Unless all of the spacetime masters of the Six Direction Association came out, there would be no point in continuing the battle. The two people that Lu Yin hated the most were Mu Ji and Wang Fan. Wang Fan was one thing since he knew that Wang Fan was a traitor and Lu Yin could get rid of him in the future. However, Mu Ji was different. He had actually seen through Lu Yin's disguise as Yi Bo. If Lu Yin did not get rid of him, then Lu Yin's identity as Yi Bo would be useless. But at this moment, the ancestor of the ancient era revealed her identity and acted. Maybe it was because of Mu Ji. Before this, she had saved Mu Ji by stabbing him with her sword. Now she attacked again when he was preparing to act against Mu Ji. Was Mu Ji very important to her? Lu Yin looked at Mu Ji. Mu Ji kept retreating. Even though the ancestor was intimidating the battlefield, he was still wary of Lu Yin. He was already very far away from Lu Yin. Lu Yin was helpless. It was impossible to kill Mu Ji in this situation. If not for Victorious Celestial, this battle would have ended. Dao Lord Lu, can we end this battle now? The ancestor asked for the third time. There was no other sound besides the Star Toad's strange cries. The Ancient God and Arrow God did not attack again. The ancestor had forced the humans to stop fighting, which proved that the humans still had some advantage in the realm of tragedy. However, if they really fought to the death, the casualties on both sides would be immeasurable. Moreover, the ancestor of the ancient era hadn't used her full strength, so she definitely had her misgivings. This was the main point. At this point, he didn't want so many human powerhouses to accompany the first zone of disaster. Of course, even if the Eternals didn't want to end this war, he could still retreat with the humans. If he didn't have the confidence to retreat, how would he dare to attack the zone of disaster? As for the progenitors who had died, this was a war and there were always casualties. The Eternals had suffered far more losses than the humans. No matter how deep the Eternals' foundations were, they still had to find a way to see through them. This path would lead to many deaths and even Lu Yin himself might die. However, this was a path that had to be taken, and it was impossible for them to win without even seeing through the Eternals' foundations. It was unrealistic. This battle is over. These words spread throughout the land of calamity, causing both sides to heave a sigh of relief. Although the battle hadn't been going on for long, both sides had suffered casualties. This was something that had never happened before. If the battle had continued, who knew how many people would have died? This won't do. Yeah, I'm going to kill that human. He wants to cook me, I'm going to kill him. The Star Toad was discontent. It hopped about in the starry heavens, stepping on the void. Wood Deity was on guard. The ancestor of the past looked up at the sky. Your reward will be increased by 10%. The moment he said this, the Star Toad's entire demeanor changed. It turned into a businessman who only moved its mouth and did not move its hands. It held onto a lotus flower and said with a fawning expression, "Thank you, boss." Both sides retreated. The humans retreated to the entrance of the land of calamity while the Eternals retreated to the Black Mother Tree. They exchanged glances and both sides could see the uncontrollable killing intent in each other's eyes. possible, one side would definitely destroy the other. Lu Yin looked at the Eternals and glanced at Mu Ji, Wang Fan, Wang Xiaoyu, the Shaoyin divinity, the ancient god, the arrow god, and the others. Finally, his gaze landed on the ancestor of the past. The ancestor of the past also stared at Lu Yin. They looked at each other deeply. After the humans retreated from the land of calamity, Mu Ji and the others finally relaxed. The ancient god said in a low voice, "Our clan's greatest mistake was allowing Zhou Xian to grow. This battle was completely caused by him." Wang Fan added, "Zhou Xian is now the human race's flag. The Lu family is very skilled in this aspect, so we must find a way to deal with him." The Shaoyin divinity's gaze turned cold. "That little bastard must die." The ancestor of the past calmly replied, "It won't be too late. It's not worth it to fight to the death with them now. Once the bone boats arrive, the Hexagon Association will become history. Everyone please remain calm." The two words "bone boats" caused the Shaoyin divinity's expression to change. That was the Eternal's absolute killing weapon. The arrow god spoke up, his tone cold. "Your first land of calamity is very lively." The ancestor of the past looked at the arrow god. "Why? Are you interested? You can fill the vacancy of the 7 sky gods." The arrow god turned to leave. "Not interested." The 3 pillars, 6 boundless and 7 sky gods overlapped with each other. Although their strengths were similar, their corresponding responsibilities were different. If the arrow god joined the 7 sky gods, she would have to give up on the battle in the 5th land of calamity and stay in the 1st land of calamity, just like Wuxia. This was the general direction that the Eternals had set for the Hexagon Association, and no one could change it. In the past, your 1st land of calamity rarely participated in the chosen god battle. This time I hope that you can participate. Although my 5th land of calamity is not as fierce as your 1st land of calamity, the elites that we nurture will not be any weaker than yours. The arrow god's voice came from afar, landing in the ears of the ancestor of the past, ancient god, and the others. The ancient god shook his head. "My 1st land of calamity is facing a constant shortage of experts, not to mention sending elites to participate in the chosen god battle. Moreover, my 1st land of calamity can directly face a true god without needing to go through the chosen god battle. The 7 sky gods' position also does not need to be determined through the chosen god battle, so there's no point in participating." The ancestor of the past said indifferently, "It's because of this privilege that the other 5 land of calamity are quite dissatisfied with us. The 7 sky gods are equivalent to the 3 pillars and 6 boundless, and the 3 pillars and 6 boundless need to determine their substitutes through the chosen god battle. However, the 7 sky gods can allow our 1st land of calamity to fill in their positions, which makes them feel that it's unfair. Moreover, those who passed the chosen god battle have all come to my 1st land of calamity. Only a few survived the long war while the rest died in battle, which made the other land of calamity unhappy. Otherwise, the arrow god wouldn't specially mention it. If she mentioned it, the other land of calamity must be more concerned about it." The ancient god looked at the ancestor of the past. The ancestor of the past said, "Participate." The ancient god didn't object. "What about the candidates? The 1st land of calamity's true god guards have lost nearly half of their captains. Chen Kong was a very good candidate, but he died as well." As he spoke, he looked at the Shaoyin divinity. "Shaoyin can directly replace the 7 sky gods. There's no need for him to participate." The ancestor of the past eyes flashed. "We'll talk about it when the time comes. I have a candidate in mind. For the time being, we will seal off the 1st land of calamity." Lu Yin is a very shrewd person. Once Tai Hong, Lu Yuan, and the rest come out of seclusion, he might plan a second attack. This is no longer something that Tai Hong can decide. This person forced Tai Hong to come out of seclusion, but Tai Hong didn't kill him. It's obvious that he cares a lot about this person. We have to be careful of this person. I have a premonition that if we are careless, this land of calamity might be destroyed by this person. On the other side, outside the entrance of the land of calamity, Lu Yin and the rest brought back 3 corpses. They were gone: Qin Lu and Dan Pu. Lei Tian was severely injured, but First Jian didn't die. This was something that Lu Yin didn't expect. First Jian was first hit by the ancient god and then an arrow from the arrow god. Even though Lei Tian was severely injured, First Jian still managed to dodge with his innate talent. If Lu Yin hadn't known about First Gen's innate talent, it would have been difficult to kill him. However, First Gen didn't have it easy either, as his injuries weren't light. Forefather Tianyi, Big Sis, and the rest were all heavily injured, and they would definitely need to recuperate for a long time after this battle. With a bang, the Heavenly Sovereign smashed his golden staff into the ground. "You guys go back. I'll stay here." No one knew what to say. The Heavenly Sovereign's undying nature left them speechless. Lu Yin said a few words to the group before dispersing. Everyone needed to go back and recuperate. Although they hadn't achieved their goal in this battle, such a battle was still rare in the Six Direction Society's history. If news of this spread back, it would definitely raise everyone's morale. The endless battlefield was now the Six Direction Society's domain, and they had even beaten the Eternals into hiding in the Land of Calamity. These accomplishments were enough to make countless people in the Six Direction Society cheer. Lu Yin specially thanked the 5 spirit clans. If not for them, they wouldn't have had enough manpower in this battle. "Take back the astral door," Lu Yin instructed. He had left an astral door that led directly to the Land of Calamity in the reincarnation spacetime. His goal was self-evident. As long as the sole true God dared to make a move, he would dare to provoke a Grand Empyrean. As long as the Six Direction Society was at a disadvantage, he would also dare to provoke a Grand Empyrean. In any case, he had already done it before, and it didn't matter if it happened once or twice. Lu Yin's backup plan left the Heavenly Sovereign speechless. Although he didn't get along well with the Grand Empyreans and often contradicted them, he had never done such a thing before. Aside from the Grand Empyreans, Lu Yin didn't know if he had any other backup plans. Everyone left one by one, and in the end, Lu Yin stayed behind to talk to the Heavenly Sovereign alone. The Heavenly Sovereign had asked him to stay behind. "Senior, is something the matter?" Lu Yin asked as he looked at the Heavenly Sovereign. Although the Heavenly Sovereign looked miserable on the outside, Lu Yin knew very well that the Heavenly Sovereign, who had cultivated the things move in the opposite direction, was a freak who couldn't be killed at all. The Heavenly Sovereign praised Lu Yin. "Compared to the Grand Empyreans, the Six Direction Society should be under your control. In the future, if there's a big battle like this, feel free to look for me." Lu Yin smiled. "Thank you for your support, Senior." The Heavenly Sovereign was curious. "How did you know that I would be surrounded and killed?" Although the Heavenly Sovereign was confident that he could deal with the Violet Emperor and the other 2 powerhouses, if he hadn't exposed the things move in the opposite direction technique, then Lu Yin would have undoubtedly died in that battle. Before this, no one knew that the Heavenly Sovereign cultivated the things move in the opposite direction technique. It was true that Lu Yin had saved him, and the Heavenly Sovereign would forever remember this favor. Lu Yin replied, "I accidentally went to the 9-headed bird's nest and discovered it." The Heavenly Sovereign did not ask any more questions. "I'll remember this favor." Lu Yin smiled bitterly. "Senior, please don't make fun of me. If I hadn't interfered, then you might have been able to kill all 3 of them. Even the Violet Emperor wouldn't have been able to escape. Killing a pure energy body isn't easy, and I almost failed." "Thank you, Brother Jia. I'll give you a reward." "Thank you. I'm truly grateful for all of your support. I've been too tired and haven't rested well for the past few days. I'm even dreaming about the storyline. Thank you for your support." Chapter 30-33. You can't put it that way. It's true that you saved me. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. It's best if we don't expose ourselves. I was planning on waiting for the one true God to make a move before I made my move. I would have followed Ku Jie's example and gone all out against him. It's hard to die anyway, but I didn't expect an arrow god to appear. When Lu Yin mentioned this, Lu Yin was filled with admiration. His ancestor had used his sword to stop the battle, and when both sides had stopped fighting, Lu Yin had seen dozens of arrows stuck in Celestial Victor's body. If it had been anyone else, they would have died long ago, and even Void Master would not have been an exception. However, Celestial Victor had stubbornly relied on the principle that when things reach an extreme, they would have backfired. The arrow god did not seem to be injured, but Lu Yin believed that it was impossible for him to remain unscathed when faced with Celestial Victor's ferocious attacks. "Senior, how is the archer god?" Lu Yin couldn't help but ask. Heavenly Lord Victor's expression was solemn. "This is also the reason why I left you behind. That woman isn't easy to deal with. Aside from her sure-hit archery, she can also transform into a corpse king. She looks weak, but she can take my attacks head-on. She can't be underestimated. Lu Yin raised a brow. He knew that the arrow god was one of the 3 pillars and 6 limitless, but he hadn't expected her to be a corpse king. He had never seen such a beautiful woman use the corpse king transformation before. Also, if I'm not mistaken, her sequence law should be something akin to chaos and disorder. That's why she was able to make it so difficult for her opponent to withstand her arrows. You have to be careful when facing her in the future. She definitely still has some divine power that she hasn't used yet. To be honest, I might not be able to kill her in a one-on-one fight. However, it's even more impossible for her to kill me. Only the 7 heavenly gods had the strength to make Heavenly Lord Doubtmaker say that it would be difficult to kill them in a one-on-one battle. The 3 pillars and the 6 seas were indeed on par with the 7 heavenly gods. Fortunately, the number of people on both sides overlapped. Otherwise, how would the humans deal with so many experts from the 3 pillars, the 6 boundless sects and the 7 sky gods? I understand. I won't underestimate her. Lu Yin replied, Senior, I'll take my leave now. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle said, Right, do you want to learn the Victorious Battle technique? Lu Yin was surprised. I can learn it. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle laughed. I knew you would be interested. The Victorious Battle technique and, when things reach an extreme they will move in the opposite, are a perfect match. Wuxia once said that he and I met at the entrance of the Calamity Realm and we became close friends. We taught each other our strength. You've also learned that, when things reach an extreme they will move in the opposite. Senior, did Ancestor Ku personally teach you that when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction? That's right. Back then he rushed over from the endless battlefield. Coincidentally, I was also besieged. Lu Yin's interest was piqued. The people of the 5th mainland were familiar with Kuzu, but he had never heard of him from the 6 Direction Society. If the desolate ancestor wanted to kill his way into the Eternals, he'd have to pass through the land of disaster. It wasn't surprising that he'd run into Celestial Master Victor. Celestial Master Victorious Battle had a lot of respect for desolate ancestor, and he was impressed by the fact that things could move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. I can't imagine what a person must have gone through to create something like this. To be honest, he's really hard to kill. It's just that his attack method is a little weak. When he said he wanted to go to the Eternals to kill their only true god, I laughed. Lu Yin was speechless. Celestial Battlemaster let out a long sigh. I also wanted to go to the Calamity Zone to kill the only true god. The Grand Empyrean smiled back then, and that smile was exactly the same. In the end, I didn't go because I could see the difference. But he did. Before he left, he said that he couldn't see the difference, so he wanted to go and scout the way for the future generations. You make it sound like a vacation. However, after that farewell we never saw each other again. At this point, Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle's tone turned gloomy. I admire him greatly. I have never admired a celestial venerable, but I admire Wuxia. Possible I really want to go with him. Senior, you've guarded the entrance to the domain of disaster for so many years. Your contributions cannot go unnoticed. Everyone has their own responsibilities. Lu Yin asked. He could imagine how Kuzu had killed his way into the Calamity Domain without even looking back. He had not planned on coming out alive, and he had only wanted to pave the way for the future generations. Wait a minute. Since this was a scouting mission, then he had to spread the information he obtained. Lu Yin immediately asked Celestial Champion Dusher. Heavenly Lord Victor shook his head. I don't know. He didn't send me any information. I've been waiting for him for so many years. Perhaps he might have sent me some information. When the Thunder Lord killed his way into the domain of disaster, I followed without hesitation. It was all to search for clues that Wuxia had left behind. The great celestial venerates killed their way into the domain of disaster, and so did the rest of you. I've searched several times, but I haven't been able to find anything. Lu Yin frowned and looked at the domain of disaster. This should not be the case. Given Kuzu's personality, if he had obtained any information he would definitely have left it behind. He had been an ugly person who had been abandoned by the Ku family, cultivated to the progenitor realm, accomplished 9 mountains and 8 seas, and even possessed strength comparable to progenitor Chen. He should have left something behind. Could it be that he was still in the domain of disaster? Under the dim light, Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle sat next to the golden staff and recounted his past with Ku Zu. Lu Yin felt a sense of freedom and heroism as he recalled the times when he had drunk with Kai Jianxiang and Zi Rong. It was very simple for men to get to know each other. They had seen eye to eye, fought together and drank together. It was a friendship that had gone through life and death together, especially at the entrance to the domain of disaster. At that time, Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle really wanted to charge into the domain of disaster with Ku Zu, even if he had to die in the domain of disaster. But just like what Lu Yin had said, everyone had their own responsibilities. Some people could give up everything and seek death, but some had to live with a heavy burden. Sometimes being alive might not be as comfortable as being dead. Ku Zu is back, said Lu Yin. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle was stunned and perplexed. What did you say? Lu Yin smiled at Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle. Ku Zu is back. He has been dragged back by my Lu family. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle widened his eyes in excitement. Really? Lu Yin nodded. But he is now a living dead. He can't wake up. Does Senior want to go and have a look? Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle laughed. There's no need for that. It's enough to know that he is still alive. A man like him won't always be in a deep sleep. He will wake up one day. I will wait for that day to meet him at the entrance of Domain of Disaster. That day I will definitely charge into the Domain of Disaster with him. Lu Yin envied this kind of pure friendship. He and Jiang Chen were considered friends, but his thoughts were heavier than others. Awesome! Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle roared and raised his golden staff. Listen carefully. The so-called Victorious Battle art contains the will to fight to the death. There is no self, no desire, no fear, no desire, no greed in the past and no fear in the future. The golden staff fell to the ground with a loud bang, waking Lu Yin up. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle's words kept echoing in Lu Yin's mind. Was this the Victorious Battle art? It was obviously a way to numb him and make him walk down the path of seeking death. However, this path could take away many people. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle was a madman. How much did he want to die to be able to create the Victorious Battle art? However, this person who wanted to die had learned that things will move in the opposite direction after reaching an extreme. It was no wonder that the Victorious Battle art was a perfect match. It was like two people standing on a cliff. One had wings and the other didn't. The one with wings wanted to die madly, dragging the one without wings down the cliff. However, the one without wings would definitely die while the one who wanted to die wouldn't. This was truly disgusting. Anyone who fought with Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle would be like the one without wings being dragged down the cliff. No matter what the result was, Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle wouldn't die. This was truly a disgusting battle technique. Lu Yin left, still amazed by the Victorious Battle art and shocked by Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle's determination to die. He left. This person was indeed the most suitable person to remain at the entrance of the Zone of Calamity. At this moment the Six-Faction Society was in a state of ecstasy. The Eternals had completely retreated and the entrance to the Zone of Calamity was sealed. This meant that the humans had temporarily won the war against the Eternals. They would not face the threat of the Eternals for a long time. In the past, the Eternals had the 7 Sky Gods Qing Kong and the True God Guards, which had posed a terrifying threat to the Six-Faction Society. But now the 7 Sky Gods were either in seclusion or dead. Their greatest threat, Qing Kong, was gone and more than half of the True God Guards had been killed or injured. All of this had been brought about by Lu Yin. Lu Yin's reputation in the Six-Faction Society soared once again. As for the dead gone Chen Lu and Dan Pu, they were also praised. How could there be no deaths in war? When Lu Yin returned to the Above Heaven sect, he heard praises everywhere. This battle had completely beaten the Eternals into cowards. However, Lu Yin was not relaxed. This was only the first Zone of Calamity. The more the Eternals retreated, the more difficult it would be for the Six-Faction Society to break into the Zone of Calamity. The Eternals were waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Qin Lu had died in the Above Heaven sect, but no one cared. Qin Li's reputation in the Above Heaven sect was not good. He was a gloomy person who had betrayed the 3 monarch spacetimes. His past experiences were not worthy of Elder Chan and the others' attention. Even the Star-Lord only gave an "oh" and did not care. Qing Ping came looking for Lu Yin and brought him some unexpected news. There was something wrong with Wu Ho. Lu Yin was puzzled. Senior brother, Did you betray the race and put Wu Ho on trial? Qingping said, no. I originally wanted to find Wang Ho for this battle, but Wu Ho stopped me. He gave me a cosmic ring with a stargate inside. Lu Yin took the cosmic ring. First it was Wang Ho and now it was Wu Ho. Why were they both looking for senior brother? Wang Ho was an accident, but did Wu Ho know senior brother? What's on the other side of this stargate? Lu Yin muttered to himself as he touched the cosmic ring. Qingping said, I've been there. It's a planet in an ordinary parallel spacetime. You've been there? Lu Yin was surprised. Qingping nodded. That should be the place where Wu Ho wants to meet us. Senior brother, you're taking too much of a risk. I'm the one who accepted it. Naturally I'll handle it. Lu Yin was not afraid. First Calamity Territory did not have the strength to ambush him. He was also curious as to why Wu Ho wanted to meet them. Could it be that the human spy hidden in the eternal race was Wu Ho? Wang Xiaoyu herself was also problematic. If Wu Ho was also a spy with him as Yi Bo, the true god guards would be very lively. Senior brother, you didn't meet Wu Ho? No, but there were 2 words left on that planet. Hui Wu. Hu. Lu Yin was surprised. Why did this name sound like someone from the Hui family? Qingping said, I've checked. The name Hui Wu is recorded in the Hui family. He is the son of ancestor Hui and also the ancestor of the Hui family. Lu Yin was surprised. Ancestor Hui's son? Chapter 30-34. Qingping nodded. The Hui family is on the 5th mainland, which is why he found me during this battle. However, the captains of the true god guards all cultivate divine power, and he is no exception. Someone who cultivates divine power, even if he is the Hui ancestor's son, should still be under the control of the Eternals. Thus it's best to find out more from the Hui family. I'll go now. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. This was related to the Hui ancestor and he had to understand it clearly. Soon Lu Yin arrived at the Neoverse where the Hui family was. When the Eternals had attacked the 5th mainland and polluted the astral source, the 7 courts had moved to the Outerverse. They had only returned after the progenitor's sword had cleansed the 5th mainland. Lu Yin's arrival caused the Hui family to boil over. The current Lu Yin was no longer the same Lu Yin who had visited the Hui family. Now a single word from him could decide the fate of the Hui family. The Hui family's patriarch Hui Ji led the family to welcome him. Lu Yin supported Hui Kong. Brother, there's no need for such formalities. Hui Kong laughed. Formalities cannot be ignored. In the above heaven, even your Lu family's elders had to bow to you. That's in the above heaven. Alright brother, I'm here to verify something with the Hui family. Go ahead. Hui Kong was the carefree type and Lu Yin did not put on airs in front of him. He was naturally happy to do so as this was his brother Lu Yin. When Lu Yin mentioned Hui Wu's name, Hui Kong's expression changed. Why did you mention this person? Lu Yin was confused. What's wrong with this person? Hui Kong's expression turned ugly. Hui Wu is the Hui ancestor's son, and also the Hui family's ancestor. However, this person was ignorant and incompetent, and he relied on the Hui ancestor's influence to stir up trouble everywhere. In the end, he was punished by the Hui ancestor and thrown into the Daoist sect's prison. This ancestor Hui Wu's crimes were extremely serious, to the point that the Hui family almost erased his name. If not for the Hui ancestor, he definitely would not be in the family records. Lu Yin understood. It was no wonder that Qingping had not been able to find out much about Hui Wu. He only knew that Hui Wu was the Hui ancestor's son. Brother, why are you suddenly asking about Hui Wu? Hui Kong was curious. Lu Yin did not plan on telling the Hui family, but he would not make up a reason to fool Hui Kong. It's not convenient, brother. Please forgive me. Hui Kong smiled and said, it doesn't matter. Tell me when it's convenient for you. Definitely, brother. I want to know everything about Hui Wu. Hui Kong nodded. Although Hui Wu only has one name on the family tree, our Hui family has also preserved his deeds. I'll take you to see it now. Not long after, Lu Yin came across another genealogy of the Hui family. This one recorded things that the Hui family didn't want outsiders to know about, with Hui Wu at the bottom. Hui Wu, ancestor Hui's son. After he was born, his mother passed away and ancestor Hui went into seclusion for 100 years. When he came out, Hui Wu was already an adult. At that time, the Hui family was led by the Hui ancestor. The strongest cultivator before the Hui ancestor was only a star emissary, which was nothing in the fifth mainland. Such a family naturally revered Hui Wu's birth as if he were a god, and no one guided him. Hui Wu was arrogant and willful, and he had caused many problems in the fifth mainland. Lu Yin took a closer look at the incidents. They were all caused by arrogant disciples, and they were not too serious. However, the real reason why Hui Wu had been thrown into the Daoist sect by the Hui ancestor was because Hui Wu had cursed at the fifth mainland's Daoist sect while pointing at the primogenitor's statue. He had not said much, only a few words. However, because of these words he had been imprisoned in the Daoist. There had been no news of him ever since. You are a sinner and you have led humanity astray. Hui Wu had not only cursed the Daoist sect, but also the primogenitor. He was the source of all human cultivation and everyone revered him. When Hui Wu said this, the Daoist sect was shaken, and Lu Tianyi had personally imprisoned him in the Daoist sect. From then on he had never come out. Even when the Hui ancestor left seclusion, the Hui family had told him about this matter, but he had not said anything. He had only gone to the Daoist sect to take a look, and after he returned the name Hui Wu had become a taboo in the Hui family. After that, the name Hui Wu had disappeared and the Hui family had lost ancestor Hui Wu. During the era of the Daoist sect, the various elites had fought for supremacy, and the cosmic tree realm had split apart. However, none of this had anything to do with Hui Wu, and it was as if he had completely disappeared. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. Brother, what happened to Hui Wu in the Daoist sect? Hui Kong shook his head. I don't know, and no one dared to mention it. At that time no one in the Hui family dared to ask ancestor Hui, and after his disappearance and the birth of the technocracy, no one even mentioned him anymore, much less Hui Wu. Lu Yin looked at Hui Kong. Brother, if possible I would like to see the Hui family's inherited battle technique, Golden Meteor. Hui Kong was astonished. Golden Meteor? Lu Yin nodded. Hui Kong was puzzled. Of course I can show it to you, but with your strength Golden Meteor won't be of much help. Lu Yin wanted to see the Golden Meteor battle technique because of his understanding of Su Wuwei and senior brother Qin Ping. Previously, the Eternals had sent True God Guard captains to attack the 6 parallel space-time continuums, and Lu Yin had gathered the 6 Direction Association's experts to ambush them. The one who had faced off against Wu Ho had been Su Wuwei, and Su Wuwei had told Lu Yin the details of that battle. What had caught Lu Yin's attention the most was how Wu Ho's godly power had turned into meteors that smashed down. Aside from that, Wu Ho had not used any other godly power battle technique. In the land of tragedy, Wu Ho had also used this battle technique when he had faced off against senior brother Qin Ping. This battle skill should be the Golden Meteor, a golden meteor that contained divine power. Brother Hui Kong had said that the Golden Meteor battle technique could be nurtured, and the longer it was nurtured the greater its power. Back then he had nurtured the Golden Meteor in the technocracy and forced Wang Shang to retreat. Since it could be nurtured, did that mean that if Wu Ho was Hui Wu he could use the Golden Meteor battle technique to transfer his godly power without being affected? Su Wuwei and senior brother Qin Ping had said that they had not seen any traces of godly power on Wu Ho's body. True God Guard captains had to be able to cultivate godly power. Those like Mu Ji had soaked in the godly power lake for 100 years and had some traces of godly power. If Wu Ho wanted to become a true God Guard captain and cultivate godly power, this was one way. Therefore Lu Yin wanted to see if it was possible to cultivate godly power outside the body with the Golden Meteor battle technique. He saw it. The Hui family's Golden Meteor battle technique was similar to a virtual god, but the virtual god was hidden in a virtual nest to draw the virtual god's power and more or less had an advantage in a battle. The Golden Meteor was placed outside and cultivated continuously. In Lu Yin's opinion, this method seemed to be better than virtual god cultivation. There was no need for a virtual god and one could cultivate a virtual god-like existence with their own strength. Moreover, there was more than one. If all of them were used at a critical moment it would definitely be shocking. This is a battle technique created by ancestor Hui? Lu Yin was surprised. Hui Kong said, that's right. Before ancestor Hui, our Hui family did not have this battle technique. This is the battle record that ancestor Hui left behind for the Hui family. It's the same as the secret of Hui. Lu Yin praised. Who said that ancestor Hui was not good at fighting? He just had a different fighting style from ancestor Qin and the others. Hui Kong was proud. That's right. Lu Yin was speechless. This was not a compliment. In his opinion, the golden meteor battle technique was simply a good sneak attack or ambush. If one could not beat others, one could lead others to the place where one was cultivating the golden meteor and smash it all down. Who could withstand this? Ancestor Qin and Ancestor Ku fought fair and square. As for Ancestor Hui, he did not know what to say. With Lu Yin's cultivation, he could understand the golden meteor battle technique at a glance. He closed his eyes and simulated it in his mind. He found that it was not impossible to cultivate the golden meteor with godly power. However, his body was the carrier because the power of the golden meteor came from his body. Godly power had to pass through his body, and if it did, it would be hard to say whether Hui Wu was controlled by it. There was also Wang Xiaoyu. Senior brother Qing Ping and Ancestor Qin believed in her, but that was before she became the captain of the True God Guard. Now that she cultivated godly power, was she still trustworthy? Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment and then smiled bitterly. He had cultivated godly power himself, but he was still doubting others. No matter what, he had to meet Wu Ho. Since the other party wanted to meet him, whether or not this was a trap set by the Eternals, he had to take a look. After leaving the Neoverse, Lu Yin returned to the Above Heaven sect and took senior brother Qing Ping and senior brother Wuxia to Lu Tianjing. He opened the astral gate in front of Ancestor Lu Tianyi. Ancestor, if there's any danger, I'll be in trouble. Lu Tianyi looked at the astral gate. You're going to the Calamity Zone? To meet someone. Lu Yin entered the astral gate. Senior brother Qing Ping had already gone in, and senior brother Wuxia followed closely behind. After passing through the astral gate, Lu Yin arrived at a barren planet. This planet was covered in weeds and strange insects were crawling around. The sky was dim and the sun was far away. He saw the words Hui Wu on the ground. They were very large, as if afraid that others would not see them. Lu Yin did not know when the other party would arrive, but he spread out his domain and searched the heavens. Senior brother Wuxia walked out of the planet and patrolled the area. A few days later, senior brother Wuxia returned. There are no humans in this spacetime, only giant beasts. The strongest are only void explorers. Lu Yin nodded. It doesn't seem to be a trap. Just wait. The war in the Calamity Zone just ended, and the captain of the True God Guard might not come out so easily. They waited for more than half a month. Half a month later, Lu Yin and the other two simultaneously looked in the same direction, where a figure was approaching. As the figure approached, Lu Yin's eyes trembled. It was indeed Wu Ho. The Eternals had placed 12 half-progenitors at the back of the astral tree realm, and they were known as the 12 Marquises. The leader of the 12 Marquises was Wu Ho, and even Wang Xiaoyu was ranked below him. The 12 Marquises had fought against the astral tree realm for many years until Lu Yin had discovered the Undying God's half-progenitor clone, Lu Song. The Undying God had killed his way into the astral tree realm, and the Eternals had been expelled. Only then had the 12 Marquises retreated and nearly half of them had died. Although Wu Ho was the leader of the 12 Marquises, Lu Yin had never seen him before. Wu Ho? Lu Yin asked. Wu Ho landed on the planet and faced Lu Yin. Long time no see, Pathmaster Lu. Who are you? Lu Yin asked. Wu Ho looked at Lu Yin. Hui Wu. Hui Wu's son. Yes. Then how did you become one of the Eternals' 12 Marquises? And you're even a captain of the True God Guard?